Bill Clinton was in the White House. The New England Patriots and Green Bay Packers were headed to Super Bowl 31. Unbreak My Heart by Tony Braxton. Want to give me a few bars? I don't blame you. Was the #1 song on the radio. The average American annual salary, $37,006.
That's disheartening.
And a gallon of gas set you back $1.22.
Ah, the good old days.
And my guest today was in the midst of filling in a voluminous and copious collection of notes, as he was a very
Those are the filthiest sounding words. Voluminous and copious. What are you doing? Just finish the introduction.
Well, we are talking about WWE 97, so he was a road agent. He was part of creative. He was one of the big guys backstage, and that's why he's here with us today to take us through 1997. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Shawn. We are here in New Jersey. It's 9-something a.m. I can barely see, not only because it's 9-something a.m., but also we have I feel like I'm being cross-examined by the federal DEA with this one spotlight over us. Your audio man is literally laying on a couch, adjusting the tripod without even rising to his feet.
Yeah.
Another big-budget operation.
They're tired.
From kayfabe commentaries. While I'm getting a tan here, I'll try to if I can see the camera, I'll try to talk to... It's a sunny day. Why aren't we up by the pool?
You're lucky I'm good with self-effacing humor.
With a face like that, you would have to efface it.
What am I looking at?
Well,
what have you brought us?
You were talking about 1997.
Yeah.
These actually are our maximum security cells. These are the books that one was expected to keep in the WWE, because I've always kept a booking, obviously anywhere that I booked. But these are special books because Vince likes these books. They're the big ledgers, and you draw your own lines and you fill in your own dates, and you keep a day-to-day track of what's going on with the cards and the talent, etc. Now, it's not the TV formats, because that's a whole separate box of paperwork,
right,
that I couldn't get up on the top shelf of my closet for, and Howard Finkel's memos as well. But this is basically the little Bible memory refresher for 1997.
So you'd have the size of the house. You'd have gate receipts.
We have, for example, the town, the code for the WWE. You can't see this. Only the IRS can see this. The seating capacity of the building, the card, the last date that WWE was in that town, the next date if there is one. Other pertinent information like ticket prices, which since this was the Royal Rumble, 175, 18, 14, and 10 in the Alamo Dome. They wanted to draw 70,000 people. They didn't make it. It also has the gate and also various other pertinent notes that I would make if I was booking talent out to third parties or that fella's court date.
Would you
leave that alone?
Was it you who would have to sit with the representative of the arena?
No, everybody had one of these. Everybody on the booking team, everybody in talent relations had one of these because it answered all of the questions that you might need to know, and it's your Bible, and Vince likes you to keep it.
But on a Raw where you may have 4 agents there.
Oh, that's this. See, this is before it got complicated. This was when it was me and Bruce Pritchard and/or Vince Russo. We'll get to that later. Sitting at Vince McMahon's kitchen table, making sure at Jim Ross, making sure that the cards were booked, and then doing television based on what we needed to promote in the house shows. This was before the ass began wagging the dog, or the tail began before the cart, or whatever that old platitude is. That they now have to have matches to further the stories on television. See, this was before we got that way.
Right. So let's delve into 1997. Is this an attempt to mirror the ECW small, I wouldn't say backyard, but homegrown kind of feel on TV?
Well, just the live Saturday night television, whether it be Memphis TV, it was going to be, and Vince loved it. And also because it was from downtown New York City, which meant for us a trip every Saturday night into the freaking city. But yeah, it was going to be a combination of live television, like the Memphis TV, with the ECW grittiness and shotgun Saturday night. Somehow that was cool because I've not seen any shotguns in New York City on Saturday night. It's probably the only thing I haven't seen.
They were there. You missed them, fortunately.
But I don't know. But yeah, it was, and it meant we had to fly talent in from wherever they were on tour because it was a weekend. first Saturday night. You had to rebook weekend cards to make people available. There wasn't a whole crew or a huge crew, but still it was a lot of people. And for the first several, we had to go downtown, and then suddenly it was one of those ideas that Vince loved the idea of, but once it was going into execution, then other things came along that took a little bit more priority, and then quickly it was changed to different locations, and then I don't remember how long it took, but it
fizzled.
It fizzled. Vince loved the idea of, for some reason, having these guys in nun outfits coming down the steps of the famous New York landmark. Forgive me, I have no idea what the fuck it was, but it was some church of some description. We saw a real nun looking like, what are they doing? They filmed them coming down the stairs of this place, and that was either the same week or the week before that I took little mini Vader. This was the deal. And, folks, believe me, I was trying to be a good boy and go along, right? Vince thought it would be hilarious if I met Mini Vader at the bus station. What do they call the bus station there? The Port Authority or the Grand Central Station, whatever the fuck it is. And the Mini Vader comes off the bus from Mexico in his Mini Vader outfit, and I take him to the bathroom, but he's too short and he can't reach the urinal, so I'm having to try to pay and going, jump, jump. But the urinals were only this far off the ground when we go in there to begin with, and also we don't have permits to film this shit. He wanted to guerrilla film it. So there we're in a limousine, me and Vince and Bruce Pritchard and the fucking Mexican midget, and I can't remember who else with a small camera crew just running in there. And the urinals are this low from the ground anyway, so he didn't even have to jump. Even the midget could piss in the urinal. Apparently they've thought of these things at the bus station. They weren't as cruel to vertically challenge people as Vince thought they were. So it was just...
In New York City, you probably didn't get any strange looks for a Mexican midget in a fetish mask.
Yeah, once again, no, not that many people were really making a big deal out of it, which I also found off-putting and wanted to get the fuck out of there. No, she was not really topless. She had Band-Aids over the goods on the front, Marlena, when she did but that was another, we're going to shock them. Well, her back was to the camera and she flashes whoever the fuck, and that was when the midget pushed me down and they pantsed me and I ran down the street naked. I think that was the same night from the other nightclub, not even the big nightclub, but the shitty one that they went to. Todd was very talented. Todd was a morning DJ on one of the stations in New York, and Todd did at the Slammies in whatever, 96, did the greatest opening song number where he wrote a song mentioning all the various WWF talent. It was like 4.5 minutes long. He performed it, he danced, he did the whole big show tune thing. He was great. Didn't know shit from apple butter about professional wrestling is a problem. And also, this was either a Kevin Dunn thing because he was a real on-air personality, or there was this woman named Lisa Wolf that was apparent. I'm trying to remember what her title was. She was the hiring girl. Has anybody remember Lisa Wolf? Boy, if J.J. Dillon was here, he'd know all these titles.
Human relations?
Human resources. No, that she was actually over human resources. At some point when Vince had gotten in trouble, they'd hired a woman to do the outside, or to do the hiring and the deals and everything from the outside. And this woman, she gave away money to people. She had no idea. Todd Pettingill was making like $250,000 a year to like phone in voiceovers and come up once a week and do stand-ups or some shit. So everybody knew Todd was making a lot of money, but they tolerated it. But it wasn't like there was a lot of, he wasn't even around that much.
Okay. You do the guest commentary on the minis match. Pardon me. Is this your first time calling a lucha match? How about a minis match?
And you'll find a recurring theme in this video, folks, is much like an Auschwitz survivor or a person who's been through a traumatic rape. I have put a lot of this stuff out of my memory because I was living in Connecticut and being stripped on Shotgun Saturday Night by Mexican midgets. So forgive me for blocking. I didn't remember I did the commentary, but now I do, and yes, it was.
Well, you mentioned getting your pants stripped off by the Mexican minis. Was this
all I remember? I have the
Russo?
picture actually. No, this was this.
Patterson?
No, this Vince McMahon. He wasn't picking on me. This was the kind of shit he wanted on Shotgun Saturday Night. The girls dancing in cages and the midget piss jokes, and I just hated it.
Which do you think USA would have objected to more, you without pants or Marlena topless?
Probably me without pants, but I went and bought, because I mean, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. I got the big boxers, big white floppy boxers, and I couldn't find any with hearts on them, so I actually took a red Sharpie and did the hearts, because I put pride in my work. If I'm going to be a buffoon, I'm going to be the best buffoon. But it was just...
Shotgun Saturday Night is about to debut in syndication. A young Rocky Maivia is making his WWE debut. A fake Diesel and a fake Razor Ramon are still running around. Shawn Michaels getting ready to challenge the WWE champ Psycho Sid for the title. But in WCW, Nitro is on a 6-month ratings winning streak over Raw, and our guest today is... one of the men responsible for that largely, no pun intended, founding member of the NWO, one half of the tag champs, Kevin Nash, agreeing to go back in the time machine again.
Yes.
Remember
Mr.
97?
Peabody. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
No, I always, because some of the 80s guys say the 80s were a blur. Were the late 90s a blur?
No. I hate to bury a friend, but there was a spot for Sean Waltman to come in on a run-in, and he was, in Sean's defense, he was blind, so the run-in was miscued, and there was also Ming and Barbarian were also, it was a 6-man tag match, so it turned into a cluster, and Sags did something. Sags threw the chair into the ring, and if I'm not mistaken, it was like a Brunswick bowling chair. It wasn't a folding.
Plastic.
Yeah, it wasn't a folding chair. So when Scott, and the way they used to light back then wasn't, some kind of a trust situation. It was basically the ring was lit, and then outside of that, it was basically dark space. So to take an object and throw it from that light down to somebody, it was like once it came through that light, and the chair hit Jerry like if this was the seat of the chair, it hit him like almost like that. So he slid back in, and I was in the corner, and things are getting elevated in physicality, and Ming's starting to lay it in, and I'm thinking like, and I'm starting to like fight, like start to get pissed, and I said to him, hey, easy, like what are we doing here?
To Ming.
Yeah, to Ming, and And now it's one of those situations of we have to, so I'm trying to get loose from Ming and Barb in the corner, and then our knobs peeled Barb off, and I'm just turning to the referee and going, fucking DQ it. It's turned into, it's like, would be a DQ, fucking DQ the match. So in the meantime, Sags comes under the bottom rope, and I see him and Scott exchanging blows in the middle of the ring. And finally, I went outside, folded the announce table, came in and opened it up and picked the announce table up over my head, and they all bailed on it. And I turn around, and Scott is just pouring blood out of his nose and his mouth. And I was livid. And I went in the locker room, I grabbed a bat, and I think it was Knobs or Sags was sitting there, and I swung the bat like right above their head, like that far above their head. And I was gonna I was gonna kill him. And, because it's my boy. And Scott said, no, man. He said, he thinks he's right. You know, he said, that's one thing about Scott, you know, he just like, he thinks he's right. So Scott went home, he had to get dental work done because he busted some teeth and shit. And so then I kept the bat. And then the next night we were in maybe Alexandria or someplace else. And I remember that Duggan walked the Nasty Boys in the back, and I was sitting on a car with a baseball bat. And Duggan looked at me and said, I'm not a part of this. I said, fine, you're not a part of it. And I just looked at the other two motherfuckers. I just looked at them. And then Knobs, who wasn't involved in the situation, came up to me later and said, hey, wait, we've been friends for a long time. You know, this is between those guys. I said, no, it ain't, man. No, it ain't. This ain't. So then we went to New Orleans for Nitro. And Eric was going to fire the Nasty Boys on the spot.
Really?
And it was basically Scott's call, and Scott said no. So the long story, the longer story of this is, you're going to ask me another question, so, and I know where this is going, so I'll let you answer it. Ask the question.
No, go ahead. Yeah, say what you...
Well, I'm just saying that there was an incident that happened earlier where Scott had thrown a chair at him in another televised event and hit Jerry in the head. And Jerry, we were like, it was the next TV, Jerry looked right at JJ and said, I can't work, man, my neck's bad. And fucking JJ said to him, just fucking go out there and work. Like basically force him to work. And I witnessed that. I witnessed that. And when all this shit went down and they sued and everything else, I said, you stupid motherfucker. I said, you put us in a lawsuit. I said, if you just would have went after the company, the guys that were involved in the incident, one of them would have said, oh, by the way, he should have never been at either of those two had he been pulled at that point with the neck injury.
Because you can recount what you heard
yes.
say to him, yeah.
And I would have deposed me. I mean, it's like, never fuck the boys. You don't sue the boys, you don't fuck the boys. It's the boys versus the promoter. That's the way it's always been. They broke the golden rule. I think fucking SAG's got it didn't work for fucking 3 years and got a $12 settlement. You know? So, nicely fucking played.
Sanity suddenly reared its ugly head. I remember, I don't know when they debuted, it was sometime in as a matter of fact, I could probably find out, 1996, I'll just flip around. If I could find Tulsa, because we were at Vince McMahon's house, and we were writing television, and that was a Thursday, and I left the next day on Friday to go to Tulsa and Oak City for the house shows, because I believe I was still managing Vader. I can't find it, nevertheless. The point is, I get to Tulsa, and some of the guys say, Nash-Hall are coming back? I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, I think this was right when the website first went up. You might know this, 97-ish or late 96-ish, or some way or another they'd announced this news on Livewire or some shit that Diesel and Razor are coming back. I said, I was just at the owner of the company's house yesterday. I'm on the creative team. We were writing television. No, I know nothing of this. And suddenly he's announced to the world. And so all weekend we're like, what the fuck? And I called, I don't even know if Bruce was there. Bruce knew. I talked to Bruce on Sunday and he said, oh yeah, we're going to do this. And when I heard the idea, he'd gotten up that morning and said, I own the rights to Diesel and Razor Ramon, so we're just going to have them. And he got Rick Bogner to be Razor Ramon, and he got
Doug Furness?
No, Kane, Glenn Jacobs.
Glenn Jacobs.
To be Diesel. But no, here's the story. Even though this is in 1997, you don't mind, do you?
No.
I said, okay, how are we going to do this? He basically wanted me to teach them how to be Razor Ramon and Diesel. I had to go into the TV studio and have Dave Benoit or one of the guys there make me tape. I said, give me 5 or 6 Razor Ramon and 5 or 6 Diesel matches so that, you know, I can make notes and tell these guys. I watched them at home, wrote down the moves. Nash, that's where I got the line 6 moves. I wrote down every move that Kevin Nash did, every idiosyncrasy he did in the ring, and I got to 6, and that was with the hair flip. The back elbow, the side knees in the deal, the fucking flipper punch, the fucking hair, it's side slam, and there's something else. It's been 15 years, so power bomb, yes. There you go. You find another one, motherfucker. Up till 1996, you go to one of his matches and find him doing something else. So anyway, and that's not a knock or a criticism, but it's a statement. He was it was right there. You could list it. And Razor Ramon was a little more difficult. So, and we went to the studio, to the ring they had set up before developmental in the warehouse, and they practiced, in Glenn's case, those 6 moves, and in Bogner's case, whatever the fuck. And why? I don't understand. I don't know why anybody thought it was a good idea. Well, nobody thought it was a good idea, probably. It's just that nobody could talk Vince out of it, so it was going to happen.
Shane Douglas is a hell of a talker, and Candido's a hell of a worker, and Brian Lee's a good guy, and those 3 together, they're pretty awesome. But I wasn't involved with them too much, you know.
You were doing your thing.
I was doing my thing, yeah. But I did it like what they did. Yeah, I thought he was great. His accent, his experience, and, you know, he was Tommy Rich, you know. So I thought he was great, a good fit, a misfit.
To join the rest of the misfits. Was there a long-term plan for him, or was this always scheduled to be a very short term?
No, I originally thought it was a long-term plan, you know. But when he fell into the Don thing, you know, when he was Tommy the Don, whatever, I think that took off with the FBI. But originally, I thought it was supposed to be long term. You know, I pictured him there for a while. You know.
What's your craziest Tommy Rich story?
I can't say. I can't say it without getting somebody in trouble. But
can you change the names to protect the innocent?
Well, I just bought my motorhome, and I was pulling into the Holiday Inn in Philadelphia, and I didn't know Tommy Rich was supposed to be there, and now I heard, Sabu, 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 and I'm driving my motorhome, and I slam on the brakes, and go, who the hell is that? I go, it's Tommy Rich. I never met him before, but he knew my uncle for years, and my uncle knew him, and so he made it feel like I knew him for years too. So it was cool. He's a great guy.
That wasn't the story that would get anyone in trouble, is it?
No.
Can you change the names and get it to me?
He goes, Sabu, Sabu. I slam on my brakes. He goes, what? He goes, where's the cocaine? I go, what do you mean? He goes, that's my birthday. I want some cocaine. I said, I can't help you there, but maybe later I can help you. And he goes, he just turned 40. And I go, man, he's old. But now I'm 47, so now it don't seem that old. But when he goes, he was 40, he sounded like an old man.
Right.
But he wasn't. But he seemed like, he talked like one. And plus, he obviously had great stories about my uncle. He fitted perfectly. He was, like I said, a misfit. Most of us were misfits. We were misunderstood, or we weren't understood. You know, where Paulie, it didn't matter if he understood, if anybody understood, as long as the fans accepted us. You know, so he fitted in perfectly.
Did you get along with him personally?
Oh yeah, he was a good friend of mine. Yep.
Why'd they bring him in as a baby face, you think?
Why? I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know. Because Paulie, I don't know. Him and Paulie went way back. So, because like in ECW, the anti-hero was the hero. You know, like the anti-heel, anti-babyface was the babyface. You know, so he was just perfect for that. You know, because he was always grumpy and so he fitted in perfectly. You know, he wasn't acting; he was being himself. He broke his neck. Right. He didn't know it for like a couple of weeks because he was taking pain pills, so he didn't really feel the pain that much. And when he ran out of pain pills, he says his neck is killing him. And he went to the hospital. They put him in a halo. He said his neck was broke.
Right.
He didn't know it for like 2-3 weeks. He's a tough guy.
Did he change at all following the injury? Did he become too cautious in the ring?
Yeah, I guess so. But you can't blame him. You know, he had a halo bolted in his head for a couple months, and that alone there would make you not want to wrestle, you know. And he actually did wrestle a few times with it. I remember Shane shook him around in that thing, which scared me because I had a broken neck, and I wouldn't want someone doing that to me, not on purpose.
What had happened was that Bischoff and DDP were friends. Mm-hmm. And Dallas was getting over. Yet, because of his friendship with Eric, Eric was basically holding Dallas down. And we needed, you know, we had Sting, you know, in the rafters type situation. But we didn't have anybody at the ground level that could rally the troops. Our envisionment was always for this. Was for the NWO to take over WCW, for it to be WCW, no longer WCW, but be NWO Nitro, and have it be our show, and then have the slow progression of talent and just do the exact same angle. Mm-hmm. But the thing was, that brand was so strong, and still is strong. It was WCW was never. It's like TNA. It's like ugh. It was never that, you know. It was never the brand, and the brand was NWO. But then, you know, they did so many things to fuck that up because you're either cool or you're not cool, and we had certain people that were in the hierarchy that just weren't fucking cool.
But Page.
Page was
pretty cool, by the way.
Yeah.
So you guys.
Nobody had touched Scott and I up until that point.
Right.
Nobody had gotten. So we said to Sullivan, we want to do this for Page, because Page was our boy, and Page deserved it. On top of that, you know, not because he was just our friend, but Dallas deserved. You know, he had worked hard and deserved the spot. And they were supposed to do it for like 3 weeks. And finally they were going to do it, and they cut the segment really short. And, you know, Dallas fucking, you know, wanted this, you know, 11-minute moment. And I said, fuck, dude, a 6-minute, you know, a good blowjob for 6 minutes, you know, better than fucking no blowjob at all. Take the blowjob. So we did it, and it worked, and Dallas had a hell of a run, but he deserved it. You know, it wasn't like we all we did was use some political clout to push somebody that should have been pushed in the first place.
Did the locker room have any reaction? Because you said Eric was kind of holding them back, and so as not to show deference to him that he, you know, I'm not doing things just for his friend,
right?
Which isn't fair to DDP.
No,
But was the rest of the locker room kind of on board with what you guys were doing? Or does it not even resonate at all with you?
It doesn't resonate. We don't. I mean, we're so fucking hated. You know.
There we go, San Antonio Alamo Dome, of which, by the way, I was supposed to be in the main event. Originally, Shawn was going to work with Vader, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, and that would be the blow-off. And I would go down with Vince had already had the idea I'd go down with a big fucking cowboy hat on and do some kind of press conference. I'm like, okay, I got to fly to San Antonio to wear a cowboy hat for a press conference.
How'd we do on that number, 60,525? What am I looking at? This is a test of you here.
47,514 paid, 12,511 comps for a total of 60,525 people.
Lest anyone question what you see on a kayfabe commentary's release.
$480,013 for the gate. Tickets were 175, 18, 14, and 10.
Right.
Boy, have pay-per-view prices changed.
What do you have to pay the house? Is that there?
$125,000 flat rent for the venue. Here's the deal. The reason why tickets were so cheap, it was Shawn Michaels' hometown. He was originally going to have dropped the WWF title to Vader and then win it back in his hometown. But then when Shawn got so fucking pussy and pissy about working with Leon, because Leon jerked him around and beat him up, which is basically what he did to everybody, because that was Vader, they had the SummerSlam match and things drew to a close shortly thereafterwards. But the idea was to sell out Shawn Michaels' hometown, 70,000, and they got to 60,000 with 12,511 comps. So basically what that proved was that we did a massive house in San Antonio, Texas, but we had a stadium that needed a show rather than a show that needed a stadium.
That's an impressive number, though, no doubt.
Oh, no doubt, but, you know, once again, he was trying to make a point, because this was still January 97 and things hadn't heated up yet, really. So he was trying to make a point of drawing a big crowd like the WWF used to, and I questioned San Antonio because it was not a place where a lot of people wanted to travel to. So he was hinging it on Shawn Michaels' hometown and the cheap tickets to get the average folk in, rather than it being a fly-in now like a WrestleMania or something is from all around the world. Vince always thought, to his credit, he wanted to make another star. He didn't want to replace the top guys he had. He wanted to make another one. So it wasn't that anybody thought that Austin was going to get over that. I mean, we knew he was going to get over strong when we saw the Austin 316 signs. Mm-hmm. And then the push was started, and et cetera, and we knew he could work, we knew he could talk. And of course, you know, Russo likes to say he created The Rock or he created Steve Austin. Let me just get this out of the way now. Sitting with Russo in the room. No, seriously. Just so we understand it. It was like watching an idiot savant just rattle off shit. He would come up with ideas, and Vince McMahon, to his credit, had the ability to suffer through this and take the 2 out of 100 that he saw in some way as being able to revolutionize the business and just not hear the other 98. All I could hear, it was like the fucking kid that can read thoughts in the movies, in the science fiction movie, right when they're in the crowded room and I'm hearing all these stupid fucking ideas and I can't filter them. It just made me want to do this. And also, Vince at this point was just starting to see he was almost there. Russo wasn't even around yet. This was January. He was around doing the magazine, but it really, when the Raw stunk in March or April, I'm sure we'll get to it. That's when Russo's influence, and of course we knew it was going to stink anyway, but we'll get to that. But Vince was able also to not worry about exposing the business or making the business look bad. He just wanted to beat the other guys. So he didn't care about doing some of this shit. So just so we get to that now, when you hear these ideas, yes, Vince saw some of them. But at the same time, he let the guys be themselves once they were getting there. So Austin was Austin, Bret was Bret, Michaels got to do... the top guys had more leeway than any company I've ever worked for, as far as what they could do or could not do that creative would come up for them, or come up with for them.
Shawn as champion.
Great in the ring and horrible for business. Not only, I won't say he didn't draw, but he was horrible for business as far as doing business. Because how many times did he drop the thing once he won it? Did he lose his smile? Was he fucking upset about something? Was he cranky that week? Was his asshole bleeding? Was her asshole bleeding that week? With Jose, that was Bruce Pritchard, as I recall, came up with that. It was supposed to be the Rocky Burgess Meredith thing.
Yeah.
And actually that tied into the original idea with Vader, that Vader would, Vader bomb fucking poor Jose, and Shawn would cry over his mentor, and it'd be that touching moment. Jose did train Shawn. Jose broke Shawn into business. Shawn did not want him in the ring with him. And I don't know why. He never actually came out and said it. You could just tell it because he would turn away from him. He didn't put him over. There was never that father-son relationship. There was never that genuine feeling. He ignored him half the time and yelled at him a few times.
Didn't want to share the spotlight.
Well, like the 65-year-old manager and the fucking 35-year-old fat manager on the other side are going to steal the spotlight from him. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? But anyway, it never worked. So, I felt bad for Jose, but it didn't.
We had so much talent when guys got hurt. Like when I remember when I was, as they use the term booking, but writing down shit on a piece of paper for a period there. We had like this upper tier of talent. It was like 12 guys. I mean, you had Hogan, Scott, me, Dallas, Sting, Booker, Lex, Randy. Mm-hmm. I mean, Bret, Goldberg. You had fucking. There was a shitload of talent there. So when one of those 12 guys went down for any period of time, he was missed, but we kind of used those guys, like those 12 guys, in maybe 3 segments. And everything else was, I always get shit about the vanilla midget thing, because, and I'm glad that I was able to pull that chain and get everybody to fucking sell the fuck out of it, But the bottom line is, that was the engine that made the program, because we could go out and put Ultimo Dragon versus Dean Malenko for 3 segments. They didn't even have to call the fucking match. They could just follow storyline that was going to go. Like they did what they should do on Raw. Put some guys out there that can give you a hell of a deal, and instead of going out for 25 minutes and putting this convoluted thing together of what we're going to see tonight, just say this is going to happen tonight, and in the background, look at this fucking incredible wrestling.
Right.
Instead of this stagnant fucking, shot of 4 people with microphones every week, and it's just like, then I just go zip right by, because guess what? We're going to go to a 2:45 commercial, and it's like one of those fucking homicide shows. Then I'm going to get a recap.
Right.
So it's just like, come on. Those guys were fucking so instrumental in making that engine work.
Randy specifically, though, is he a good political player?
Yes. But also, one thing he taught me early, and I'll try to do my best, he just looked at me and said, Nash, never take yourself out of the game. So he believed that. He believed, don't take yourself out of the game. You got to know when to hold, and to get money. And he knew that the money, and that's one thing that I think that Scott and I always did was, somebody asked us what we made, we told them exactly what we made. Because we had favorite nations. So please.
So they would ask for more, which would raise your margin. Who helped you with that? Bret? Was Bret probably the biggest one?
Oh, yeah.
When he came over?
Oh, fuck yes. That's when people say bad shit about Bret. I'm like, go fuck yourselves. I love Bret Hart. Besides the fact I do. I think I had great matches with him. I don't understand how people have a problem with Bret Hart.
I think the problem. Well, I don't know. I'm not a spokesman for the world, but yet. But I think the problem they have with Bret is Bret's in unwillingness to play ball sometimes.
But people never take in the fact that his socialization process was his dad was Stu. I mean, it's, you know what I mean? Okay. They don't take in you. How many guys in the business had an actual dungeon at their fucking house that people screamed out of? I think that
right.
You got to give the guy a little fucking leeway.
Okay.
You know?
We will. Was he a vanilla midget?
I mean, he was. Put it this way. They put a T-shirt out, and the T-shirt was Dean Malenko, The Eyes Have It, and it was this shirt that just had this picture of the eyes, and the eyes on the fucking shirt were green, and he had brown eyes. So that was his. I mean, it's just like. Now, do I like Dean Malenko? Fuck yeah. Dean Malenko has such great dry humor, but they didn't put a mic in front of him. They just let him wrestle. Mm-hmm. But what he could do, he did. He chain wrestled. Like, I really enjoy like that chain wrestling that the Brits do in that era, like mm-hmm. like a Regal and Fenley, Taylor, like those guys. I because it was something I couldn't do. I wasn't taught to do it. But I like that. But Dean did it with like a pizzazz. Like, it was interesting, and especially with, like, that whole group of guys. Like, I watch guys do that style now, and it looks like Cirque du Soleil tumbling. Right. I'm pushing you through.
It's not a contest.
It wasn't.
It's a show. Yeah.
No, it wasn't. You know, where the guy broke a body part down and lodged his head. It didn't mm-hmm. look like it was like a Greco. You know, those guys made the work look like a shoot. And then still and told a story.
But what did you think of the as amusing as the catch as catch can style might be? What did you think of the cruiserweight division, the cruiserweight title? Did it diminish product?
No, I thought it was really good television. Remember the first time I met Chris was we went to Dalton. We started the same TV. Me, Scott, and Chris Jericho started at the same TV. And it was Dalton, Georgia. And Chris showed up with a blue blazer, nice jeans. And they told us show-up time was like noon. And the three of us got to the building at like 11:45. Scott and I had been, just left, the Titan Tower, noon's noon. Mm-hmm. Not 12:01, noon's noon. So we're sitting there, and like Barry Windham shows up at like 2:12, and he's like the agent guy, and we're just kind of like, okay. So Chris had long hair, he's a good-looking kid, athletic, and but he also had a good sense of humor, and he got it, like with Ralphus and all that kind of mm-hmm. stuff. Like, he got it. He got it that you could do that style, but then he could. I mean, he laid back in the crowd, and the people touched him, which gave him kind of that second coming kind of thing, and he was smart. Mm-hmm. He knew how to get over, and that's anybody that's something that's he was involved at the last pay-per-view, and he stays over.
Work.
Was Vince affected by the death? I mean, we know the relationship with the
by that point, I don't even know. I don't know if he heard it. I don't recall. I heard about it. I'd never met Jerry Graham. Obviously, legendary figure. I don't know if he heard, but he used to tell the stories of being especially struck by Dr. Jerry Graham, who literally would drive down, New York in the late 50s with the red Cadillac and the pink suit and light the cigar with the $100 bill, and that was just, and the hot rod that Jerry Graham got him into one time somehow. Basically, those were the cool guys when Vince was growing up.
What went wrong here? Let's recap.
Well,
this.
let's just make it a shorter question. What went right? Okay. You've got equate the NWO is the James Bond of fucking wrestling identities. So of course, most of the James Bond movies I have watched, they don't start in Hong Kong or Berlin. They usually start someplace like fucking Cedar Rapids. just a place where you say to yourself, you know what, honey, I want a good fucking steak, a good bottle of wine, and a nice cigar. Let's take the private plane to Cedar Rapids. So then you take that and you fly us in the night before and have us drive the streets in fucking garbage trucks at about minus 20. Then you have a Miss NWO contest that is, you should have went out and got, it should have been the maximum top 25 girls.
I was going to ask you about it.
It should have been 3 or 4, it should have been like the Mr. Olympia, prejudging from the 25 to 12 to 6 to 3. I mean, that should have been the ongoing, and then had background stories where if guys were going to do jobs, it was because they were coming out of the back locker rooms with their hairs messed up because they were hooking up.
That's great. That's a good.
Yeah, I mean,
why? It's just such an obvious thing to go against the identity and the brand, like you said before, that NWO had built. Why did it happen?
Because Eric Bischoff likes motorcycles. That's his vision.
But he was kind of the engineer, too, of the NWO's identity, right?
Until 2 guys walked out there with swagger. I mean, he had the concept. We created the image. We were the 2 guys that the people were like. We were cool.
Did you say, this is a mistake, Eric? This is not what the NWO would do? We would have
because you can't,
all the strip clubs emptied out in Cedar Rapids by the end of the night.
No, number one, though, you would. It's like you would. Why would that not be in Vegas? If you're going to shoot it back, I always said, and Eric got it towards the end because Eric, when they were going to, whoever was going to buy the company, that group was going to buy WCW, and we were going to move WCW to Vegas. They were going to put the WCW logo on the Sphere, and they were going to build like Orleans or one of those. We're going to make a bigger arena so we can actually do, and we would be based out of Vegas, which is, you can have New York. That's a great place, And so the WWE would have New York, and we would be Vegas. We'd be the alternative. We'd be in probably the second hippest place. Because LA's too, LA goes to bed at night. LA's not chill.
So are you aware when this is happening that it's off that we're off
base? Well, the fact that we lost every match. On top of that, it was just you couldn't have booked, done it. But at the same time, I'm sure, and I don't remember what our thought patterns were, but I'm sure Scott and I said, let's just shut up. We'll use this against them later. Like, this is what your guys' vision was. This is when you guys were in charge. This is what I guess you guys don't remember when fucking King Curtis fucking right before we came was saying, Sullivan, my son, my son, my son, and the giant fell off the top of Cobo Hall. I guess we've all had amnesia after the 60 fucking week run we've had here.
I guess this is a rhetorical question. Why have the NWO drop it on this pay-per-view? When it's pitched to you, do you say, why tonight?
No, because I already have looked on. I've looked at the sheet, and it's such a debacle from A to Z. It's just like I'm hoping there's a master plan. You know, I'm hoping like.
Do you have that much faith in Eric that there would have been?
No, but nobody could have just shit the bed to that degree without some kind of a thought out of it. Unless they just fucking decided they like the smell of shit, we're going to just lay in the sheets for another couple of months.
Well, let's take the Steiners. Were you okay at least with having it be them as opposed to anybody else you like?
Fuck, the Steiners could have beat anybody in the world at that point at any time. They would have just suplexed you on your head till you fucking gave up. I mean, you know, Robbie and Scotty are two of the toughest son of a bitches on the planet. I was just blessed that we're all from Detroit, and before I broke into business, we all pushed iron in the same gym. So they were my friends and buddies way before I got into business. Good ref, good guy.
What'd you think of the angle with the family and everything? Too much?
I actually liked it because I watched Eric spend time with the kid. I remember that I know there was he had a young son, and I remember that Eric really went over the fact that this was like, you know, this is your moment for the camera. Act like we're not fucking with your dad. They didn't just throw him out there and try to get like real reaction. So, man, I knew that there was, you know, it wasn't done from a malicious standpoint to the family. I think that what it was we became so cool that they were trying to get some legitimate heat back on us.
What was your take on the whole Kevin, Nancy, Jacqueline thing? Sullivan.
Weird. Kind of weird. Had a weird vibe to it. Anytime you try to blur the lines and it doesn't feel like you're blurring them.
That those are the lines?
Yeah. It's like a line in the sand during a sandstorm. It's right there. It's right there.
Was it public knowledge among all the boys?
No, I didn't. Not till somebody saw Benoit kissing Nancy like in a closet at a building. Was it known that like shit was on?
We were talking about pay-per-view for like 2 years. And then finally, when it started to come to a head to where it got closer, everybody was excited. I was excited for 2 years before it happened because he would always talk about it with me, Paulie, that is, about, you know, the next step is the pay-per-view. It's going to be a big deal. We'll be bigger than WCW and WWF and all that. So when it finally came about, everybody was super excited.
Paulie and basically the whole ECW.
We would have all did it for free. At that point, money didn't matter.
Well, I believe that, yeah. Your fan base was very much a homegrown thing, so he wanted to do it in the ring, I guess, in front of the fans. How did you guys view your fans? Were they special to you guys too?
Yeah, well, because, like I said, we were misunderstood everywhere else, but those fans seemed to have got us. You know, they understood us, or if they didn't understand us, they accepted us for what we were. You know, but there wasn't too much acting when it came to the gimmicks in the ring with ECW. Like Shane Douglas was pretty much being himself. When Taz started talking, he became himself. He was no longer Fred Flintstone. You know.
All right.
Oh, he's a great worker. I actually seen him work in Japan before that, in FMW, and he was one of the best workers I ever wrestled.
Personality-wise, did he fit in also in the locker
No,
room?
not really, because he is kind of nerdy. You know, everybody else was kind of, you know, crazy in their own way, and he was pretty cautious, you know, in the dressing room. You know, he didn't over party, he didn't over nothing. You know, he was pretty calm.
And right, so he wasn't a part of the after-hours scene.
No, no. They're brothers from a different mother, but you know, that was kind of an inside joke. But it ended up being they were, you know, brothers, sort of. You know, we were all brothers actually, but those two were, you know, pretty close.
Around this time, Joel Gertner is added to the mix here. Talk about him for a sec.
I didn't hang out with him too much, but he was an oddball. Like I don't know, he fit in perfectly actually. You know, he was such an oddball. He fit in perfectly. You know.
Was he the quintessential stud muffin in real life?
I don't think so. Maybe in his mind.
Was he the subject of a lot of ribs for you guys?
Yeah.
Any come to mind?
Well, one time they were supposed to be they were supposed to douse him with a trash can full of liquid or something like that, and everybody pissed in it and peed in it, or pissed in it and and spit in it, and dumped their tobacco spit in it, and beer, and whiskey and all kinds of gross stuff, and then they dumped it on him. So that was pretty funny, and he didn't know it was coming. He just thought it was just going to be water or something, or confetti, but it was all kinds of gross stuff.
Funny for everyone but him.
Yeah, because everybody knew about it but him.
What's the reaction internally in WCW?
I mean, I knew it was a matter of time, you know, that they would. I knew that, you know, people don't realize that, you know, when that decision was made, that's a decision that Vince McMahon made out of his pocket. It's not like, you know, Eric's using Ted's money. You know, Vince is taking the production quality at that time was, I don't know what it was, $230 an hour, whatever it was, and basically, not doubling it because he's not moving the trucks and everything, but still to edit and to do everything that they've got to do. And the thing was, there was never a time that we outproduced their show, that our show had a better production quality than the WWE show did. So, you know, it showed me that, you know, the general and Vince had to make that kind of decision of, you know, do I put more troops in? Like, is that what we do? You know, do I? You know, he calculated and said, you know, I'm going to do this. I'm not going to fold.
You've very comfortably turned the ratings corner, and you've been ahead for over 6 months. Do you think that the war will be on again, or do you feel that you're pretty comfortably ahead?
I remember we were flying home one night, and Bischoff was sitting. It was Bischoff. We're in a Lear 35, and it was Hulk. Hulk was here. I was here. That's the front of the plane, and then the two seats here. Bischoff was in front of Hogan, and Scott was in front of me. And Bischoff looked across and he said, I'm gonna put him out of business. And before I was gonna say before I even said, Hulk said, he said, brother, you'll never put that man out of business. I said, you don't know him. You don't know him. I said, you won't put him out of business. I said, that's like. I said, yeah. What's he doing? He's getting killed. No, he's getting mad. That was my Paulie there. He's getting mad.
A bunch of people were pissed, including all the agents, the Jerry Briscoes, the Jim Rosses, the people in the Bruce's, Vince himself, some way or another, because at the same time that Shawn was pissed off about something, he conveniently got this knee injury and couldn't drop this fucking belt, which you see was a 2-hour Live USA special. The Thursday Raw, because Raw was off on Monday for whatever fucking reason.
Now, the losing the smile, that's become such a funny catchphrase when we talk about that. Was that Michaels, or was he given that?
At that point, most of the shit that you heard Shawn Michaels say was either the stuff he was supposed to talk about using his own words, or just sometimes just shit that he just wanted to say. And half the time when Raw was on tape, the interview might go 12, 13, 14 minutes, and 6 of it would air because they just let him get it out of his system because it wasn't going to fucking show. But it just, the whole Degeneration X thing sort of came out of that because he was jacking off. He was jacking off with everybody's fucking livelihood and the company, and he didn't give a shit. And so they just made a group of jack-offs based on a guy who was already jacking off. And that's why I never was a fan.
Rocky just debuted in the company 3 months
Was that on
prior.
this Thursday Raw?
I have that on this Thursday Raw.
Look at there. Look what was written down, and I haven't changed it, which means it may have been late.
Rocky
Austin. Boy, that was a...
Who'd you have Hunter with?
Bob Holly.
Was this too soon for him, for Rocky?
Yeah, people they saw through it because he'd only debuted at Survivor Series, which was in November.
Yeah.
Oh, no, at the Garden, I believe, wasn't it? Because I think I was at ringside during Rocky's match. Boy, these bifocals, they're trifocals. I try to see anything.
MSG.
Yes, Survivor Series 96, by the way, did $529,522 at the gate with tickets of $235, $30, $25, $20, and $15. But anyway, yeah, there, Yoko, the mystery partner. That was, I believe that was Rocky. Anyway, no, there was Rocky down there. Oh, God damn it.
But too soon for Rocky.
The point is, too soon for Rocky. We saw his dark match in Corpus Christi, and immediately you knew he looked great, he moved well, he had instincts that guys who had his level of training shouldn't have, as far as how to move around in the ring. He'd worked out some with his dad. Tom Pritchard was working out with him in the warehouse in Stamford, and I went over there one day and watched it. I said, how much training have you had? He said, I've worked out some with my dad. I would have thought that he'd been through wrestling school for a year. So anyway, we knew, and I told Vincent to start, I said, whatever you do with Rocky Maivia, which was going to be the name that paid tribute to his father, Rocky Johnson, and his grandfather, Peter Maivia. I said, whatever you do with Rocky Maivia, his look, his music, whatever, make it sound like that this is the WWF champion in 5 years. They gave him the hokey fucking... I don't know what all the ribbons, was that the Rock and Roll Express? Was it supposed to be vaguely Samoan, reminiscent of a Samoan that wears polyester? I don't know what that was, but I said, and kind of cheesy music, I said, make it cool because he's going to be your champion in 5 years, and he did it in 3. But Pat Patterson wanted to push him also, but Pat made him the smiling baby face, and Rocky, that's what he was doing first. He thought that would work at first because you go up and be a smiling baby face. But then he was smart enough to see when it wasn't working that it was actually working against him and figure out a way to turn it around. And because he was going to get every opportunity, because not only of who he was, but how good he was, then they said, okay, let's run with this. And Russo, I will admit, Russo had a hand in that as far as saying, well, let him be antisocial, because Russo, everybody's antisocial. So sooner or later he's going to hit one where it was, it was good for the guy to do that. But that's the thing, is die, Rocky, die, and Rocky took it and ran with it.
Right.
If you couldn't cut that promo like he does, if you didn't have the mind to come up with those phrases, it wouldn't have worked. But it worked because it was that guy doing it. It was right for him. It wasn't a gimmick that you could have put on the fucking chimp whose ass you shaved.
Why is Paulie deciding to use foreign talent at this time? Was a deal proposed or something, or just an opportune time, or is Paulie that open to trying anything?
He was that open to try anything. Plus, the fans wanted to see some more international stars, not just homegrown stars. They wanted to see some real foreigners.
Did Paulie specifically pick the 6 guys that came over?
No, he picked Great Sasuke, and then Great Sasuke picked the other guys. He left it up to him to pick out the best guys.
Was the locker room accepting of these guys coming in?
Oh yeah. We all knew Wrestling Great Sasuke's work. We all knew their work. So yeah, everybody was like PJ. I think he just incredible. He wrestled Great Sasuke, and he was real nervous about it. And I was telling him, he goes, "Man, he's so good. I don't know if I can keep up." I said, "The better they are, the easier they are to work with. The better the guys are, the easier they are to work with." And he worked with them and had a great match. But he was really, really very nervous before the match.
Did they socialize with you? Did they go out after the shows with you too?
They stuck with themselves. Like I went out with them a little bit because my wife's Japanese and they're Japanese, so we went out with them a couple of times for dinner. But mostly they just kind of stuck to themselves.
Were they clean livers?
Yeah. Clean livers?
No. Were they clean living guys?
Yeah. They're healthy.
Well, which means did they have clean livers?
Yeah, they had clean livers.
Who knew Chyna was going to be Chyna? So it was like, hey, Killer Kowalski trained this girl, she's a fucking moose. Look at her, and, let's put her out there and see what the fuck happens. I wasn't paying any more attention than, even before Russo, the creative meetings at Vince's house were trying enough. Me and Bruce Pritchard had to go every Wednesday, and of course you're fighting traffic that way. We lived up there. I lived out near Bruce because when I first got there, we'd get together at Bruce's house every day. And then, of course, he gets called to the office to replace J.J. Dillon, and I end up driving 35 miles each way to the office and 45 miles each way to Vince's house.
In rush hour traffic in Connecticut.
Both ways, yeah. So I'd leave at 7:30 in the morning. I'd get there at 9 o'clock, and we'd leave about 6 or 7 or maybe 8 sometimes if it was crunch time for something going on, and go back. So some of these things remain a blur. But Chyna later on, obviously, the idea at first was just a big bodybuilder girl that was a monster.
Mm-hmm. Was she going to stay in a bodyguard capacity because she was doing that?
As I recall, yeah. Then I wish that was been the best place for her. But she leapfrogged ahead of herself and got political allies and suddenly became not only was wrestling but was wrestling men and beating men, which that was definitely a Russo. Which I think there's an underlying Freudian. A big, jacked-up woman who beats up on men. I think somehow...
she was always in black leather, too, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. Actually, I would love to ascribe that fantasy to Russo, but folks, believe me, he ain't smart enough about anything kinky to be able to come up with that one on his own.
How'd the dentist go?
Unless it was in a fucking movie, by the way. You'll find that most of Vince Russo's ideas for wrestling make good movies. Most of the time, before he even has them for wrestling, they've already made good movies. But anyway, the dentist was painful.
Who lays out the match? It's considered one of the better matches, holds up as a pretty good multi-man match to this day. Is it Patterson laying out the matches with them?
Oh, yeah, definitely at that point, I think probably it would have been Pat. I don't have Pat Patterson agent,
Right,
sure, as credit on the thing. But also, you remember Bret Hart's in the match. Steve Austin is in a match, but at that point, he was obviously going to Undertaker's in a match. So Steve Austin and definitely Leon Vader are going to acquiesce to anything that Bret Hart and Undertaker want to do, because not to say they're going to just do their shit, because Bret Hart and Undertaker, between the two of them, are, would be the best guys in the building to lay that match out. So I'm sure once again a lot of it was the talent.
They were friends before they were in the business. Back in, I can't remember exactly what year it was. I think it was 1991. Before ECW, it was called TWA, Tri-State Wrestling. TWA? Yeah, Tri-State Wrestling Alliance, something like that. Joe Goodhart and Todd Gordon promoted it. And Sandman was there then, but he knew Todd before that. They were friends because they're both from Philadelphia.
So was this a shoot?
Yeah.
But they managed to get along.
Yeah.
Still?
Oh, you mean their conflict was a shoot?
Their conflict at the Q&A.
No, it wasn't a shoot. No, it was a work. I mean, half work, half shoot. They were both getting under each other's skin, but they knew what was coming up. My agreement with Paulie was I wasn't supposed to go on before intermission. So he squirmed it in there by having me go on in before intermission and then after intermission. So he goes, technically you're not wrestling before intermission. You're warming up for the match later. So he kind of wiggled me in there. He outsmarted me, sort of.
How unlike Paul. Shocking.
Typical.
Were you paid twice?
No. I was barely paid once.
What are your memories about working with RVD as a team?
Oh, they're great memories. It's hard for me to say he's my favorite wrestler because me and my uncle trained him, but he actually is my favorite wrestler, not just because we trained him, because he is that talented. He is that good, I think. But I don't like saying I think he's the best because I helped train him. So it sounds like I'm being biased. But even if I didn't help train him, I'd still say he's the best, one of the best.
Now in this match you work against Chris Candido. Talk about working with Chris through the years.
He was a master. He was the best babyface and the best heel. He could do everything, and he was good at everything he did. He was compared to Benoit, but I thought he was better than Benoit because Benoit he hurt. Candido was just good. Actually, he was a little too good. He was always a step ahead of me. I didn't like that too much.
It's one of your brothers, like, hey, did you hear that your brother's coming? It's one of my boys. It's like, to this day, like knowing, like later on today that I'm going to see Scott and Shawn, it's like, a little Christmas.
Yeah.
It's always, it never sucks.
Giving him the title, did there need to be any political maneuverings, or was this something that would have been the natural course of action?
I think we had them all, didn't we, at that point? The NWO again had, I think they at that point had all of them. We had the tags. I think Hulk had the World again, and he came in and grabbed that. Plus, you have to realize that when Hulk had the heavyweight title, that title never made a house show.
Right.
So that's why, for Scott and I, if we didn't have the tag belts, somebody from NWO had to have a belt that was on the line. And that way, if I remember in Fayetteville, Eddie Guerrero and Kid had an unbelievable match, and we came down at the end of the house show, and Eddie was going for the frog splash. I think Scott pushed him off, and we all hit them with our fetishes, and they got their NWO moment, and we wouldn't have been able to do it unless that cruiserweight belt was on the line. So it was still carrying what they were seeing on Monday nights and taking it to the houses, because Hulk worked a Boston house show. He worked an LA house show with when he was champion, but very few times did Hulk work any of the house shows.
What was your take on what the Horsemen were at this point, kind of with two factions in WCW? Well, you've got the WCW faction, you've got NWO, and you still got the Horsemen.
Nothing against anybody that was in it, but it's just, it was kind of like the NWO black and white, as opposed to the NWO black and red when they kind of made the divide. Somehow Scott decided to stay with the uncool guys.
So you don't see them as a threat because you don't see them in your class?
No, I mean, they were great workers. It's just that.
But what they meant to the company as a faction.
I think what you did was, it was almost, for some reason they always wanted to take a group of guys and make them regionally acceptable to the South. They always wanted to have that. They just they never got it when Scott said WCW. They never got that.
Wasn't that one of Eric's big things, though? He told us that one of his big goals was to get the identity, the kind of get the South wiped off of.
But you couldn't do it when you kept bringing in groups like that. I mean, you're taking me back to, all of a sudden I'm in Greensboro. I'm in Greensboro at the first Starrcade watching it on closed circuit. It's like, talking about time machine, fuck. Do you remember 1981? I do now. I'm reliving it in 97. We actually would do, we went out on the road and we did a handicap match of the Wolfpac, which was, at that point, that's what we were calling the three of us. And it was Waltman, myself, and Scott versus Luger and the Giant. And we would do a thing where we'd do where Luger, we'd get the Giant in trouble, like with three-man buzzsaw him, get him down, and he'd go to tag, and then we'd go through the ropes. You blast the guy off the apron? Mm-hmm. We'd blast the guy off the apron, so we'd blast Lex off the apron, and then the three of us just get heat on him. Not that to the point where now the Giant's draped over the thing, and he's just looking down there, where now it's he's come to enough where he's coming through the ropes to come down and make the save on the floor, mm-hmm. and then we go back out, and then now the Giant comes back in, and the Giant starts to make a little bit of a comeback. We'd cut him back down, Giant make a comeback. Then finally he'd give Lex that. Finally Lex would get back up, give him that hot tag. Then Lex would come in and they'd do the thing, and Lex would brack us. And mm-hmm. So we really put together a story that worked every night. And the Giant, would he'd roll his ass and do the big Andre. We got Paul to kind of just have some fun with mm-hmm. it, and we didn't call shit. Everything was called, and we didn't lay shit out, and just had fun with it. I remember one night in Seattle. It was the night I fucked my knee up. But we did a thing, and we had a spot in there where Paul would pick up X-Pac and throw him at me, and hit Lex and I went to turn and he just, I was probably from the distance from us, and when he picked him up and threw him, he just threw him like right down here, and it caught my knee and it tore my knee up. So I ended up getting hurt and had to be wheeled by Scott through the Seattle airport the next day. And the funny thing was it's embarrassing to be wheeled through an airport, but especially when the guy that's wheeling you is the only thing keeping him up is the handles on the wheelchair. But
It's like an Olympic event.
oh
And
God, love that guy.
What did you think of having Randy?
I was always a huge fan of Randy's.
But he would have worked as an NWO member, you felt?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Especially when we did the Wolfpac, it was because we had Lex. Like when he should have been in that group off the bat. Like because I think he's a way better babyface. Randy's a better babyface. But no, it just having like Savage to me is arguably a top 5 guy all time.
Well, how long did they stay that time? Let's see, because I remember a couple times they were in and out.
Well, they didn't catch on, so they were gone shortly thereafter.
See, here was the thing. I believe this was definitely before the point where they had come back and then Russo had made Hawk fall off the deal.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, this was before that. Yeah.
This was the run with Sonny, right? I bet you.
This is even
This
before
was even
Sonny.
before that?
Okay.
Well, then in that case, they came back because they were the Road Warriors, and you should give them a try, and talent was in short supply. And obviously everybody knows Hawk did have some troubles. And actually Animal had made some kind of insurance settlement on his back. He'd had back problems, legitimately, but he had made some kind of insurance settlement that he couldn't wrestle single matches, only tag matches, that Lloyd's of London deal. So they came back a time, and apparently even a couple of times, as I recall, to get opportunities, but it either didn't work out for one reason or another. I don't want to say which one was which here, but the one run with Sonny, they did get cooking pretty good, and Sonny gave them a new look, and everybody wanted to try because it was the Road Warriors, but it almost seemed like they were over so strong in their first run and for so long there that when they went away and came back, they were almost human. There were other people younger, bigger, doing their thing that they had originated. They were just a little older. They were so big when they first got started that there was almost no way to come back and follow it up. The nostalgia couldn't keep up with what people's memories were of the Road Warriors. I think obviously, Russo was in the office at that time working on the magazine and pitching 20 million ideas, and also Bruce Pritchard, of course, talked to Paul. Bruce talked to most people in the wrestling business at that point, and Bruce was an ECW fan. And once again, I'm not going to rehash shit. I wasn't a fan of the promotion because even though you had an Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit segment, you also had the fucking 3 tables and just the too much drama, etc. for me with the whole edginess aspect. Bill Alfonso bleeding buckets, smearing it all over Beulah or whatever that fucking match was. They just went too far, so I kind of stayed in the background. But they wanted to, once again, because WCW had new talent, or they had their old talent, they wanted to find new talent and wanted to give some of these guys a chance. And I believe Bruce put it together. But that was the thing where Paul was in on it from the start and was fostering the idea. And if you're going to do it, do it. while at the same time he was on television, which was fine because that was the angle knocking the WWE, he was also in his locker room to the boys knocking the WWE and saying, oh, we're fighting them, but he was getting a check from them.
Well, what's the
when I
nature
was in
of this-
Louisville with OVW, I would say, yes, I don't like the WWE because they did this to me this week, but in the interest of full disclosure, they're giving us fucking money. But Paul wouldn't do that. I don't know. Anyway.
What's the nature of a deal like that? Well, specifically this deal. Do you know? Is it a true partnership? They're just paying them per day to come in?
Oh, yeah. They paid the guys, obviously, per shots that they worked. And then also, I remember, and this was probably a little bit later on in the year, when they had brought a couple of guys in that Paul had been using, Vince, at his table by the pool one day said, well, put Heyman on the payroll for $1,000 a week. I feel bad because we've stolen some of his talent. But then Paul was still telling, hi, Paul. I'm not knocking you, just telling the truth. Paul was still telling his guys, no, they're the evil ones. We don't want anything to do with them. But he was taking their fucking check. You can say they're evil, but admit you're taking a check. Or don't do one or the other.
It's pretty well documented that Shane is an ECW fan. Does he propose this maybe to Vince? Does he have Vince's ear at this time?
Shane, that was right about the time Shane was coming around. Because... I would say that, Shane joined us on some writing days in 97, right before I was off the creative team. So he might have backed it up, but I think a variety of people did because, ECW was getting hot. I just,
How'd those guys mix when they came in with the established
Well,
talent?
not well at the first time. I don't, you scratched that out, but I remember one time that Van Dam and Sabu came in. Maybe I could find it if I had better glasses. It was early that year. What was the date? March?
The date we just did was February
Well, the point is, they came in and
24th.
the guys were complaining. Well, Van Dam dressed in his car, and Sabu, they didn't mix, and I think Heyman was keeping him over in the corner somewhere also. And they wanted to do some kind of wild ass match with tables and blah blah blah. And of course the WWF guys are going, what the fuck? These are the guys that jump through tables. They're fucking morons. There was a natural. It didn't need to be fostered by anybody. There was a natural tension. I won't say tension, just lack of understanding. The ECW guys thought, oh, these WWF guys are fat, old, lazy, making a lot of money and have shitty matches, and the fucking WWF guys thought these fucking ECW marks are a goddamn bunch of fucking morons that bash each other over the head with shit for real for no fucking money. So there was a wide chasm there to cross. And then the initial working relationship ended, I think it was one time, Road Dogg, who was just floundering at that point before Degeneration X. Somewhere or another, they wanted him to work with either Van Dam or Sabu or somebody on the ECW roster, and one of the agents went to Vince and said, well, why should we beat our own guy with it? Do a DQ. Okay, do a DQ. So I think it was Van Dam, as a matter of fact, I can't remember, but Paul was involved in it because, well, this guy, he doesn't beat anybody, Road Dogg. He's on the opening match for the WWF, and he's my top guy. Well, it's a DQ. Just go ahead and do it. It's political. It's bullshit. Everybody knows that. They made a big stink, so they all fucking went home that night. But that was the thing. Instead of just fucking putting up a stink, do the DQ. If it had been a job, lay down, we're going to piss in your mouth while we're there. That's one thing. But Paul couldn't even go and say, just do the fucking DQ, to get thrown over the top rope, whatever the fuck, and go on your way.
Especially if you're being paid $1,000 a week to get the piss in your mouth, right?
Exactly. Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
I wasn't that excited for that night. I was more excited for the one we did in Detroit. But that night, they wanted me to jump off the balcony, and believe it or not, I'm scared of heights. Like if I go up real quick and jump, it's no problem. But if I have to stand up there and wait, I get cold feet, and then I get scared about it.
You're scared of heights?
Yeah, real heights.
It's like a giraffe having a sore throat.
Yeah, but top rope or a cage, that's not really height. Like off a balcony, that's to me is scary.
Well, you did the logo, though. You jumped off the Raw logo.
Yeah.
How was that?
That was scary because I had Bubba and Devon holding a ladder behind the R. So when I was climbing up it was all shaky. So when I jumped, the R slipped out and I just fell flat on my face. And there was like 6 guys supposed to catch me, and I missed them all. I hit one guy with my arm, and they all fell down like dominoes. And I knocked the wind out of myself, and then I ran to the ring, and I was going, oh, on the way to the ring. But if I didn't jump so fast, I wouldn't have been able to jump.
The Federation knew that you were going to do that, obviously, right?
No, not exactly. They thought I was going to jump off the balcony. At the last minute, I talked Devon and Bubba to hold the ladder for me, and I'm going to jump off the R. And they go, well, do they want you to do that? I said, it didn't matter. I'm just going to do it because if I go off the balcony, I'm going to get scared.
Was it true that you were upset with Paul E. about the way you were going to be used on Raw?
No. I was not happy because Vince wanted me to I don't know how to explain it. He just wanted me to be a regular guy. He didn't want me to be Sabu, you know. He just wanted me to be a wrestler and I'll just be typical. I didn't want to be typical.
Was Vince giving you direction directly that night?
He gave direction to Paulie. Paulie gave them to me. So that way, when I said I didn't understand, I could always blame it on Paulie, you know.
So he was allowing Paul to book his guys, even though the instructions were coming from Vince?
Yes, yeah.
You guys got all your instructions from Paulie?
Yeah.
Okay. Was anyone aware that Paul had a deal with WWE at this point?
At that time, no. Actually, we felt double-crossed. I did anyways, because he motherfuckered, you know, Vince and WWF for years, and all of a sudden we're working for him, and we're doing what Vince wanted when Paulie was saying, we're not going to do what he wants, we're going to do it our way, but in reality we tried to do it the way Vince wanted, but I still did it kind of my way, which I'm not saying it was good, but it was sort of my way, you know.
Was anyone planning any kind of sabotage when you got to the WWE arena that night or nothing?
No, I don't think so.
You were going to play ball?
Yeah. But see, the part of you know, our ECW is that we don't want to play ball their way, so we try to make it look like we're playing it our way, sort of. You know what I mean?
Right.
Try to make it look like not disobeying, but being roughshod. You know, taking over. But we didn't really take over. But you know, we try to make it look that way.
Are you given the respect from Vince or the crew when you come in, or are you kind of treated like outcasts?
No, they treated us pretty friendly, especially Vince did. He shook our hands all one by one. Actually, he shook my hand so hard I thought he broke my neck. He kind of shook it like a retard. And I go, man, what's wrong with this guy? You hurt me. But to our faces, everybody gave us respect. You know, I don't know behind our backs, I don't know how that went, but to our faces, everybody gave us the proper respect.
The WWE show, how it's run, how it's organized, the TV show, I mean, very different than what you were experiencing in Philadelphia?
Yeah, well, because like Paulie, if he wanted something done and we did it our way, and if it worked, he ran with it. With Vince, if he wanted something done and you did it your way, no matter if it worked or not, you still got heat for it. You know what I mean? Paulie, that's one thing I respected about Paulie was a lot of the stuff, our best stuff, happened on accident. It wasn't scripted. You know, he had a script, but not many of us followed it. You know, and if it worked, we ran with it. If it didn't work, we changed it. You know.
Well, how long did they stay that time? Let's see, because I remember a couple times they were in and out.
Well, they didn't catch on, so they were gone shortly thereafter.
You know, see, here was the thing. I believe this was definitely before the point where they had come back and then Russo had made Hawk fall off the deal.
Oh,
or whatever.
absolutely, yeah, it was before that. Yeah.
This was the run with Sonny, right? I bet you.
This is even
before that?
Okay.
Well, then in that case, they came back because they were the Road Warriors, and you should give them a try, and talent was in short supply. And obviously everybody knows Hawk did have some troubles. And actually Animal had made some kind of insurance settlement on his back. He'd had back problems, legitimately, but he had made some kind of insurance settlement that he couldn't wrestle single matches, only tag matches, that Lloyd's of London deal. So they came back a time, and apparently even a couple of times, as I recall, to get opportunities but it either didn't work out for one reason or another. I don't want to say which one was which here, but the one run with Sonny, they did get cooking pretty good, and Sonny gave them a new look, and everybody wanted to try because it was the Road Warriors, but it almost seemed like they were over so strong in their first run and for so long there that when they went away and came back, they were almost human. There were other people younger, bigger, doing their thing that they had originated. They were just a little older. They were so big when they first got started that there was almost no way to come back and follow it up. The nostalgia couldn't keep up with what people's memories were of the Road Warriors. I think obviously, Russo was in the office at that time working on the magazine and pitching 20 million ideas, and also Bruce Pritchard, of course, talked to Paul. Bruce talked to most people in the wrestling business at that point, and Bruce was an ECW fan. And once again, I'm not going to rehash shit. I wasn't a fan of the promotion because even though you had an Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit segment, you also had the fucking 3 tables and just the too much drama, etc. for me with the whole edginess aspect. Bill Alfonso bleeding buckets, smearing it all over Beulah or whatever that fucking match was. They just went too far, so I kind of stayed in the background. But they wanted to, once again, because WCW had new talent, or they had their old talent, they wanted to find new talent and wanted to give some of these guys a chance. And I believe Bruce put it together. But that was the thing where Paul was in on it from the start and was fostering the idea. And if you're going to do it, do it. While at the same time he was on television, which was fine because that was the angle knocking the WWE, he was also in his locker room to the boys knocking the WWE and saying, "Oh, we're fighting them," but he was getting a check from them.
Well, what's the
when I
nature
was in
of this?
Louisville with OVW, I would say, yes, I don't like the WWE because they did this to me this week, but in the interest of full disclosure, they're giving us fucking money. But Paul wouldn't do that. I don't know. Anyway.
What's the nature of a deal like that? Well, specifically this deal. Do you know? Is it a true partnership? They're just paying them per day to come in?
Oh, yeah. They paid the guys, obviously, per shots that they worked. And then also, I remember, and this was probably a little bit later on in the year, when they had brought a couple of guys in that Paul had been using, Vince, at his table by the pool one day said, "Well, put Heyman on the payroll for $1,000 a week. I feel bad because we've stolen some of his talent." But then Paul was still telling, "Hi, Paul. I'm not knocking you, just telling the truth." Paul was still telling his guys, "No, they're the evil ones. We don't want anything to do with them." But he was taking their fucking check. You can say they're evil, but admit you're taking a check, or don't do one or the other.
It's pretty well documented that Shane is an ECW fan. Does he propose this maybe to Vince? Does he have Vince's ear at this time?
Shane, that was right about the time Shane was coming around, because I would say that, Shane joined us on some writing days in 97, right before I was off the creative team. So he might have backed it up, but I think a variety of people did because, ECW was getting hot. I just,
How'd those guys mix when they came in with the established
Well,
talent?
not well at first time. I don't, you scratched that out, but I remember one time that Van Dam and Sabu came in. Maybe I could find it if I had better glasses. It was early that year. What was the date? March?
The date we just did was February.
Well, the point is, they came in and
24th.
The guys were complaining. Well, Van Dam dressed in his car, and Sabu, they didn't mix, and I think Heyman was keeping him over in the corner somewhere also. And they wanted to do some kind of wild ass match with tables and blah blah blah. And of course the WWF guys are going, "What the fuck? These are the guys that jump through tables. They're fucking morons." There was a natural. It didn't need to be fostered by anybody. There was a natural tension. I won't say tension, just lack of understanding. The ECW guys thought, "Oh, these WWF guys are fat, old, lazy, making a lot of money and have shitty matches," and the fucking WWF guys thought these fucking ECW marks are a goddamn bunch of fucking morons that bash each other over the head with shit for real for no fucking money. So there was a wide chasm there to cross. And then the initial working relationship ended, I think it was one time, Road Dogg, who was just floundering at that point before Degeneration X. Somewhere or another, they wanted him to work with either Van Dam or Sabu or somebody on the ECW roster, and one of the agents went to Vince and said, well, why should we beat our own guy with do a DQ? So, okay, do a DQ. So I think it was Van Dam, as a matter of fact, I can't remember, but Paul was involved in it because, well, this guy, he doesn't beat anybody, Road Dogg. He's on the opening match for the WWF, and he's my top guy. Well, it's a DQ. Just go ahead and do it. It's political. It's bullshit. Everybody knows that. They made a big stink, so they all fucking went home that night. But that was the thing. Instead of just fucking putting up a stink, do the DQ. If it had been a job, yeah, lay down, we're going to piss in your mouth while we're there. That's one thing. But Paul couldn't even go and say, just do the fucking DQ, get thrown over the top rope, whatever the fuck, and go on your way.
Especially if you're being paid $1,000 a week to get the piss in your mouth, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Let's start with scheduling these outdoor spring break nitros. Is this just an excuse to party at spring break? Eric liked motorcycles. Maybe you guys like spring break?
Tell you the truth, I mean, for about, at that point, it had been like 6 years of spring break. So
you didn't need spring break for spring break.
We didn't need spring break. Fucking spring break. We were in Anchorage. It was spring break. So, yeah, it was kind of cool because the ring was in the water, and it always said, absolutely no one goes in the pool. We were like, we're going in the pool. So
who said no one goes in the pool?
It was always on the board, and absolutely no one goes in the pool. Like, you should have said, and everyone please jump in the pool, and nobody would have went in the water.
Were these Miss Nitro contests just rat hunts?
Didn't Tori win one? Wasn't she a ringer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that she came on the bus. She had a robe on, and she had this green bathing suit on, and she said, and she had been spray tan, and she goes, and like Hulk and I were in the back. She goes, "Is this gonna work?" And she took the robe off, and it was just like, wow. Like, because I've always thought, like, she's probably one of the, even to this day, she's probably one of the most beautiful, natural, like, that, if I was to say Miss America, like the blonde, like, she reminded me of Bewitched. What was her name, the actress? Anyone? Elizabeth Montgomery. She had that kind of Elizabeth Montgomery quality.
Interesting. But back to the general searches.
Again, we were so hot. We would go to do TV, do Nitro in Miami, and there'd be like two models, like two 6-foot models at the end of the bar, and they'd come down and they could we get an autograph from my brother? I'd be like, well, my pictures are up in the room. We'll go.
That's the move?
Yeah.
I'm just learning. That's the move.
Yeah, that works.
Leave the pictures in the room.
Yeah, don't have them in your Halliburton.
What did you think of Pamela Rogers? Clearly, you were too old for her at the time, but what did you think of her as a choice?
When all that came down, and somebody, I think Disco informed me, the correlation. I was just like, I remembered her.
Yeah.
It wasn't like she wasn't attractive. It's so sad that we live in a society that every guy that sees these attractive school teachers that take some kid's innocence, we all go, I didn't have teachers like that when we were a kid. And the bottom line is, it's no different than some creepy science teacher with nose hair like a walrus molesting some girl. It's just dead wrong. The fact that she's attractive and it still doesn't make, I mean, that kid it wasn't ready for sexual activity, especially now with somebody with that much experience. I mean, I guess the movie The Graduate in our era has always been somebody's, you know, I guess because when I was a paper boy, I used to always have a fantasy where, you know, we had this one hotter lady on the route, and it was always I don't have any change, but if you could come in for a moment.
My change is upstairs in the room, not in my Halliburton.
Excuse me, Mrs. McCarthy, do you mind if I smoke a menthol cigarette in the foyer?
Like you would have been damaged if you were 13. Like you would have been damaged if you were 13 and Pamela Rogers.
I would have just looked at her and said, you can't be first, but you can be next.
So that's my point.
Isn't that Flair's?
And that's what everyone's point is.
You know, race is such a touchy subject because, you know, I was 8 years old when the race riots occurred. So I mean, it's like I was old enough to have I mean, when you sit from your house and go down to the river and basically watch Detroit burn, and then you see on your news that there's actual tanks going down I-75 into Detroit, and it's amazing the number of people. Like 357 people were killed, I think, in the Detroit riots. And I might be completely, but for some reason, I mean, I remember it was a huge amount of people that were actually, and they were sniping police officers. So when you, and especially in a city that didn't have that cultural divide until, you know, until that time, like there was harmony in Detroit. There wasn't, you know, it amazed me. But when you see what happened, it's, you know, and then it's, you know, two white cops go to what they called back then a blind pig, and they gun down a black guy, and it starts a riot on Plum and 12, and I might be getting all these streets and names and everything else wrong, but
no, your point's well taken.
It's just, and I look at what we have going, and it's just like, and everybody says, well, we have a black president, things are different, and I look at them and go, if you don't think it's not 1968 still,
somewhere, yeah,
everywhere.
Well,
I don't see it. I mean, there's diversification because of things like this lawsuit. If that lawsuit doesn't happen, then it just.
So you feel there was merit to the lawsuit?
I thought so.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I thought so. And it's also it's such a home run.
Because they don't want to fight it.
Yeah.
A company wouldn't want to.
It's you know, that's. I mean, nobody. I mean, look at Hulk. You know, you cross that, you go anywhere near that. You know, it's. Yet Blacklist the other night did a half-hour sitcom on it, on the N-word.
Harrison would go on to serve life in prison for multiple counts of sex trafficking and forced labor.
Doesn't make him a bad guy.
No, listen, you got to make a living. And they go.
It was a big deal, obviously, getting 2 hours instead of 1 hour. And then also, obviously, when I first started on the creative team, just a year before, It was the days where, if I could find one, we were doing Raw on Monday for a month, and then Superstars on Tuesday for a month. All the TV tapings.
A month's worth of tapings for each show.
The next Monday was off. The next Monday I was off. Plattsburgh, New York was canceled. The next Monday was off. And then we'd come back and do, so it was TV, 2 or 3 nights of TV, maybe a pay-per-view on top there. And then you were off for a month. So during that month, you figured out what else you were going to do on TV, got it ready the week beforehand, and fucking shot it. All of a sudden now, this, just a year later, Raw and Superstar, now Raw, off, traveled to Kuwait because of the international tour, but all of a sudden we were doing TV almost every Monday, and it was a 2-hour show, and most time it was live. So it was a ton of extra work and a ton of extra aggravation and hassle and et cetera, et cetera.
Why the challenge to go live for your weekly TV? I understand a pay-per-view, but why?
Well, because and remember, it wasn't live every week, especially at first, as we saw, and the taped shows would do the same ratings as the live show because what was that TV network that had the phrase, if you haven't seen it, it's new to you, you know? Yeah, you could really promote a live show and you could do things, but especially before the internet. There was 16 people on the fucking internet, right? So you taped a fucking show. If you weren't there at the taping, you didn't know what happened. You didn't even know it was taped.
He caused a lot of trouble with the fans and with the boys. He was a troublemaker.
I mean, was he often justified? I mean, was he picked on wrongly by fans?
I don't think he was picked on wrongly. He was picked on properly.
Well, especially for a heel.
What's that?
For a heel, you got to expect something.
Yeah. But he took it personal. You know, when you're in the business, you can say anything you want about me or about my family if it's in the ring. But if you say it to me in the dressing room, then I take it personal. He took everything that was done in the ring personal. Taz too. You know, they took it too personal. But it's a work. You know, it was a business.
Is this something, Paulie, addressed with them at any time that you got to lighten up?
No. He just, like I said, if it worked, he let us run with it.
Actually, I knew, I don't even know if we got to writing his name down. Probably not. I knew they were talking to him, and I remember when that happened, and I don't think it had gotten past the planning or even to the detailed planning stage at that point. I don't remember, but I remember later on when he came in. and he probably wished he hadn't.
I wish that I would have came up with that spot for me. I don't know that the one time they dropped me in Auburn Hills from the rafters, which I think was the 3rd highest drop they'd ever done. Whew. I mean, you couldn't have drove a fucking amoeba up my ass with a fucking sledgehammer.
From the Palace?
Yeah, they dropped me into the ring at like World War III or one of those things, you know, and it was me and Scott, and I stepped over the rope, picked up my thing and laughed and stepped over the rope and made Scott the last guy. So, but I think that's how it went. But I mean, I played the 7-foot Sting for one evening.
Did you know that this was going to be money when he finally would engage with you guys?
Oh yeah. And it was one of those things. It's, you know, there's certain moments in if you actually follow pro wrestling. It was like, I remember as a mark, like knowing that Orndorff was going to turn on Hogan.
Seeing it coming and sensing that.
Forever. And it's just like, and they always, and, you know, and they did a really good job of just, and that's the whole thing is you know it's coming, you know it's coming, you know it's coming. But then it was pretty damn epic the way he came, you know, with the rappel and he would, you know, he had, it was smart. you know. And I remember he repelled and he repelled and he repelled, and then finally he repelled in like New Mexico, and we dropped a cargo net on top of him. You know, so it was like, you know, it kind of had like a little bit of a Marvel kind of feel to it.
What's Steve like behind the scenes?
I think he's one of the best human beings that's ever been in the business. I mean, from, you know, before he was a Christian, he was always a fun guy, athlete, comes from a great family, no dysfunction.
He's the one in the world? No dysfunction?
Yeah, I mean, he seemed to always have a pretty good grip on everything.
He seems to get a reputation in the business sometimes from people we talk to as someone who didn't care about wrestling all that much.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. And it never became an issue with any of the business you had to do with it.
No, because not everybody, you know, I didn't wake up when I was 6 years old and want to become a pro wrestler. wanted to become a pro wrestler when I was 28 years old, sitting in Joe Louis Arena watching Hulk Hogan in the ring, and I'm sitting in Joe Louis Arena and the thing's rafters, and then I find out what these cats are making. I'm like, oh, I think I'd like to do that. You know, packed house, making bank, town to town, seems like a pretty sweet gig.
Right.
You know, you don't have to grow up and want to be a wrestler. But I'll tell you one thing, boy, I learned to love the business. You know, maybe that may be one of the things that he didn't love the business, but I disagree. I've seen when it's just like anybody else. His bullshit meter just doesn't want to play the game, you know?
Is there a backstage reaction to the Kimberly pictorial? Do you try to be polite and not look at it?
No, I think it got past her. Everybody looked at it.
Is there friendly ribbing because of it with Paige?
No, I mean, Kimberly was a very attractive woman. Mm-hmm. I mean, you know.
But how do you handle something sensitive like that? He's a friend, he's a buddy, right?
I don't make anything else, though. It's just, she went out and did it. You know?
But what's the appropriate reaction from a friend? Thanks for the material? Like, what do you...
You know, I just, you know, I don't think there was any comment. I don't think, you know, I guess the gamut is I'd hit that to tastefully lit.
Nice shoes.
Yeah.
He got arrested for it, but they didn't tell the whole story. The other part of the story was he was not charged with anything because he had a prescription for everything. Is that the one you're talking about, or are you talking about the joint?
No, this was the pills, prescription medication.
Yeah. So he had when you go to Mexico, you can get your medication cheaper there, and you're allowed 3 months supply. So when they found that he had that much in his bag, they arrested him. But what the other part of the story they didn't finish was they let him go also because he had a prescription for it. It just looked odd when they first looked through his bag and seen all this medicine. But then after he justified it, he was released.
What are your memories of Dr. Death?
He was a great guy. I toured with him in Japan probably 15 times, and he was one of the kindest, toughest guys I ever met.
Are you angered by this while you're there?
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, I'd gotten used to it at this point because he did the same thing in 1987 to get the Athletic Commission abolished. So at that point, it was more like, put the boots to the business again. The old days, back in my day. It's all business. Why on earth would the WWE do this? It was all business. Vince McMahon truly thinks that the business is better off and bigger, and for him it probably is, when everybody knows that it's completely scripted action adventure entertainment. But as we see anybody else in the business besides him, no, it's not. It's worse. It's worse for the wrestlers. It's worse for the other promoters. It's worse for the fans. It's worse for everybody except for Vince. So, no, it was another thing that was done. Nobody would try to talk him out of it because they're going to save fucking, however many $1 million over whatever amount of time.
The one thing I did want to touch on, as part of this, though, it no longer requires the athletes to pass physicals before the shows. Do you think this is one of the things that contributed to the state a lot of the guys are in now? Some of this could have been circumvented had they been getting legitimate physicals.
If they've been getting legitimate physicals, we're talking about athletic commissions. When I first went to Louisiana, they said the athletic commission to fill out our license wanted a physical, and a physical was going to cost $100, and we just come from Tennessee and didn't have $100. So I called up my cousin's wife, who's a nurse, and got the average answers for these questions and wrote them down and picked a doctor's name out of the phone book and signed his name to it and sent it in with $10 commission and got a license. And 3 months later found out I picked out the county coroner. And nobody said a goddamn. But the athletic commission, they wanted their fucking tax money, and they want to take every one of the boys' money for license. And that's basically what the athletic commissions have done for pro wrestling most places over the past.
Well, I always heard that in the 60s and 70s, the backroom dealings with the joke of the commissioner, hey, come on in, goes into the promoter's office.
Oh, the one in Evansville, they say, hey, give the guys the fucking hernia, or not the hernia, but the hemorrhoid exam,
But was it like that everywhere? And then this late, at this advanced, even late 80s, was it that much chicanery?
At this point in time, in the 90s, most any physical examination you were going to get from an athletic commission was not going to find any problems, except if you were currently not fucking breathing. They might detect that, although I've seen some fucking people get in the ring that it was questionable. We didn't write out, here, say this, say goddamn motherfuck, shit, piss, 7 deadly words. Get hot, fucking cuss if you want, make it real, right? So that, I don't even remember, he may have gone a little farther than, what anybody thought he would have, but the general gist of it was intentional.
But do you have to clear that with, like, USA Network, saying, we're going to bleep it, but...
That's a Kevin Dunn, probably, maybe. Or maybe the old saying is better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Who knows? I don't, once again, did not record whether or not we called fucking Master Control at USA.
You want to do a little Dunn making that phone call? I'm always a fan of it.
Well, we're going to have Bret say shit. And I know we're not supposed to say shit on your...
Hit me in the head with a rock.
Was that what it was? A rock?
Yeah.
And I guess security's not taking care of it, so you guys decide you will.
Well, you want to hear the whole story?
Absolutely.
We have these giant suction, they're like syringes, but they're for water, from having water fights. But the premise of it is that you would have a bucket in front of you and just, it's like almost like a shotgun. So we have like yellow, blue, and green paint in ours, and when you go to the wall and we shame you, we spray you. Well, X-Pac decides to take the thing and shoot it in the crowd. So everybody, pretty much is blue. And about that time, I feel a rock rifle off the side of my head, and I just turn like the Predator. And I'm thinking like, who the fuck, who threw that rock? And I watch, and I'm looking in the direction it came from. The people like move away, and there's this kid just standing there, and I look down at him, and he turns and runs. And I said, bingo. Bad knees, cripple as fuck. I jumped 8 feet off the fucking stage, over a 6-foot barricade, and caught that fucking brick. He had like a weak head start, and I caught him. And I'm behind him like a lion trying to fucking snatch his feet together. Boom, he turns around, I grab my throat, and I get on top of him, I pull him over, and he's a little kid. He's like a 16, 17, 18-year-old kid. So the cops are jogging. I said, man, arrest this dude. So they sue me.
Who's they? The kid's
The kid and the kid's father. They sue me. Go get some ambulance chaser from the back of a thing. So, long story short, the attorney wants to talk to my attorney. I said, no, well, I'll talk to you on the phone. I says, now, you do know that this kid was arrested, charges were pressed, and he did community service and was fined.
For the rockets.
Yeah, for this incident. Mm-hmm. He's like, no.
The attorney didn't know that.
No. Because he thinks he's got a home run.
Right.
We settled for $1. I settled for $1, and I had to write this, like a letter, and I wrote it in crayon.
Blue?
So, red.
No, it's a match.
Red crayon, and then the kid had to send me a letter back, an apology. So that whole thing, and I'll never forget Ed Lover, after it's all done. And I've got the kid, I catch him, and I grab him by the throat. Ed Lover says on the microphone, because I've seen it play back, he goes, way to keep it real, big man. Which did nothing to hurt our persona at that point.
That's the rub.
Yeah, I was like, thanks, Ed.
Network. I remember this very good because I was sick as a dog. We got a sweet hotel, and I had this big walk-in shower, and I spent the majority of the time all weekend steaming myself in it because I had such horrible bronchitis and head cold and chest cold I couldn't speak, and ended up going to the doctor. As soon as I get back here. All right, anyway.
The gate I have is 18,197. You can tell me if I'm right.
Actually,
it is a sellout.
I do not have the number, but I have $837,000, and it was a sellout.
Okay.
And the tickets were 300, 100, 45, 35, and 20, and the rent was $75,000 flat.
Small building for this time for WrestleMania.
18,211.
Yeah.
Small building at the time.
Well, you just did 60.
No, we did, well,
You did
60 with
47.
12, yeah,
Yeah,
and that was at $10 a piece. No, the house shows, look, the house shows were not setting the world on fire. For example, Buffalo, 153 grand, Detroit, 153 grand, Cleveland, 127 grand, and Springfield is not recorded for some reason. That was a good weekend, but then the next week, my old hometown, Louisville, did 70 grand. US Air Arena in the Capitol Center, right? No, Maryland, US Air Arena. Was that Baltimore Civic Center? Point being, 78 grand. Madison Square Garden did 187 grand. The rent on Madison Square Garden was 85 grand and 15% of anything over 200 grand. So they walked out with 100, actually less than that after taxes.
Right.
Before anything else. Shows were not doing great, so that was a great chance to sell out a big building for WrestleMania. that was the one WWF match that I will say from the time I started working with in 1993 until the time that I got to Louisville and really stopped watching the program on a full-time basis 10 years later, that was my favorite match because it felt like an old-fashioned NWA wrestling match. It wasn't a sports entertainment match. It wasn't clean like the Shawn Michaels great matches, the ladder and razor and blah, blah, blah. It was dirty, it was real, it was more like a Mid-South or a Mid-Atlantic match. You felt it, you believed it, the blood, the people were into it. I loved that fucking match. That's the one I pick if I have to, call a WWF match that I really, really liked.
Shamrock was the referee.
Yes.
He'd been in training for a couple of months. Is it a risk to put someone that new in the ring?
No, especially with Bret to captain it at that time, because Steve obviously was a great worker, but he wouldn't have been the person to take control at that time. He would have been Bret. I don't think so, and I'm remembering it was an I Quit match, and the reason why that Shamrock was referee is because he was a submission specialist.
Right.
So there was the tie-in there. It's not going to be some wimpy referee that's going to call some kind of submission or whatever the fuck. It's going to be a guy who's a real fighter, and that even made it a little more, So no, and also Shamrock. Geez, I worked with Ken. 1997, I worked with him 7 years before that on an independent show in North Carolina. If he hadn't picked up enough to referee at that point, he was a lot more experienced than you give him credit for, Shawn.
It's my fault.
Wasn't me, Ken.
If you ever show up to any of these conventions that you get booked for, please don't hurt. Are there long-term plans at this point ever for title reigns anymore?
Actually, at this point, there still were. Most of the time they got screwed up, especially if Michaels wouldn't drop it. At this particular point in time, it was just, it was time. Was Undertaker and Sid upset they had to follow Bret and Steve was the question I saw there, and Sid probably was. I think Undertaker was upset he had to follow him with Sid. Under normal circumstances, he might have been able to do it. Taker was just at the time that was the move that needed to be made, and then we were fixing to get into all the complicated stuff later on.
Was it Bret's idea to have them be heels in the U.S. but be baby faces in Canada?
I don't think it was anybody's idea as much as it started happening that way, and they went with it. Because that's what I liked about the Hart Foundation and the Canada babyface U.S. heel and Degeneration X, because it sort of split along national borders, but really it was wrestling fans versus jackoffs, and so that's why I liked it, and it was real, and people would take both sides adamantly. This is, God damn it, these people are right. So I don't know. I think it started happening that way. And see, everything came together in 1997 that needed to happen to make the company hot. The Rock was there, just not even becoming The Rock yet. Steve Austin. Vince McMahon was, remember, still the babyface promoter until the end of the year. He was all smiley, happy, hello, pal. And then all of a sudden, but something was going to happen to make him the evil Mr. McMahon. And there was the bizarro world reactions with Canada and the United States with the Harts and the Jackoffs and Degeneration X. Everything was getting ready accidentally to get, and that's the way it happens. And whoever wrote it could take credit for it. I was writing just as much of this shit as anybody else at that point in time. Really, it was Vince's show. You take his cast of characters and his plot and his murder weapon, and you write the mystery. But a lot of it was just perfect shit with perfect people happening at the time to get hot. That's the way a wrestling promotion gets hot, and then capitalizing on those important things. And you'll find as we go on, I don't know how deep the questions go, but if you've got a hot main event and if your product is hot and if your top stars are hot and they're over, you can book chickens fucking, donkeys plucking, whatever underneath. It doesn't matter. If you're hot, you can't fuck it up. If you're cold, you almost can't resurrect it, no matter what you do. And so when the Attitude Era, to me, it was the flavor of the shit. It was the guys on top and the people, whether it be the Russos or Ferraras or just the comedy writers that plugged in the underneath shit that just happened from week to week. And everybody's like, oh, that's a bad sketch, or the Divas are having a pillow fight. If you're hot, you can't fuck it up. You can be as silly as you want. But if you're cold, as some other people have found out, you can't heat it up.
What's the tension between you and Kevin all about?
I think at this point we've decided is Cedar Rapids and everything else, it's like time for a hostile takeover.
Well, did you feel there was an intentional attempt to make you guys look bad in the booking decisions?
I think that there was jealousy being played above common sense. And there was a lot of people we've never been that group of guys that's in the office every day lobbying for positions, you know. And we always knew that when it came down to it, because the show was live and so unfiltered, that we would, no matter what you could do, Scott and I could dice you up with a microphone, make you look like an idiot, and then you could pen us and it wouldn't matter, you know. So we always knew that we could. It's one thing. Once a promotion or a booking team or creative, once they realize you don't give a shit if you get penned or not, that takes about 90% of the game out. If you're a mark, then they can always. But if I remember the first time Scott worked with Jericho, Scott was supposed to beat Jericho. Scott put Jericho over.
Right.
And Scott's like, obviously you guys don't see what this kid has. I do. I can do this every night and stay over. This kid, there's no upside for me beating him. You know, and I think that helped Chris. I think that was a good little shot in the arm early for him in that organization. So it's one of those things where you've got to. It's a work. It's a work when you win, work when you lose, and the only thing that matters is in the words of the great Lou Albano. Only things that are real in this business is money and the miles, and that's a shoot.
Speaking of a shoot, you take the microphone here. You at the end of the show, you rip on Hogan and Bischoff for not being there at that Nitro. Little shot at Sullivan's height. It's reported that Sullivan gets on the phone with Bischoff to report back what happened and said that Nash threatened him. Bischoff calls you. You apparently say Sullivan wasn't clear-headed enough to know what was even said. A special meeting has to be set up and settle matters. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
What's the special meeting all day? Is it just the three of you, Bischoff and Kevin?
There were so many special meetings. House Ways and Means Committee. Yeah, there were a lot of special meetings.
A lot get done at those meetings. So it's like an apology meeting, or you got to air your grievances?
We always went in with our fucking same old swagger, sat down, just looked across at him, and said, "Are we done?" And, yep. Okay. Thank you. Like. We already did. We did what we wanted to do. I already said it on live TV in front of a 7-3.
Are you told not to do it again?
No. But then it's like, so you're going to take my creativity away from me? Like, there were some things going on, and it needed to be addressed. It was addressed. Like I said, he came knocking on my door that night in the hotel room. Conan was sitting in there with me, and I said, "Go away, little man, go away." I said, if I open that door, somebody's going to get hurt. That was a
threat.
Yeah.
That he reported.
Well, I could have gotten hurt. I could have banged my head on the door frame coming out. I mean, there's a lot of things that could have. It's like Sullivan was a bitch.
How are you and Kevin
devil.
today?
Oh, fucking, I love him.
Do you remember the incident?
Yeah.
At the time, was it noteworthy, or just in retrospect, it's become funny?
I don't even think, I mean, it was, Shockmaster's funny. That's just somebody being them. Like, if you look at through the course of like pro wrestling, especially the Attitude Era, like Booker was the only black dude that was like a black dude. I mean, there was no. I mean, Book was that's why Book's Book. You know, like he's. I don't know. I think because I just have always been so close with him that it's just like when that happened, it didn't. And then again, if that word doesn't necessarily resonate, like that word to me isn't what it is to a lot of other people. It's just something I've heard my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
You play basketball, you hear that word a lot.
Yeah. And it's got a lot of context too, different ways that
but
it's
I mean,
used.
you know, you live and do things that are predominantly associated with R&B music and rap and all these other things. It's just like it's not that I'm not going to walk in and do a Bullsworth. But I mean, at the same time, I mean, because I know the sensibilities, but there are, a few of my friends throughout my life that they've given me permission to, I mean, they used to call me Average White Boy. That was because the song "Pick Up the Pieces" came out. Nobody had any idea there was a bunch of Scottish dudes.
In general, how do the foreign guys fit in with the rest of the locker room? And particularly these guys that can't even speak English. Was it factional?
No, because it was always like Conan or Ray or somebody that could translate for the Mexicans, and Dragon could speak. I mean, it's like when you go over and work in Japan. There's a common. It's always funny when you work in Japan that you go over there and when you talk about getting heat on them, they don't speak a fucking word of English, but as soon as you start giving them, maybe leg screw you do, yes?
Right. I was going to say, what about the thing where they all say they don't speak?
Yeah, I don't speak English until it's fucking a shine. They can speak English during the shine spot.
What'd you think of Sonny Ono?
I liked him.
A deserved spot or a friend of Eric thing?
I don't know. I mean, he just fit. It didn't. I thought he was intelligent. He played the part. I mean, he played the part well.
Well, it wasn't an attack. Leon was being Leon, and as a matter of fact, I just saw this on Botchamania. Somebody mentioned that I was on because there was some highlights of Vader, and I hit the Botchamania thing. Leon was doing a Good Morning Kuwait, and the Kuwaiti host said something derogatory to wrestling, and Leon got up and basically snatched him, right? Leon was just carried away with being Vader. And the goddamn guy got hot about it. I guess you don't do that shit over there. And Leon found it. We were at Vince's dining room table. Let's see, April 11th. What day would that have been? April 11th. Okay, yeah, Kuwait. See, that whole week. I guess it was either that day or maybe over the weekend or whatever the fuck. When Kuwait returns, Leon didn't. Vince got the call, and we started calling Vader our man in Kuwait because they kept him, and we're going to decide what to do. And they're making phone calls, trying to help him and trying to get him out of there. And finally, I don't remember how long, he may have stayed a couple of weeks. And finally, they let him come home, but no, it wasn't planned. And you can watch it on YouTube. It wasn't that big a deal. But goddamn, he did. Leon would snatch me. I was his manager. He'd snatch me hard. Oh, there's the microphone. One time he snatched me. I had his black leather gloves. The color came off on my jacket. He snatched me so hard. He was just saying, "Tell him, Jimmy." He wasn't even mad at me.
He's one of my favorite people in the whole world, and he's been a friend of my family's. Him, his dad, and his brother have been a friend of my family's for almost, I think, 40 years or better. One of my uncle's first territories was he wrestled for Dory Funk Sr. In Texas, and Terry is one of my favorite people in the whole world.
You were in attendance that evening?
What
you were in attendance that evening.
Which
you
evening?
were for the banquet.
Oh yeah. I was sitting on the thing there. Actually, I bought him me, Van Dam, Luz Piccoli, my referee Pee Wee, and a few other guys. All chipped in on this big trophy to give to him. It was made me a star award because after I wrestled Terry Funk, people took notice who I was. You know?
Is it true that Raven was upset with Paulie because he wasn't able to be there for storyline reasons? You remember Raven not being there?
Yeah. I don't think he was upset about it. I don't think so. No more than he's upset about anything else. He's always a piss and moaner.
Right, because I mean, you and Taz were in an angle, but you're in the same room there, but Raven wasn't able to attend. I don't know if you had heard anything about that.
No, I don't think there was any heat or anything like that.
Well, let's get to New Jack's speech.
Okay.
I know you remember that.
Yeah.
For an hour?
Or more.
Your take on it?
It was too long, and it was just too long, and he was rambling on about stuff that didn't matter. You know, it had nothing to do with that for that night. You know.
He told us a story on camera, so it's fair game, that he and Anthony had gone into the lavatory. Some chemical application occurred, and then he went out to do his thing. At what point in the speech, how many minutes in, does it start to get really uncomfortable for everyone who's watching?
Probably about 10 minutes into the speech.
Yeah.
Because he started shooting on Jim Cornette, on Paulie, on this guy and that guy, and we were just saying, like, when's this guy going to end and who's going to shoot him? It finally happened that, you know, we were going to cross over to the line from being an independent company to being one of the majors. We never quite really made it to the majors, but we thought we were gonna, you know. We felt like a major league that night, though. That's for sure.
Did you personally feel pressure to amp up the performance at all?
No, I just did it like I normally did it. You know, there was no pressure. I mean, there was pressure, but I always put pressure on myself, anyways. You know, I always wanted to, you know, do good.
Because this is a pay-per-view, is there a different production crew around you guys?
Yeah, it was. Instead of having our regular camera guys, Ron and Charlie, we had a pay-per-view company. I don't know what company it was, but they had their camera guys. We used Ron and Charlie too, but there was more cameras than there was normally, and just different guys running the show. You know, not running the show, but the technical part of it, the lighting and stuff like that.
Right. What's the scene backstage? A lot of tension?
I guess so, because like I said, we were, you know, it was our first pay-per-view, so everybody, you know, was super nervous. I'm always nervous anyways, but I was really nervous. Not just because it was pay-per-view, like I said, we were taking it to the next step. So, and everybody wanted to do extra good, you know.
At the pay-per-view, Paulie, before the show, gets up on the stairs there and gives a big, very much like the Messiah, stands up and addresses the pulpit. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Were you moved?
No, I barely listened to him. I got tired of listening to him. I heard the story 1,000 times before that. He rehearsed it, I think.
Was that the general consensus from everybody? Like, oh Christ, here he goes.
Like, yeah, like who's going to shoot this guy? Who's got the gun?
your match with Taz. Did you guys? How much heat did you guys legitimately have with each other?
Not really like. There was heat, but it wasn't like fighting heat. He was jealous of me. I was jealous of him. You know, so neither one of us really wanted to give, but one of us had to give, which was me. You know, to make the show as much success as we could. But there was real heat, but not like fighting heat. You know what I mean?
Competitive.
Yeah, yeah.
What were you jealous of him?
That he lived so close to Paulie, because he got to go to the studio every week, and I lived in Michigan, so I could only go to the studio every now and then. But he was always, you know, close to Paulie, to where he could make things go his way if he wanted to, or if, you know, there wasn't no real heat. You know, I didn't hate him. You know, you just, you know, a little jealousy.
Did either of you go extra stiff?
No, we wrestled like we always did. It was always stiff.
Were you upset about having to do the job? And then did you ask for a release after this?
No, I didn't ask for a release. I didn't really want to do the job, but I had to be talked into it because, you know, who wants to lose? You know, nobody really wants to lose. You know, but I didn't ask for no release. Where'd you hear that? You heard that?
Our researchers.
No, I didn't ask for a release for that. It was later down the road I asked for a release, but I didn't get it.
Who talks you into doing the job?
Taz, or no, I mean Paulie.
Paulie.
Yeah.
The Messiah.
The Messiah, yeah.
Now you're aligned with RVD and Fonzie at this show. Talk about Bill.
So that was part of the bait. Was after I did this match with Taz, that Fonzie would come to my side, and because I needed someone to talk for me, you know, and then Fonzie fit in just perfect. So after the match, I think it was Fonzie turned on him, right? Turned on Taz.
Well, eventually.
Yeah. So that was part of the bait for me to do what they wanted me, for Paulie to do what he wanted me to do, was I was going to get Fonzie out of the deal. We all were. I was number one all for it.
What did Funk mean to you, all of you, at this time? His role was very significant.
Well, see, again, like he was so close to my family, it's kind of biased for me to say, but he gave credibility to us, you know, because he was the legendary Funk. So when he wrestled our style, he changed his style. You know, he went from being, you know, Terry Funk the legend to Terry Funk the working motherfucker. You know, he worked his ass off when he didn't really have to. He could have just got by on his name, but he worked just as hard as the young guys.
You think Funk was honored to be given that spot?
I think so. Actually, he teared up, yeah.
First pay-per-view comes to a close. Everybody's jacked up. There's got to be a big party somewhere, right?
Yes, there was.
Where's that?
My motorhome.
Right outside in the parking lot.
In the parking lot, yeah.
Who attends?
Almost everybody. Like Tommy Dreamer and Taz. Those guys weren't really much parties, but Tommy Rich, you know, and Terry Funk was there, and New Jack, of course, Mustafa, Coronis, and Perry Saturn. All the bad guys were there.
Smoky?
Pretty smoky.
In the room?
Yes. It was very smoky.
When shit like this happens on TV, I mean, it seems to happen a lot in WCW on live TV. Is this a result of too much going on? Are the agents not doing their job?
It's the fact that the talent wasn't afraid to have a cocktail during fucking work.
Or that.
You know, I love Gene to death, you know, but, you know, Gene's having a double scotch while he's waiting for fucking a kidney transplant. So, I mean, Gene's a man's man. Fuck it. I mean, one of my best fucking plane trips that I've had in the last 5 years was flying back from WrestleMania next to Gene, and we get on the plane at like 9:12, and I order a red wine and he orders a double fucking whatever he's having, and you know, and the thing about Gene is we fucking, I mean, we drank all the way to Atlanta, got off the plane. He said, I got to make a call. He said, Kevin, I've got to make a call. Got off the plane, made the fucking call. I waited. It was the open gate there. And, well, what time's your next flight? He's going down to Sarasota. And somebody just says, well, it looks like we've got about an hour and 45 in the Crown Room. And we just boomed right in the Crown Room, kept it up, telling stories back and forth. He fucking went his way to Sarasota. I went my way to Daytona Beach, and I just said, fuck, man, it's like nobody's slurring, it's just two guys having drinks. And I mean, a drink every 20 minutes to 30 minutes is a drink in moderation. We're not fucking pounding drinks. Mm-hmm. You know, we had another one of my great ones we had. Jericho and I were never close. You know, we had words, and you know, and I said the vanilla midgets. You know, he really took offense to that. And then you know, Eddie and Chris both dying shortly after. And me really, you know, I put out the comment that said that, you know, a lot of people don't get the correlation that when I said the wrestling business died the day those two were the champions, I made that statement when they were both alive. A lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people think that, Jesus, what a fucking prick. You know, this guy said that, you know, and, you know, I thought they were both great talents. Mm-hmm. You know, I thought Chris was a great talent. I enjoyed working with both of them. I mean, they both could make me look like $1 million. And they both had offense. They both had offense for small guys. I just thought that, you know, in a bigger than life business, that I thought we were at a point, and I still think to this day that I remember the first day that I walked into a pro wrestling locker room and was under contract, and I looked around that fucking locker room, and it looked like fucking Sing Sing. You know, everybody was 300 pounds, or fucking guys smoking fucking cigarettes, guys over here playing cards, you know, fucking Harley Race fucking sitting over there with a fucking ash this long and doing his fucking boots. I told that motherfucker. You know, it's just like, it was a different crew of guys. You go in there now and, you know, it's kind of like an Abercrombie and Fitch fucking convention. You know, nothing against that, but it's just everybody's fucking really handsome and really tan, and you know, it's just a different fucking world. And I know that I've become fucking that. Well, you know, kid, back in my day. I mean, I know that we all get to that point.
Don't worry, Harley.
But at the same time, though, I also say that fucking I watched Sasha and Bailey at the NXT, and they stole it, and I appreciate and understand where things are going, and the business is past me.
Did you have a Jericho story you wanted to tell, though?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
That comes with age too.
Yeah, that and concussions. Oh, you're not allowed to say that, are you?
That what word? Go ahead.
The concussions. So, me and Chris are sitting next to each other. It's the Hogan birthday, maybe. It's in Oregon. It's in Portland. And I'm dieting for the Magic Mike movie, so I'm not drinking any alcohol. So I'm sitting there, and Jericho says, you can drink? We're taking the red eye home. I said, fuck, man. I said, I'm on this diet, man. I said, I'm on no carbs. He fucking, over there on his phone, he looks at me, he says, it says vodka, 0 carbs. Googles it. He goes, I'm going to have a fucking double vodka on the rocks. I said, well, I'll have a double vodka on the rocks with you. So Hogan's sitting in front of us. And Hogan said, well, fuck it, I'll have one too. We fucking drank every drop of vodka on that plane. Chris passed out, didn't make his connection. It was just one of those, and that was the same thing. A buddy of mine saw me get off the plane at Daytona Beach, and he said that it was like, I was like, kind of like a fucking on a tilt, just kind of like the only thing keeping me upward was the fact the weight of my bags was kind of keeping me from doing the face dive. He said he spoke to me. He said, "How are you?" He said, "I power walked right by him, went out, got in my car, and drove." This is the responsibility factor is still there at 55 years old. Drove my ass home, woke up in my bed, and don't remember anything. So when you think you fucking got a graps on this whole fucking thing, not so much. But that was a Chris makes reference to everyone. I'll see a little tweet or something he'll do on a podcast, and it's the
vodka trip.
The vodka rocks trip.
Honky Tonk Man's surprise, right?
Yeah, whose idea is this one, Jim?
Well, I don't want to finger anybody, but
Thank God I'm sitting next to you.
it wasn't mine. Let's just put it that way. I like Honky, but at the same time, my suggestion at this point, when I first went there in early 1996, I suggested to Vince that the way to compete with WCW was more reality-based programming. Cops, the one camera thing, go to a house show and shoot something that occurs that you weren't supposed to see with just one camera. The TV looks too pretty. Let's make it a little bit more real. The same pitch that Vince Russo gives like a year and a half later about let's be real, except by real he means real fucking stupid soap opera that nobody believes instead of just real wrestling matches and kind of like guys really getting mad at each other. So, then the Smoking Guns had broken up and Billy was around and, we got to do something. He's a great athlete. So all of a sudden Honky Tonk Man is there and I like Wayne, as I said, but they gimmicked a gimmick. Wayne's a gimmick, and the way they made the manager was the gimmick managing a gimmick. It was gimmicky. It was the wrong flavor, exactly the wrong flavor for that time. The people wanted strawberry and they went to pistachio or whatever.
What I want to ask you is, you've worked with flash paper from time to time.
Yes.
It's very unpredictable. How about some tips on throwing the perfect wrestling fireball?
Don't throw into the wind. Also, you actually don't throw them because that's where people fuck up. If you try to throw it, it's like throwing Kleenex. You can't throw it. What you do is you light it, and as you light it, you reveal it, and it goes up because it's lighter than air. So instead of doing that, and it's going to, whatever the fuck, you do that. I've never missed a fireball. Burned Ronnie Garvin's eyebrows and nostril hair completely out. That didn't miss. And he told me, he said, to make it look good, I used about 3 or 4 sheets of it. I was there when it happened, and he was not only out of action, as I said, for a month, but that's what really shortened his career. And the reason why that, that he didn't wrestle very much longer after that, a few years or whatever it was. I mean, it was an accident, and it's the same thing. I wasn't there when D'Lo and Droz, had their accident, but we hear about it immediately. It's an accident. Everybody feels bad, obviously.
But do the LOD have a reputation for being a little careless?
No, well, I mean, they were stiff, and in their early years, they were excitable. We worked with them at the Rosemont Horizon in their gimmick town of Chicago, right? The first time WCW or NWA ran there, it was like 12,000 people, and they came. You could see the goosebumps on their arm when they're coming down to the ring. And, Bobby New's like, we're going to get our ass kicked. I'm like, oh, shit, find me Paul Ellering. He'll be calm. And and then we worked with them in their shoot hometown of Minneapolis with all their gym friends in the front row. So, but at that time, no, they were not any more dangerous. I would have rather been in Hawk or Animal's hands than, well, obviously I let them hang me off a scaffold than a lot of people. They were strong enough to put you where they needed you to go. So unless there was just miscommunication or excitability, they were fine. And at this point, they weren't going to get too excited.
Okay, not careless. That's good to hear. We'll get to Ahmed in a few minutes. Are there plans for Tyson to come in, or is this just Shamrock?
I think that's just getting Shamrock's deal over. But Tyson would show up less than a year later, and actually that's one I was wrong about, because I don't mind using a real athlete as a celebrity, especially when he wasn't going to wrestle. But I'm just thinking $2 million, but it was worth $2 million. I don't have a fucking clue who Horace the Psychopath is.
Do you have it? Where is it? May 5th.
May 5th. Well, no, once again, that had to be just a favor to somebody. Yeah, look, I've got the dark matches down, Legion of Doom and Austin versus Bulldog Owen and Pillman, Taker, Vader, but not
just
Horace.
A favor kind of deal there. A good on-air commissioner?
We've already told the story how he got hired, right?
Well, you can tell it again. New viewers every day.
We were doing TV tapings in Orlando, and JJ was down there with his family, and we saw him. We said, JJ, hey, what are you doing? We knew he'd gotten let go by Vince, and we just said, we just hooked it up right there. I think he talked to Eric either that day or shortly a couple of days after, and he got hired. And then he ended up being, on-air commissioner. So JJ was in that was a tough spot. That the hatchet man for Vince. Mm-hmm. And everybody knew it. I always liked JJ. So I thought he was good. I thought he gave credibility. He was a good interview. He was, like a legend kind of guy. Hell of a lot better than Tunney.
This table. Some of the sometimes when former workers become office, they have to walk that fine line, because they still have a foot in being one of the boys, but they've got a job to do and a family to feed. How did JJ do with the balance?
Well.
Did well, yeah.
But at the same time, like, everybody that was there saw so much instability that it was hard if you had anybody that had been around Vince and had been in that Shark Tank where it was, Vince loved the competition between the guys. Like, that's one thing that drove Vince insane with the Clique was, for the first time ever, 5 guys were calling each other going, "What'd you get paid?" Because that was always the key. I'll give you a little extra. You keep your mouth. Yeah, it was always that. Once that thing was broken,
no power.
Yeah, once Shawn Michaels got $5,000 more for Survivor Series than me and Scott, and all he did was super kick and stayed on the apron the whole night, and we made that fucking call. That was the one that was a game changer.
That was the one JJ answered, right?
Yeah.
Puts you through to Vince. Big D.
That was the Big D. Oh my God, I don't know how that happened. You motherfuckers are talking.
Talk to me about the Japan experience in and of itself. What's it like going over there? The fans, the food, the flights, the hotels. What's the Japan experience?
Japan to me is, I don't know if because I believe in reincarnation to a degree. Because there's too many times in life when you are in a situation and you're like, why does this seem so familiar? Why do I? So at some point, I was either Japanese, stationed in Japan or
Genghis.
slept with a Japanese woman. I don't know which it was.
Eight Japanese.
Or had sushi in a Vancouver airport. But
So you felt at home in Japan.
it's like I'm so like I remember the last time I worked for All Japan. I was probably 53 years old. It was me and Chono. Me and Muda. Chono came out with us. It was an NWO reunion. It was a smaller venue, maybe 4,000 or 5,000 people, but it was just like it was in. I flew into Yokohama. I stayed in Yokohama, and just walking the streets, it was just like it's so zen over there. You know, you just don't get that. You know, people bumping into you. It just, to me, it's like. It's such a hard language to learn. Like I've tried, I've gotten the Rosettas, and you know, I've tried. I mean, I've really tried. I need to sit down with Steven Seagal, but I mean, that's a place I know I could live. I dig the culture. I think the people are. I love it over there. So for me to go to Japan is just. You know, I'm pissed I'm too old to get a booking over there.
Well,
it is an expensive airfare, first class.
What's the nature of the relationship between New Japan and WCW here, or is there any larger?
There was always when I was Oz, you know, like they shipped me over there. Like we always used to ship, even back when NWA, when Muda was with Gary Hart. You know, that was an exchange there was always an exchange. We did when Choshu wrestled Flair in Worlds Collide or whatever, that was a co-New Japan. So there was always a correlation in a business agreement between New Japan and our office.
How are the native workers to the Gaijin coming over?
I think like anything else. I think that respect goes huge over there. I think being polite goes huge. Try to adapt as much as possible to their culture. I think if you go over there and do that, and they see that you make that, being the ugly American doesn't work very well anywhere. But if you go over there and you culturally try to, just mentally try to show them that you're trying to fit in, then it's a pleasant experience.
Is there a language barrier in ring?
Yeah, I mean but the style's so different that you start and stop 93 times. There's real no ebb and flow to most Japanese matches. It's lock up, push off, lock up, push off. You hit the ropes, sell. You hit the ropes, sell. I hit the ropes, I clothesline you, sell. And then finally you grab a headlock. The guy, out of the headlock gives you a belly to back. You roll out and start over again. Mm-hmm. It's so segmented as far as how the work goes that it's you can bit piece it. Especially if you have a Tory or something like that that can interpret, you can use the referee a lot of times to especially if something's not working or change something. So I always had a Tory as my referee.
He's one of the best workers I've ever worked with.
Really?
Yeah, not just for being like everybody goes, well, he's good for a big guy. He's good for any size guy.
Right.
He could have been big, small, it didn't matter. He was good no matter what.
Did he get along with everyone pretty much in the locker room? Another good fit?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do Do you remember working that, the big convention hall in Asbury Park? Yeah, the big
Yeah, it was a
open
big old
space.
building.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was right next to I think next to the ocean, right? Next to the
Yeah,
water.
right across from the, it's on the boardwalk. On May 10th,
It looked like a prison. It felt like a prison.
it did. And especially with only the 1,200 people, only 1,200. 1,200 is a good
was
crowd,
jammed,
but
yeah.
because of everything else, it must have felt like almost like working outside.
Yeah, well, yeah. Like I think there was like a door that was open, so that the air came in. So it was cool. It was, like I said, it was like a prison, like what our company was about. You know, like a bunch of bad guys fighting each other.
Is this a Russo trying to look real now thing?
Yeah,
His little
because I can't find the exact date, but that horrible Raw international tour, Germany. There we go. So the taped Raw that was taped there probably was maybe March 3rd. Maybe that's why I don't have it, because there is no Raw, because the guys just got back from Germany. The point is, there was a point somewhere around March, somebody confirm if I'm telling the truth on the date, where they did a taped Raw from Germany. It aired for 2 hours. It was lit horribly. It was a cold overseas tour card with no really even angle matches. It was just a series of matches shot with 1 or 2 cameras, badly lit with no stories, and then we voiced it over after the fact. And it was rotten. And I knew it was going to be rotten when they planned it, but they thought, oh, Raw will come from Germany. That'll be a big deal. No, it wasn't a big deal. It did like the worst rating in the history of fucking ratings. I don't know. And at that point, Vince, we had done the voiceovers live from the studio. That's another thing. We had to be at the studio from 9 to 11 o'clock on that Monday night to do live voiceovers to refer to things that happened in the news that day, so people would know that our voices were live when we're obviously seeing tape from fucking Germany that's badly lit and poorly fucking shot. So anyway, nobody watched the thing. It fucking sucked. And the next morning, Vince calls this big emergency, and I left at like 11:30 from the studio. So I sleep late. I'm not going to be at the office till 10 o'clock the next morning because it's fucking midnight before I get home, right? He's already called. Bruce has left a message. Oh, Vince has called a meeting. Well, I come in fucking late, and they look at me like I had the turds hanging in my mouth, and Vince is fucking mad at everybody. He's mad at everybody for showing a fucking show that most people thought was going to suck to begin with if they told the fucking truth about it. And that's when Russo's like, I told you so. And that's when he said, well, this guy must know what he's talking about because he's the only one that wasn't involved in it. And that's when he started taking Vince Russo's ideas. I swear to God, Russo has even told his story from what I am told. Only he told it a little bit differently. But that's, yeah. So then he starts listening to Knucklehead because Knucklehead's like, oh, well, see all these phony cartoon characters like Honky Tonk Man and all this other shit. Well, that's the goddamn deal that I've been screaming. There's too many phony cartoon characters. So he has real life that goes into his insane bizarro world version of real life, and off we go in a different direction that's equally as maddening.
So you're literally in a meeting with Vince, and everybody's getting their ass chewed out, and kind of like the favorite in class. He says, "See, this is what," and right there, it's.
Well, he didn't say C, but basically it's C. Yeah, that's when Russo got influenced because Vince just got mad one day and went off in a 180-degree direction, as he does sometimes. That everybody else was the shits because this one show nobody fucking liked. Wow. Because I didn't fucking like it before it aired. As a matter of fact, that was Germany and Kuwait was right about that time. Bruce had come in and said, "You better get your passport. You're either we're gonna do Raw in Germany or Kuwait or both." And I said, let me know if that's a deal breaker because I'm about to renew my fucking lease on this house I'm renting up here. And before I go to goddamn Kuwait and really even Germany, I'll be heading fucking south. And then he came back and says, not a deal breaker. So I didn't go.
How different your life could have been.
I could see going to Kuwait in the 90s. Yeah, noted, wrestling manager among troupe of WWE superstars, terrorists kidnapped, throw in a closet and piss on.
Wolfie is crazy. Jamie is crazier. And if Jamie didn't know he was only 5'8", he thought he was 10 foot tall. You know, he was bigger than life, or he thought he was bigger than life.
Yeah. Did they have?
Believe it or not, Wolfie was a little more down to earth than Jamie, but they're both crazy.
Well, we worked with Jamie, so
So you know about it.
I know it. Yeah. Did they have attitude problems when they came in?
No, I don't think so. I got along with them very good.
Okay.
Both of them.
Joey Styles in recent years has had nothing nice to say about Jamie. Do you know the source of the heat?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay.
Jamie might have slapped him or something, but probably didn't deserve it. But I didn't know there was any heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's reported that Styles actually challenged Dundee to a fight anytime, any place.
Really?
Who would take who?
I don't know. I heard Joey Styles is a karate guy, right?
Is he?
I heard is he? Anybody help me? I heard he like trains karate or whatever, or judo or something. I think it'll probably be a pretty close fight. I'd have to give it to Joey Styles.
Bad idea?
Well, no, it would have been. I think they were going for, hey, we're going to see two big, rough fuckers that most people might think were real beat the piss out of each other. And that's pretty much what happened. So I kind of like that match myself.
What was Vader's reaction to the broken nose, did you?
Well, I mean, I'm sure he pissed and moaned about it at the time, but it's the same thing. Look at Leon. I mean, you know, he could have a fucking arrow sticking in his chest and it would be a minor...
Did it add the significance that I guess they had hoped it would?
It did to me. I had not watched back me and Bill Goldberg's Starrcade match since it happened. And my son, I went by his room and I heard that like a crowd noise, and it was getting ready, and Buffer was getting ready to start the ring announcement. And that night had a kind of a real feel to it anyway. And to watch it back though, just for Buffer to make that call, really kind of gave it that big fight kind of validity.
Right.
And I was always a huge fan of his as a human being, because we spoke a lot. He's highly intelligent, you know, just a really rounded human. And I mean, his number's on my phone. So
Was he a wrestling fan?
I think he definitely appreciated that what we did. I just, you know, there's just something. He's the epitome to me of a ring announcer. Like, nobody does the Spanish pronunciations like Michael Buffer. I mean, that to me, I don't care if I've never heard of the guy. By the time he tells me who he is, he's somebody.
What'd you think of Alex Wright? What was this whole thing? Too soon? Too young?
Well, they gave him that, you know, that dancing thing right out of the chute. So, I mean, it's kind of like saying, you're a good-looking German kid. The Oz costume's just too big, but we've got something just as shitty for you. So, you know, when you get to the first hole and they tell you, oh, by the way, you're lane 23. What do you mean I'm lane 23? Before you hit the ball, you're lane 23. Good luck. Win the tournament.
So no chance.
Nothing. Okay. And he was talented.
Right.
He was talented, but I mean, jeez.
But never came back again in any incarnation in...
Well, they gave him that Berlin gimmick, which was Dusty's idea, and it kind of, I mean, I think it was kind of cool, but then they put together this almost like a trailer of like a Nazi. I don't know if you remember, and that was like a German brigade, like marching in black and white and all that, and it played one time, and you know, it was just like
A little too reminiscent.
Whew, it was just like, oh, okay, I'm sure that this is in this. They just put together some Holocaust film on TNT. I'm thinking, boy, this is good timing.
You know, inconvenience.
Got to ask you about our old friend Jamie Dundee and PG-13. What do you think about that? I know he got you fired, or you got him fired.
No. I had to fire him when he didn't even work for me. Randy Hales
you fired him
Randy
when
Hales
Randy
made me
Hales
fire
started,
him
that's
when he was working for Randy.
Right. What'd you think of the gimmick, though?
I loved. Well, see, that's the thing. PG-13 got the spot because when Vince decided we were going to put the Nation of Domination together, Farouk, Ron Simmons was the spokesman, but then there was Crush, and there was Godfather. Help me. What was his name then?
Charles.
Kama Mustafa. And Rocky was in that. Basically, Jamie and Wolfie could rap a little bit, and I can't remember exactly how they heard him do it, but you know, Jamie and Wolfie, PG-13 was a great tag team, but they were just physically too small to be, at that time, taken seriously, pre-Rey Mysterio in the WWE. But at the same time, to get them some extra work, they would be the rapping, you know, guys that fit the look and came out on the Nation's entrance. And they did a great job with that. And then they let them have a couple matches, but not with much success, obviously. Was that the first or the second try? This might have been the first try at the working relationship on air talent trade between ECW and WWF that we talked about. Well, there was a few there at the Manhattan Center. So this was in February. It's part of the same thing. And I'm sure, you know, with the Mr. Monday Night thing, Paulie wouldn't have capitalized on it unless he probably fed it to somebody. But I don't know if he fed it to Lawler. Maybe he thought if he fed it to Jerry, Jerry wouldn't say it. So he fed it to somebody else to feed it to Jerry.
Jeff Hardy doing jobs for you guys at the time. Do you see a future in him, or is he just another one of the guys?
To be quite honest, yeah, we always thought that, and that's why I always try to push for him. Matt and Jeff, since, God, it was like 94 they started, I guess, because Jeff was 15 or 16. See, Italian Stallion would bring TV guys over to work the North Carolina and the Carolinas Mid-Atlantic TVs for the WWE. And they just lied about Jeff's age, and Strongbow never noticed. Strongbow was the guy in charge of job guys at that time, and he didn't know anything, so they just lied about Jeff's age. But he'd been working since he was like 15. We always thought the Hardys were a great team. It would be good kids and good, more like a Rock and Roll Express style, you know, young white meat babyface team. To be honest, if anybody ever said Jeff Hardy was going to be one of the biggest stars in business, no, nobody predicted. Not because of talent, but just, you know, things changed.
Well, when they gave him like the shoot gimmick, I mean, I didn't see any money in that.
Was he a legit badass?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'd heard that he did point. He was one of those guys that did point karate. I heard that he did. You know, you hear all this shit. You know. Unless I see a fight like Don Fry with a Korean guy in the corner exchanging blows for 3 hours, man, I don't have to fucking like touch Don Fry to know Don Fry's a bad motherfucker. You know what I mean? There's just certain guys that you just, and they're always the nicest guy too. The baddest ass guys are always the nicest guy.
So they have nothing to prove.
No, fuck no. They know they just beat the fucking dog shit out of you.
Was Ernest liked by the boys? Did he come in with the whole Eric's friend thing again also?
Because wasn't he like Garrett, like Eric's son, Garrett? Didn't he teach him karate, and that's where the correlation was?
Yeah.
I know Eric was I think Eric trained too in martial arts, so, you know, my thing is on top of all that though, and I'm a Detroit boy, and Eric's a Detroit boy, Man, if you can't get your friends a fucking job when you're on top, who the fuck are you? You know? I mean, that's kind of what you do, don't you?
But is that the pervasive notion with the other guys, or is there resentment toward Ernest?
Who gives a fuck? It's my friend. Tennessee boy.
That's right.
Yeah. No, he was. He was at school when I was at school. He was a freshman when I was a junior. So it was nice to see a Tennessee guy.
Did he come in respectful and?
Oh yeah. He was that. He was. Reggie White was that. Here's a guy that, you couldn't triple team stop. He was such a badass. I mean, he had nothing to prove.
Well, something you just sometimes see. I guess in later generation, the NFL, NBA athletes kind of saw you guys as athletes too. Wasn't always that way.
Right.
It was kind of that fake wrestler kind of thing,
right.
maybe in the 70s or 60s. But by this point, it's safe to say that the guys you would work with, Rodman, and they walked in and saw you guys as equals.
And we also were doing such numbers that it was, we were part of pop culture at that point. I mean, it was cool to be on our show.
Did you get along with Ric Flair outside the ring?
Yes.
Why?
If you want to hear really great wrestling stories, listen to Flair, because he was that two generations back guy, where it was territories and Blackjack Mulligan, comes in the locker room with a loaded 357 looking for Barry, and Barry's out in the parking lot hiding in an RV, and it was a very different era of professional wrestling. And to the guys that navigated through that shit, going to Puerto Rico, and Rick was that guy that you went in and he was the world champion. I mean, he was the shoot. He's the last guy that's the last guy that'll do that. So to me, he's one in a million, and it's just, and on top of that, he's also a huge. See, there's so many guys in wrestling that aren't sports fans. Especially when I broke in, but just guys that just weren't really sports fans. And Rick likes every sport and knows. So I like to talk sports. I like to follow sports, and Rick and I have always had that bond. And as we've gotten older, it's just like anything else. It's just oh, you're still around, huh?
But he never saw you guys as the guys taking that top spot from what had basically been his for years.
I don't think that we got. There was heat between him and Eric, and I don't think that it trickled down to us. I think that I never felt it. I never felt there was any animosity that Rick had towards Kevin Nash.
How was Kevin Green as far as
Great guy.
In the ring?
He was a great athlete. I mean, we did that match with him in Charlotte where Green hit me with his finish, Piper put Kid in his, and Flair and the roof came off, and they fucking thought we were going to fuck him. They thought we were going to pull some shit on him, and we, And I think there was a lot of respect. If there was anything that Rick had against any of us, that night squelched it, because he knew these fucking three guys are pros.
Did anyone talk about not showing that because of the, I know that you started airing those don't try this at home things at that time or whatever, and here you're showing a kid backyard wrestling jumping off the top of a house.
Well,
anyone think that would be a liability?
And actually, and this was the start of Russo's, we're going to make all these guys real people, and you know, all great clusterfucks begin with the seed of a good idea. You know, but we're going to make these guys more real people and etc. And that's when and we'll talk about once we get to about June or July, let's talk about the creative process that it was becoming between me and Russo in Vince's house. But at this point in time, like Dude Love, what I had started taking more of an interest in, because to be honest, some of the things, the direction of the TV, whether before and after it got successful, just etc., were driving me nuts, but I loved helping the talent or fleshing out ideas for guys or whatever. So with Dude Love, Mick had this character that he called Dude Love. Dude Love was the guy that jumped off the house, right? It was his like homage to handsome Jimmy Valiant in the 70s, a bleach blonde, good-looking guy with the hearts all over him and Mercy Daddy and all that stuff. Dude Love, right? Idol to millions of women. And then, you know, as he started to go to do that, he realized that I only did Dude Love for like 2 weeks in my backyard. How do I do Dude Love? And so I would get with Cactus, and I'd remember and write down old handsome Jimmy Valiant interviews of the old bullshit like, whoo, messy baby, I'm like cheap toilet paper. I don't take crap off nobody. You know what I'm saying? You know, all that Dude Love shit. So I would have more fun with that. And also with the actual booking of the house show lineups than with television. That's why I'm meticulous about all my house show lineups and everything, and the TV formats are in a box in the closet. Because this was drawing money, whether good or bad, $58,000. But you know, a few years later, it was bigger. And Jim Ross actually, for a majority of this time, and for quite a while afterwards, was responsible for most of the house show lineups. And of course, then a few years later, it got to where they'd rewrite TV every week, and he'd have to rebook the house show every week. But he really did a great job. He's the one that brought the triple threat matches up. When I'd done it in Knoxville, and not to say, once again, I think I asked before, nobody's proven to me yet Paulie did it before I did. I know somebody did it for both of us. But the triple threat match that I did in Knoxville, his three-way dance, Jim Ross called me and asked me one day, I want to do that on our cards with Undertaker and Bret and Shawn. Wow. What were the rules again? How did you advertise it? Boom. And then he started booking it, and it started getting over. So, you know, I like shit because you can make a difference with helping guys do their own thing, or with the house show booking. The TV week-to-week mundane political blah, 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 and what were the plans? Put it out of my mind.
Taz and Perry Saturn was the trainers, and they ran those guys over the coals, like Roadkill and Danny Doring and Chris Chetty. They worked those guys pretty hard. They deserved their spot. They deserved a higher spot, actually.
I talk about Danny Doring.
What do you want me to say?
Get along?
Yes, he was a good guy, great worker. He was very underrated only because he didn't have the big muscles, but he had all the talent. And he could talk, and he had good experience and presence and all that. The only thing that hurt him was he didn't have the big muscles.
Sometimes.
Boy, now this is Shawn. He's coming back. The smile is back, perhaps. I don't know. He's back. Now he must have come back to a ton of heat.
Oh yeah.
From at least Office.
Oh, well, it was just, Vince would coddle. That's one thing I used to fucking blow my gasket about to Bruce Pritchard. What the fuck? I've never been to a place where the top talent had so much leeway, not only creatively, which could be a good thing, and you know, the power of good in the right hands, but also could get away with shit that, you know, it just didn't happen in the other place I'd been, Bill Watts or Dusty Rhodes. It didn't happen with those people that I'd worked, but it was a different atmosphere. And, you know, Shawn kept a lot of heat with people. When the next year at WrestleMania with the match with Austin and Tyson, as soon as Taker was finished, he went back, he taped his fists, sat right down at gorilla position and watched the monitor, watch Shawn dropped the title to Austin. And provided everything went the right way, that was all that was going to happen, and everything went the right way. And as soon as 1, 2, 3, ding, 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 he stood up, started pulling his tape off, and went and changed. Because Undertaker cared about business and the rest of the boys rather than his own fucking little meager self. Shawn, hi. Born again. Was not in favor the first time. You were always a prick to me. I just want to remind you of that. Anyway, so.
Wow. Comment on your book here. I noticed that while working for WWE, you have a note here that WCW is back to its normal schedule.
Yes.
On Monday the 26th. Are you keeping tabs on WCW?
Well, it's on. See, this was news that for that month, for whatever reason, maybe more than a month, WCW on Monday night aired from 7 to 8 p.m., and I don't know why, but I have that there. And then, of course, back to normal schedule, just, because now it's against us again. So if I'm following what the fuck's going on, that's just a little note. And probably also I got a memo. WWF office was big on memos. If I got a memo, I'd jot something down.
What's the story with getting Jim Kelly? I mean, there's a football thing here. Is Eric in making inroads with someone in the NFL?
It could have been Schiller. You never know what was going on. With Harvey.
You remember Jim Kelly coming in?
Yeah.
Was he a fan?
Yeah. He had some cocktails. He was fun. He had some cocktails that night. We talked in the locker room for a while.
Was Jim Kelly the story Missy told about, or was it, remember in Bill Fralick? Someone wanted a black dildo up their ass, and it was Jim. No, there was one that was a premature ejaculator. I thought that was Jim. We're gonna leave this off until I get it straight.
Bill Fralick, the offensive lineman for the
Falcons, right? Yeah.
He always made me fucking with a black dildo.
Oh, well, that's him then.
That's him.
There was no bad blood or nothing like that. It was just time for him to move on. But when it was time for me to move on, everybody healed me.
But did you guys feel abandoned?
No, I didn't. I didn't think so.
Did he catch heat?
Probably from from a few of the guys, probably. From Paulie, I'm sure. Because he wasn't Raven before he came to ECW. He was before that. He was Scotty, whatever.
Scotty the Body.
And then he debuted. I think he debuted as Raven with ECW. And I thought it was a cool gimmick because the hair, the look, the way he worked.
This is the show where the lights go out 3 times, and you're in the ring, and then Rob's in the ring, and then Jerry Lawler's in the ring. Did you know anything about the negotiations to bring Lawler in, how that came about? Are you starting to suspect there's a deal with WWF now?
No, I still didn't. I just thought Lawler was coming in for a shot. I really didn't. I was kind of oblivious to that kind of stuff. I really was, like I said, I mostly concentrated on my match. I tried not to get too involved in the other guys' matches. So when we did that spot, I really didn't think too much past that. I didn't look too much into it. I mean,
in your dealings with Jerry, did you get a sense that he did really dislike ECW?
Yeah, he did. So did Vince. So did everybody. Everybody dislikes the competition, just like we disliked those guys until we worked with them. Until you work with the opposition or the opposing company, you kind of generally don't like them.
So having said that, how was he in the locker? How was he perceived by the rest of the locker room?
Well, he's pretty much, he didn't come and dress with everybody. He came in dressed, and he came in right before he was supposed to do his spot. So he wasn't hanging around the dressing room all day like everybody else was. He just came in, did his thing, and then was gone. Which is okay, I didn't want to hang around him anyways.
the way the finish happens, he's got you in the Taz mission, and it's his shoulders that are down. Did you feel that was kind of slipping on the banana peel?
Yes, but like if I was to bitch about it, I'd be hard to deal with. So I just went with it. Like he got me in like the Taz mission thing, right, and then pinned himself.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't particularly like it, but what can you do?
And then right around, minutes later, he's given another title as consolation. So he pins himself and then is given another belt.
Well, that's how you save a guy. Like you have him lose, then you have him a big win. That puts him right back where he was or higher.
But wasn't pinning himself the way to do that? And then on top of that, they gave him a belt. Did you think he was getting too much?
No, I don't think he's getting too much. He deserved it. He worked hard. He tried hard, and he had high expectations for himself. And like before that, he was just like Taz the Caveman. Then when he started calling me out for about a year, and I wouldn't answer his call outs or his when he called me out, he became himself. That's when he started saying, "Fuck this, fuck that." He wasn't acting. That was him. That's what made him. He was speaking from the heart. When he goes, "Fuck Sabu," he meant that. That wasn't planned. He meant that. And I agreed with him. Fuck Sabu.
Does Taz have an insecurity problem?
I don't think anymore. He did back then. We all did. I was afraid to miss a show. That's why I worked hurt so many times. I was afraid someone might take my spot, or I might lose a step or something. So I never wanted to take a day off or submit that I was too injured to work. And a few times I was too injured to work, but I worked anyways. They didn't like each other. A lot of people Tommy Rich didn't like, and a lot of people didn't like Tommy Rich, but I always liked him because he was always straight with me. He wasn't an ass kisser and he wasn't a bullshitter, but he was a funny guy and he was a great worker. But he didn't hold back when he didn't like somebody. I got in a fight one time in the parking lot at ECW Arena, and it was me and Candido and Tammy. And Tammy started this fight with this girl. She wanted to move her car, but Tammy's car was blocking it, and she wouldn't move. She sat in her car. I'm not moving it for that fat bitch or nothing. And someone hit me with a beer bottle, and when the word got inside that we got in a fight, Tommy Rich was the first one to help. He was the first one out there beating people's ass. Him and Big Dick Dudley.
Well, that's old school, right? I mean, that's...
Well, a lot of guys were saying, well, Sabu's getting in a fight. It's too bad. Tommy Rich said, Sabu's getting in a fight. Boom, he's there. And so was Big Dick Dudley.
These guys in the locker room wouldn't have your back?
Well, they did, but someone had to lead. Tommy Rich was the first. Once someone starts leading, then the guys will follow, but nobody really wants to be the first. Tommy Rich wasn't shy about being the first.
Don't know. Give me the whole story about the fight.
Michaels is 0 for life on any kind of fucking real fight. The Harris boys, I think it was Ron, watched the door and Don watched the door and Ron grabbed him by the neck and held him up to his feet. We're going wee, wee, wee in the garden on their last day. And the Marine beat him up, or the 9 Marines or 1 Marine, depending on the story. Actually, Davey Boy Smith was with him, but they had a 2-door rental car. And where the seat flips up, and you get in the back seat, Davey, as big as he was in the back seat with the seat on him, and he couldn't get out to save Shawn's fucking little rabbit ass. But anyway, we're there at Hartford for Raw, and I've come out of one of the offices. I've been making some notes or whatever, and here comes Steve Lombardi, Brooklyn Brawler. Holy shit, Shawn and Bret just got in a fight. I mean, what the fuck? Come to find out, apparently Lawler is in the locker room, in the stall in the toilet taking a shit. And he's got his tights down around his ankles, and he hears, I don't know whether Bret was in the room and Shawn walked in or the other way around, but one of them said something to the other one. And the other, I think probably Shawn open his mouth first usually. But I don't want to ascribe quotes to people. I don't know what was said, but it was like, oh yeah, yeah, and all of a sudden you hear boom, boom, boom. Now Lawler's sitting on the toilet with shit on his ass, and he said, whoa, 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 they've gone down and they're scrapping. He's like, well, shit, what the fuck? And he gets his fucking tights out. I don't know, the history is not recorded whether the King wiped first, and he tries to get him separated, and somebody else is hurt, and then Brawler's running around. So I come out and see Brawler right, he's still wide-eyed. So I immediately turn around while he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off. I go to Vince's office, and as I open the door, Vince is all by himself, right? He's sitting there writing in his book that looks just like this one. I said, Vince, apparently Shawn and Bret have just had a shoot in the fucking locker room. And as soon as I say that, the door buzzes open, and here comes Michaels in, cutting a fucking promo, and he's got a handful of his hair. I swear to God, it looked like a small squirrel or a possum or whatever that Bret is apparently put. He's like, God damn it, this bullshit. And I wish, just the sight of him holding his hair I was on the inside laughing, right? So I wish I'd committed to memory the exact verbiage, but basically I did hear the phrase, it's unsafe for me to work here, which apparently he had already fucking thought of as his next reason to lose his smile and leave. And he throws the hair fucking down on the floor, and he fucking storms out, and Vince gets up and follows him. And I've never told this story publicly, but it still tickles me to this day. I looked at that fucking hunk of hair. I said, this is fucking great. When I go home to who's now my ex-wife, but I said, I gotta have a visual aid, and I picked that up and stuck it in a fucking paper bag and took the hair home. I said, look at this. When I got home, I said, they went down, they had the fucking scuffle, blah, 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 and look at this fucking hunk of hair. And she put it in a plastic bag and kept it. It was like the ultimate wrestling souvenir. And then, of course, I haven't seen her in a while, so don't know where it's at. But if it pops up on eBay, it could be legitimate. Well, now it won't be, because now somebody will come up with a fake head of hair in a fucking bag. But anyway, yeah, they fucking couldn't stand each other. But
It's not in the closet, the hair?
no, I didn't keep the hair.
The place was packed, and we were going to Moline for a tag match,
Right?
yeah. And we just, Scott and I sat down with him before the match and just said, whatever we do tonight, because this was never, it wasn't spot, and then you'll take a breath,
Right.
and then, I'll turn semi-left 14 degrees.
But if there was something important that had to be said, you had to.
Yeah, and the thing was this. It was real simple. Whatever we do, let's not fucking jumpstart it. We'll have nowhere to go.
At the pay-per-view.
No, that night.
Oh.
Because neither one of them had Flair's going to chop us for 16 minutes. And Piper's going to throw fucking the tat-a-tat-tat fucking body shots. It's not like they're going to pick us up and throw us a fucking round. So what's going to happen? We're going to bounce you fuckers. Like, let Scott do his shit. Let the wrestling guy do some wrestling with you fuckers. I'll come in. We'll get a little fucking heat. Give a little shine. Fucking we'll go do the finish. No reason to start this thing. Get out there. They motherfucking they charge us. I'm like, I was pissed. And I laid it in out there too.
Now, when something like that happens, take me inside the ring here, as never having worked, if you can believe that. Do you just powder and say, to get a signal to them somehow through the ref or whatever that you're off track here?
No, you fucking blast them fucking with enough fucking live rounds and throw them the fuck out on the floor and tell them, you dumb motherfuckers, what didn't you get about not fucking starting us hot? Which doesn't do a whole lot for the baby faces. Let's shit can the baby faces to start the match.
Shouldn't Flair have known better? Was he just following Piper's lead? What
Who
happened?
the fuck knows?
So you get into the locker room.
And I hear that fucking Piper's down in Hogan's locker room running his mouth about me.
That you were stiff with him?
Yeah. So I fucking walked down there and I said, motherfucker, you just would listen. And he fucking popped up, fucking like he was going to jump.
And you wanted to land the first shot.
Where I come from, I'm pretty much sure that anything he got on your body ain't going to be longer than what I got on mine. So I hit him, I respectfully hit him with an open hand.
You come back,
Nope.
sat down, left the room. What?
Looked up at me like, oh shit. I've been fucking telling people for fucking 30 fucking years how bad I am.
Who was in the locker room to see it?
Hogan, Bischoff, Macho, Scott, Kidd.
Wow.
Then he got a podcast and told everybody that he leg dove me and threw me out of the locker room.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, and it started to shit up again.
Well, he had an amateur
The
boxing background. You know?
Yeah. Rat-a-tat-tat, we all did. I fucking got a black belt in garage.
I didn't really know too much outside of what I was doing. And even what I was doing, I didn't know in advance very much what I was doing. Not until like usually the morning. Like in WWF now and TNA now, they tell you a few weeks in advance what you're going to be doing a few weeks later. With ECW, we really didn't know what we were doing until that morning or that afternoon of the show.
Gotcha.
Or sometimes even right up until the match, they say, okay, Paulie one time goes, do something amazing. I go, okay. He goes, what are you going to do? I go, I don't know. It'll come to me.
That was the instruction.
Yeah,
Just go
do something amazing. I said, okay, you got it.
In a day and age where everything is booked down to every word now, that's hilarious. That
Yeah.
someone was
That's unspeakable now. You
Yeah.
can't,
Oh,
you can't do
forget
that
it.
now. If you do, you get fired.
Hair. Once again, it was always a rib on me anytime I wanted to try to do anything constructive. There was the time previously, about a year before, where the talent roster was so short that it was ridiculous trying to book the house shows. And especially television, because you didn't have a lot of talent to vary up the matches, so you didn't want to have the same matches on TV as you're having on house shows. And I said, why don't we contact a lot of the great talent that's out there that Bruce might know or that I might know that's really good workers, and bring them in on television contracts and let them have competitive matches on television with our stars and win some and then lose some, whatever the fuck. But and then if they get over, we can book them on the house shows. But in the meantime, it gets some of these guys some extra work, a level above just a TV job guy. So of course I called, the guy's been working for me in Smoky Mountain. Then that's when Tony Anthony, the Dirty White Boy, showed up, and Tracy Smothers, and Bruce Pritchard had been wanting to bring Bill Irwin in because he'd done so well in Texas and different places so many years, and Sal Sincere, Tom Brandy, and I even called Chris Jericho, which I was reminded of by Dave Meltzer several weeks ago when he did the Jericho profile. But anyway, and of course, this good idea on the surface of it to get extra guys, more work, expand the talent roster, have some good matches. As soon as I make these calls and these guys start showing up, then Vince has decided they need to have a fucking gimmick. And Bruce Pritchard, was that my stomach? God, I'm hungry. No, maybe it was that's something out on the turnpike. Anyway,
Oh, fine.
Vince has decided all these guys got to have a silly gimmick, and Bruce and Pat have got their heads together. Bruce is smiling. Oh yeah, Tony Anthony's going to be a plumber, T.L. Hopper, and Bill Irwin's going to be the goon because he used to play hockey with his fucking boots that look like skates, and they're going to rib Tracy Smothers. They're going to rib the Briscoes with Freddie Joe Floyd because Freddie Joe Briscoe and Floyd Briscoe is their real name. I said fuck. So then I just checked out of that. Well, then the following year, they want to have a light heavyweight title. So call all the great light heavyweights and blah, blah, blah. And so I call Tommy Rogers and Bobby Fulton, and that's Scott Taylor, Scotty Too Hotty, I believe is how he originally started. And a variety of other guys that were under a certain weight, whatever the fuck it was, and could have good matches and could work. And I believe that was a tournament match. And of course, we get there. It's once again, it's going to be half-assed, and they don't want to fucking devote any time to it. And they get 3 fucking minutes. And so I said, okay, I'm glad I got these guys a payoff, and I wouldn't do anything else with it if they wanted me to. And I'm surprised these guys didn't fucking burn my phone number. Great googly moogly.
I love it. Thank you for that. Talk to me about the Nation of Domination and this trying to approach kind of an edgy Black Power thing. You remember the pitch?
Well, see, once again, a lot of times with these things, it's somebody else's idea, but if it's somebody else's idea, then you want to run with it and you want to do the best you can, right? And you want to, okay, well, then this is how I see it. So I don't remember specifically whose idea the germ of a lot of things was. But I remember also that, they said, well, wow, Ron Simmons has that great voice and he speaks well, and we're already calling him Farouk, and he's got the African gimmick. And originally that was going to be, the actual legitimate African stuff with the headgear and the flowing robes and go all the way with it. Well, then the Nation of Domination, somebody said, okay, let's do a group. Well, and of course, Nation of Domination is obviously a takeoff on the Nation of Islam. But instead of wearing bow ties, everybody's out there in spandex. So it became, seriously. That's why everything was so, it's almost cartooned or stereotyped or caricatured in that there's a germ of an idea in there somewhere that's legitimate, and then everybody gets a turn like the old horror the night after, the night of the prom in high school. Everybody gets a turn, and sooner or later, it doesn't resemble what it originally was supposed to fucking be. So that's the idea.
It was
obviously
over. It was over for a bit, though, right?
A militant black, or whatever the proper politically correct term is. It was a great group. There was a lot of good talent in it, but it didn't actually get real political, but and real, but it actually didn't get too cartoony because everybody was having a piece of it, but it didn't, really drive anything home.
I thought it was sweet because Paulie badmouthed Lawler, he badmouthed Cornette, and they would all badmouth each other. Then we're all in the ring together. So I thought it was pretty cool that they could throw things aside and do business. Yeah.
In the schmaz, it's Lawler, right, that hits Dreamer in the testicle, and he has a whole issue there. You remember that?
Yeah.
That was a legit.
I mean, did he shoot on him, or just?
No, I mean that was a real.
He whacked. He probably made his nuts purple. Yeah.
Did he have heat with Jerry over this?
No. It was business.
Yeah.
Dreamer don't get mad at nobody.
Okay.
You can kill him and he don't care, as long as it's business.
In all your injuries in the business, did you ever have a testicle drained?
No. I had my...
Not by a rat. Did you ever have your testicle drained by a doctor?
No, never. Okay. Why? Where'd you hear that?
No, well, because Tommy had to, right?
Oh,
It was a swollen testicle he had to have drained.
No, I never had nobody play with my nuts.
All right, so he's got one up on you.
No. Yeah, he does. He's got more than one. Got two.
Was Paulie all for doing the angle with Cornette, or was he hesitant because...
He was hesitant with everything.
Yeah.
He's always insecure about if he brings somebody in, like a Lawler or somebody, that they're going to take it over, or they're going to like them more than us, or something. You know, like, he was always worried about that, and we were never worried about it. We always knew our fans would always appreciate us more. You know.
Did you have that kind of relationship with Paulie the Messiah, where where he would talk to you guys on a man-to-man about those kind of insecurities and those problems he was having?
Sort of. He would say it as if, like he goes, I know they're not gonna get over more than you, but still, you got to do something amazing, or don't let them get too far, or don't get them too much heat on. You know, like, he's worried about that a little bit. You know, he's afraid that we might not necessarily mark out for the guy, but show him too much respect. You know.
It has been said that Candido had to work as an intermediary between Cornette and Paulie because they didn't want to talk.
Yes,
Is this true?
Yeah, that's true.
How'd that work out? It's amazing they even put a deal together.
Well, money talks. You know, Cornette wanted money and Paulie wanted business, so the one of them had to throw out their differences, and so how they did that with and save face is they had Candido do it for them. Candido mediated it.
What about backstage now in the locker room?
Paulie would say something to Candido. Candido would say something would relay it to Cornette, and vice versa.
Wow, the whole time they kept that up.
Yeah. Even when it was one time Terry Funk had 50 years of Funk's wrestling in Texas, and Bret Hart came in, and Candido had to mediate between Terry Funk and Bret Hart. I don't know if there was heat or what, but they didn't talk face to face. Terry would send a spot to Candido, and Candido would tell it to Bret Hart, and vice versa. He'd send it back, you know.
That might have just been to preserve the
Kayfabe,
retirement
whatever.
match,
Yeah.
keep the kayfabe going. Yeah. Now Cornette comes in. How's his attitude? Is he cool with the guys, or is he walking around like he owns the place?
No, he's cool with the guys.
Yeah.
He's very humble. Yeah. Everybody who came in, like, they all talked bad about us, you know, when they weren't around us. But when they were around us, they treated us as if we were, you know, Bruno Sammartino, you know.
Another thing that is said is Tracy Smothers and Cornette now have heat from how Tracy was used in WWE. Now Cornette comes into sharing a locker room with Tracy Smothers at the time. Corny's always the center of some kind of controversy, isn't he? Was that true? Was there?
Yeah. Tracy wasn't a big fan of Cornette at that time.
It didn't ever escalate
To a fight or anything?
Well, that to words.
No, they'd just bitch about each other, but not to each other's face. Look at that fucking Cornette, man. I'm a fucking dick if he comes around here. And then that fucking Tracy's mother thinks he's this and that, you know, but they never said it to each other's face. Well, when the sun is shining, when you take a bump on the mat, it kind of burns you a little bit. But usually, I don't like working outside because the sound's different. You can't hear the people the same. It's windy sometimes, or like you said, it was 110 degrees in the ring, and that kind of drains your energy, you know.
Do you remember the specific show at the bar?
At the bar
In Jersey, down the Jersey Shore. It's
Was it Wilkes Bar?
it's an outdoor
Wilkes
bar.
Bar
It's
or
called
something like
Bar A.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was, the bar was half indoors, half outdoors, and the ring was outdoors. And it was hot as a bitch, and there was sand, I think, too.
Yeah.
So when you took a bump, it was like landing on sandpaper. You know, kind of like burned you a little.
Any advantages, disadvantages to working a show at a bar? I mean, is everybody just loaded before the match is even beginning?
It's a disadvantage because people get drunk, and as the night goes on, they get more courage. By the final match, they're throwing shit and getting thrown out and causing fights. Beginning of the show, it's usually always pretty calm, but by the end of the show, it got very rowdy.
Michael Cole was a Kevin Dunn project because he had done real newscasting. He'd reported overseas somewhere in Desert Storm, and he had done news anchoring. And I like Michael. I haven't talked to him in probably haven't seen him in 7 or 8 years. But I liked Michael. Michael didn't know shit from apple butter about wrestling and was rotten. I did the first SmackDown when it was just the pilot show. It aired in June of '99, right as I was leaving to go to Louisville with Michael Cole. And we did some syndication. And Michael just didn't know anything about wrestling, but he got the shots over Kevin Kelly and good wrestling announcers because Kevin Dunn didn't want anybody to know anything about wrestling and wanted pretty-looking guys who had done real news, because then Kevin Dunn can respect somebody that's not from wrestling but from actual television, because then he can sniff their crotch and fantasize while rubbing his nipples.
This is the guy that would eventually replace JR.
Yeah.
A Kevin Dunn choice?
Yeah. Well, Kevin Dunn has wanted Jim Ross off television. He's Southern. He talks to wrestling fans like they understand what they're talking about, or what he's talking about, and talks to them intelligently, and is old and doesn't have a look for TV. It's all, Vince thinks the same thing, but they name the great wrestling announcers that have been employed by the WWE and name the announcers that have been employed, and they're generally, Jim Ross is really the only one that belongs on both lists.
Ken Resnick was there for about a week, though, wasn't he?
There you have it.
But you're back on TV after 6 months. Are you itching to be back on TV?
No,
or?
no. As a matter of fact, it was a surprise to me, and I didn't want to do it. At the end of '96, that's when they had it was the Christmas shows of '96, the TVs. Where was, as a matter of fact, did we do TV there? Yeah, probably in Albany, New York. Undertaker tombstoned me and put me in a body bag, because since I've been on the creative team all year, I'd also been managing Vader, but they made a decision, I didn't argue, that, well, you're on the creative team, we're sending you out for some of these spot shows or house shows, and you also have to do office work, blah, blah, blah. We'll take you off the road, to take you off as a talent, just make you a member of creative. Great. Tombstone, body bag, boom, done. And then somehow, this fucking
end of June
bullshit. It was those headhunters, the two identical twin guys. They looked like giant savages, but they were as round as they were tall. And their whole deal was they could do shit off the top rope and everything, and they worked in a number of territories overseas, Puerto Rico, Japan, etc. And I don't even know why. It was a decision made that night. Well, you go out with them. And they came fucking running out, and immediately, somehow they ran out with Owen and Davey in the ring, who were already beating up somebody. And the first thing Davey did was pick one of them up and body slam him.
That's the end of that.
Yeah, boom, done, over with, see you later. It was almost like the fucking, a couple years earlier, the Mantar rib. I think they just wanted to see me run out with these two fucking, I had to slow down, even me, because their legs were like this long. So when we ran out, I lapped them once and had to come back. Yeah.
Ito.
Did you work, what did you work with Scotty before this?
We worked, he was Scotty the Body. And first off, our first run, I think it was Scotty the Body, and it was Dallas and I were like his corner guys against Johnny B. Bad.
Right. Yes.
So we had that. Scotty lived down, like in Buckhead, he lived down the street from me and my wife. And he was like one of the first guys, like in '90, that was, because he wasn't in WCW yet. He was doing indies or whatever, but he was like he was at the gym and stuff. So I mean, it was like one of those guys I knew kind of before the business.
Mm-hmm. Take me into a long car ride with Scott Levy.
I'll tell you one thing: you will not fall asleep at the wheel. I mean,
will you learn a lot? Will you be educated about some things?
You'll definitely have insights how he feels about things,
and maybe how you're wrong about things.
Well, that's where you're wrong.
Did you like having him come in to WCW at this time?
See, Scott and I will say the exact same thing. The reason fucking Scott Levy always works in the heel persona is because he's generally very easy to dislike. I love him. I mean, I love him to death. I get him. But most people, he's a very, very, very high IQ guy. He's probably a 160. And if you don't have the ability to step outside of the box of your own thinking to accept his thinking, he's the dentist and Marathon Man. But if you understand Scott Levy, I love the fact he got over with the Raven gimmick in ECW. You know, that he became a star. I always thought he was underutilized his entire career. He's a guy that will probably never get that Hall of Fame nod, but was as innovative in certain creative aspects of the business than anybody. There's only one Curt Hennig. Curt was one of those. Curt was the guy that broke in Scott and Shawn Michaels. So you know that whole, like the click philosophy of work was basically as told by Curt Hennig. Like Curt was like the father of, you know, Curt was great. Curt did with Shawn, with Scott, take every fucking thing the guy has, kick out of him, and beat him with your finish. You know, that was, you know, kind of the way you did things. But give, you know, don't, you know, always give. You know, when you're the heel, fucking make the baby face. I remember on a Saturday Night Main Event, he made Hogan look like fucking Hogan could work his fucking ass off because he took such amazing fucking bumps. And it wasn't that standard Hulk Hogan, you know, sell, come back, big boot, drop the leg. It was a different match. And it was, you know, back then I just thought Hulk was having a great night. You know, I didn't know any better. Then I got in the ring with Curt and I peeled him out of the corner and I went like, oh, it's pretty much that motherfucker.
Does he have the heavyweight title for ribs?
I mean, straight out, yes. But cerebral, Owen Hart.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Because Owen would be, Curt was like, let's rib the Japanese and drop a bomb on Hiroshima. Owen would be
Curt
like,
would shit in your hat, maybe.
You know, Owen would be like, let's just put like, you know, shit on a toothpick and you'll get.
Yeah.
What's the reaction? Was it pretty much that?
Yeah. This was funny, you know. No, it wasn't really funny. I mean, it's funny now because it's over now. But at the time, you know, I don't want to say too much, but it was just funny they got caught, and then they didn't stop either.
Right.
It just slowed them down.
Is Paulie surprised?
No, nobody was surprised.
Right.
No.
Could this have been basically anybody on any random?
No, they were doing a little more heavier stuff than most of us. Like I admit, you know, I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I was a user. I was never a dealer or a seller, so I think maybe they were selling more than they were doing. So it was different. Like if I was ever to get busted, I would never have no more than like personal use.
Right.
If they were to get busted, they might have a lot more than personal use.
Were they selling to the boys, or was this an outside business?
It was an outside thing. It wasn't selling to the boys. Like that happened on their own time. It didn't happen during a show or nothing. It happened on like a day off or something.
But did this create any sense of paranoia among other people there? No,
we still trusted those guys.
Right. No, I mean about you guys. Maybe the spotlight was going to be on ECW a little more now, and you guys might have your balls broken a little bit.
No, I never really thought about it. As long as it wasn't me getting caught, I didn't care.
Okay.
Is there some real life importance to this with the Hart family? I
Oh
mean,
God!
there's,
Well, okay.
you know-
Look at this. Here was the rest of the card. The free-for-all match. The new Blackjacks.
Right.
Justin, Hank, Bradshaw, and Barry Windham against the Godwins. Tiger Ali Singh against Sal Sincere. Great Sasuke against Taka Michinoku. Mankind against Triple H, and Undertaker against Vader for the title. So basically, Mankind and Triple H was not a match that would have the importance that it would today when you say those two names, because Mankind was only a year old and nobody gave a shit about Triple H until 12 months previously. So basically, it was Undertaker against Vader, and it was Shamrock, Austin, Goldust, and the LOD against Brett, Bulldog, Owen, Pillman, and Neidhart. In Calgary, $212,000 house, shattered the all-time record in the Calgary, and it was Stampede Week. That was a lot of emotion, and those guys, that was universally recognized as the best in-your-house pay-per-view ever, right? And one of the great pay-per-view matches of all time for the atmosphere, the crowd, that match, which went, 30, 40, 45 minutes?
24:30.
Okay, well, with entrances.
Right.
It was a lot of emotion, and you had all the hosses in there, and basically the pay-per-view was a 4-match card. It was a 2-hour pay-per-view, 4 matches. So to do that kind of business in their hometown with all the family together, which would probably be for the last time, I guess, that everybody would be there and on the same side, even with the stuff they did later on, because Pillman was about, that was July and October, so...
And Owen is given the pinfall. Is there significance there, or...?
I don't know otherwise, and just maybe it was just not the obvious choice, or give Owen something for his hard work.
No, he wasn't in the right. I thought he took advantage of Pablo, because if Pablo Marquez, that is, if he was to fight back or to stand up for himself, he would have been fired. So Perry kind of took advantage of that.
What about Marquez? We don't hear much about him. Talk about him.
I still talk to him. I talked to him the other day. He's cool. I did a lot of tours with him in Puerto Rico.
Who first comes up with this idea of bringing him in and making him part of the NWO?
Had to be Eric. I mean, it was.
Were you down with it?
Oh,
Or were you a Rodman fan prior?
I was. I'm a Detroit kid. He was a Piston before he was with the Bulls. So.
And what about him coming in? Someone easy to work. He's a little eccentric,
But cool.
And
you got to realize at this point he is, hooking up with Carmen Electric, so
he's got some street creds
yes, right away.
Yeah. Is he difficult to work with? Is he
No.
down with anything that you guys suggest?
He's so undifficult, he misses practice during the playoffs to fucking smoke Cohibas on Nitro. Do you remember that?
I do remember that, yes.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. Thank you for the ESPN opening story, Dennis. That's worth the fucking price, whatever they paid him.
What about in the ring?
Good athlete.
Yeah.
Good athlete.
It's one thing to be a good athlete, but there's a naturalness.
Could make the transition.
Thank you.
Could make the transition. Didn't take him long to, he took an arm drag first time.
I was going to say, you could probably tell with 1 or 2 benchmark moves, like even a punch probably, whether somebody's going to be believable or not. Yeah. And he was all right.
And they were both fans. Him and Malone were both fans.
There's got to be a great behind-the-scenes Rodman story that we've never heard. He didn't take you guys out one night to a gay bar somewhere?
We had the Bash at the Beach, and he was doing the Rodman World Tour, and he had that tour bus. And I'll get myself in trouble.
You're being so careful. Look at you. Edit. Just edit. No names. Somebody.
I was offered a gift close to his heart.
My follow-up question is, did Carmen Electra come on the tour bus for the Dennis Rodman
I don't remember
tour?
if that was her or not.
She might have been there. Oh, mightn't have been her. Phenomenal. But you didn't partake, obviously.
No, it was,
Christ's
I
sake,
blew Rodman.
There you go. That's why you won't use the N-word. You're down. You're way down.
Down.
Way down. What did you think, first of all, the concept of having the hip-hop dance girls come out on the wrestling show? Is it too much pomp and circumstance? Should it be a little more like a competitive
You
boxing
have to
match?
realize, like, you go to the WWE now, and there's like 350 hot girls at TV. For the first 12 years of my fucking career, it is the world's largest sausage fest. To add 6 vaginas to the mix in any form or fashion is beyond a brilliant idea.
And have them not
I don't
having
give a
gotten
fuck
out
if
of-
they're lighting themselves on fire.
Okay. So it was a necessity in many ways.
And it was great because it was a great segue back to the show.
Who's in charge of all that? I can't imagine Bischoff coming out and giving them...
No, they
Tips on
hired a
dance
girl, she was a black lady that was in charge that had worked with the Falcons cheerleaders.
Okay.
Who was not a fan of mine.
Not a fan.
No, because she had these strict rules, and one of the girls got like preferential treatment.
Well, you know, they say in the NFL that there is kind of a code of separation, whether it's true or not.
Well,
Who
this ain't the
knows?
NFL, boy.
Well, I was going to say, she was trying to enforce those rules with a bunch of horny fucking wrestlers.
It was kind of like when the WWE brought in Linda Wolf, she was like the she was an NFL.
Yeah.
Like she did something with the NFL, and she sat down, and I was the world champion, and she sat there and she laid this out, and she's looking at me, and what a fucking cunt this lady is. Please leave that in the fucking tape.
I think that was in the WWE edition of Timeline you did too, because I think it was the year we did, 95.
Yeah, but anyway, just like, and I've told the story, I'll tell it again. She's like, and of course, you're like the quarterback, which usually that wife is in charge of the rest of the wives. So when you guys all do events, that way, you know, your wife will be in charge. I said, bitch, if you play for the Denver Broncos, you play the season in fucking Denver. Everybody lives there. Nobody lives in Phoenix but me. You're out of your mind. You ain't gonna last long. Like,
What did she literally wanted your wife?
she was thinking like it was gonna be like, we're gonna make this like the NFL.
Have picnics and stuff.
And like, you know, like, and run like, I'm like, do you realize that like we're TV right now, and like, no, when we leave here, nobody lives in this motherfucker. There are no home games. Like,
What was
how
her
did she
position
get
there?
fucking? I don't know.
How long did she last?
After I made it my personal. I know that she didn't last 6 months. I made it my personal goal to get her fired. And I set as many fucking traps up, and every time I got in Vince's ear, I was just like, you gotta get rid of this fucking cunt.
What was the first thing that engendered such anger? It couldn't be the
She
wife comment.
just fucking thought she was my boss.
Oh.
You know, it's one thing when, you know, when somebody comes in and they look at you and they go, well, Kev, I have had 11 years of business with Barnum and Bailey. All right, that's great. Once again, you set up a tent for 10 days in the parking lot, motherfucker. We're not in the parking lot for 10 days. We're in the parking lot for a night. Doesn't work. You know, it's like everybody wants to equate something to something else. I wiped my ass the other day. Speaking of open heart surgery, you know, it's like, fuck you. This is what it is. I don't know how you got hired, if they have to have some quotient, but you ain't it.
Who were some executives that did the job well? Let's give them some airtime. Who were the suits that were okay?
I mean, but at the WWF at that point, I mean, you got to realize, like, how did we get from a business that Vince McMahon and Pat Patterson booked for a year? How did we get from that to 29,000 writers? And I don't know about you, man, but I go down to the fucking barbecue joint on the south side. They're still making ribs the same fucking way they've been making ribs for fucking 100 years. There ain't fucking 640 motherfuckers in there. There's 2 dudes. They're cooking ribs. The ribs taste the same, and the line's just as long.
But the chef's getting old.
Yeah, chef might be getting old, but fuck it, man. Till he fucking dies, don't fucking put a bunch of motherfuckers over and fucking saying, I think we should sprinkle paprika.
But does the chef not want to do the job? Because the chef's in fucking charge. The chef could say, get out of my kitchen. This is my kitchen. But he's not doing that. He hasn't done that for a long time.
Well, there's a chef. There's a fucking a chef on fucking online that when he gets his fucking gets the apron fucking.
He'll do that.
Yeah, it'd be like there'll be a lot of motherfuckers looking for jobs.
Well, but maybe that's it too. Maybe he wants to give that younger chef in training some autonomy.
Yeah.
So he's stepping.
He'll write a fucking sitcom. There's a lot of channels out there.
I've talked to Rod. He's hot about it. And one of these days he's going to get even.
Was there any consideration bringing either of these longtime Texas veterans into the company, or is this again just?
Well, there wouldn't there. Since we were in Texas, maybe Bruce had something to do with it. Maybe Shawn had something to do with it. Although I can't imagine him looking out for anybody but himself. So, I don't know. With a lot of these matches, sometimes they were really looking at people, and sometimes it was just, hey, you know, here's a favor. He wasn't smiling again, folks. God, it was never ending. It was never ending with the personal issues of a guy who was making $750,000 a fucking year. Go ahead. Patriot.
With Del Wilkes. The Patriot thing is now, is this going to play off the USA-Canada thing? Are they trying to have a groundswell of patriotism?
Well, here's the thing, and I don't even remember who recommended Del or how they originally started talking, but when I see Del Wilkes, the Patriot, which was a gimmick that he'd been doing in Japan for quite a while, he had a great body. He had years of experience. He could do a fucking good promo. His outfit, his gimmick looked good. His mask was colorful. He was a good guy. He was dependable. He'd show up and do what he was asked to do. Every quality, and we needed new top baby faces. So when he became on the radar, I was pushing for him to be used as good as he could be used. It wasn't my idea to bring him to the company, although I wouldn't deny that responsibility, but I'm not taking credit for it. It wasn't me. But once I saw, hey, we're getting a Patriot, I said, let's use this motherfucker. And it played right into the U.S.-Canada thing, but that's what led to, as a matter of fact, my God, the very next week, Halifax, Nova Scotia, on Monday, July 21st, is where I about pulled Kevin Dunn over the fucking table in a production meeting, which I think we've told the story, but...
Tell it again.
Well, see, here's the thing. The Patriot had just started, right? I don't even think he was on house shows. He wasn't on that house show. So the point is, we've just got this guy, and he's just starting to get over. But the Hart Foundation group didn't like him. He didn't have any political allies because for some reason or other, the Harts, Davey or Owen, whoever, didn't want to work with him. I don't remember why. But at the same time, nobody in Shawn Michaels' group, his faction, gave a shit about Dell. Dell was just coming to do his job and try to get over as a talent. So in this country, it was great. Boo cheer for Shawn Michaels and boo Bret Hart in this country, and in Canada, vice versa. Cheer for Bret Hart, boo Shawn Michaels. But I said, this guy's only been around for a week or two. We were at the production meeting in Halifax. I said, why do we want him to come out and get booed out of the building, even in Canada, and have the Hart Foundation do this shit to him where he doesn't get any rebuttal, he doesn't get any comeback, he's booed by the fans, you're going to have him beat up. I can't remember what the specific details were, but somewhere or another, Patriot is just going to go out and get shit on that night by everybody. Now, they've booked Raw in Halifax, Nova Scotia. For those of you who have been to Halifax, A, it's an hour even ahead of Eastern time. B, if you didn't go to fish or hunt, you're fucked. And also, you can't get there. They flew us in on Saturday morning because a Saturday night stay ticket was cheap. Otherwise, it was $2,000 a piece. I'm like, you found this out after you fucking booked it? So we all had to go to Halifax, fucking Nova Scotia on Saturday morning for a Monday night live television show. So as the Sunday night production meeting comes, I've already been sitting in this hotel for a day and a fucking half after a flight to Nova Scotia. Got to be there for another day just for one fucking television show. So we're discussing this, and there's Kevin Dunn, and there's Jim Ross, and there's Bruce Pritchard, and there's me, and there's Vince McMahon, and there's whoever else is in the room. I'm sure Russo's there, yes. And I said, guys, I don't understand why we're doing this, in this way to the Patriot. He's going to get shit on. He's going to get beat. He's not looking good. Why the fuck are we burying this new top babyface? And then they start going to the Sable T-shirt spot. And I keep bringing it back because I just want somebody, A, to resolve this, and B, give me one good reason why we have to bury the fucking guy. But they keep changing fucking topics to the T-shirt spot or Sable or whatever the fuck. And so finally I said, well, I'm still wondering about the Patriot. And Kevin Dunn goes, Jim, I find you tiresome. I looked at him, I said, you know what I'm tired of, motherfucker? I'm tired of them Bucky Beaver fucking teeth of yours. And I stand up and I say, and I'm going to pull you across this goddamn table and beat the fuck out of you, which, folks, I'm not Ken Shamrock. I'm not Randy the Natural Couture, but I can whip Kevin Dunn, especially in those days because I was younger and had better knees. And as that happens, everybody starts laughing as like the guy's going to stand up and say something and it's a joke, right? And everybody starts laughing except for Jim Ross, who knew that I was really about to grab Kevin Dunn and pull him over the guy because I just snapped. I was fucking done. And Jared's like, no. I said, no, fuck this fucking shit. When you guys want to talk about some fucking wrestling, come get me. I'll be in my fucking room. And I left and goddamn went up to my fucking room and sat there for another fucking week, or another day, seemed like a week, before the goddamn show. And I got out of production meetings with Kevin Dunn for 3 weeks because he didn't want to be in the same room with me. And then it came to Jim from Vince McMahon. You've got to apologize to Kevin Dunn. He's a very important member of the team here. His father once saved the fucking TV tapes from his burning car trunk or whatever. So Kevin's got a job for life. So Kevin Dunn comes over to Vince's house and we sit just the two of us. Vince leaves us alone in Vince's dining room. And as I'm first and only time I've ever apologized to anybody when I didn't mean it, but at the same time, goddamn this fucking guy, he treated me like I was the guy that ran the Ferris wheel at the county fair ever since I'd fucking been there, the wrestling thing and the southern thing and the northern thing, and I was about fed up with this motherfucker. But Vince demanded it. Vince wanted me to. I work here, so I'm going to apologize to the guy. The fucking guy starts crying. But you don't understand, the kids in school, I was always teased about and he started tears. I swear to God, on my mother's grave, Kevin Dunn cried while I was apologizing to him about knocking his Bucky Beaver fucking teeth that everybody talks about behind his back. And he was crying because the kids used to tease him in school, and he was, how can I be mad at the guy when he's crying at me? But at the same time, motherfucker, especially now since you make $2 or $3 million a year since the stock scam, get your fucking teeth fixed. All right? Sorry. I digress.
It's almost silly to talk about rockabilly again at this point. But
Does this have any significance for you? It was a church of the business for a long time.
Yeah, the Thanksgiving Day Omni
Right.
show was huge. I mean, when I was a Mark, I went to it, and then I think I participated in like 3 of them. You know, so yeah, the Omni was the Omni, you know. I'll tell you one thing, if fucking Phillips Arena has the ambiance of a fucking nun. But that old Omni just had a feel to it.
Was that was the arena a part of the complex, or was it set aside? Because there was the hotel,
I think there was a walkway maybe or something. I don't really recall.
The way it's built now, you can walk into the Phillips from the CNN Tower.
Yeah, everything's connected. The World Trade Center connects to fucking the Georgia Dome, connects to when we did Mania there 4 or 5 years ago for WWE. It was just like that whole thing was like a megapolis. Like everything just stuck together.
Pillman Lou's wear Marlena's dress on Raw.
Did he have any problems with wearing a dress?
No, fucking Brian, are you kidding? Do you remember all the shit that I think he even had fucking heels and hose and did the makeup. And then when Pillman won, see, this actually was starting to get a little entertaining. Apparently there was all kinds of stipulations for the SummerSlam matches.
Yep, got them all.
If Bret lost, he would never wrestle in the United States again. If Austin lost, he'd kiss Owen's ass. If Bulldog lost, he'd eat dog food. This actually, for a brief, and that also drew 20,264 fans, 17,361 paid for $523,154. That was the takeoff of the old Memphis Dream Match night.
Right.
And for some unknown reason, right here for about 2 or 3 months, Vince started listening to me right before he fucking dropped me off the creative team. I don't remember why. I didn't do anything different. Apparently, maybe fucking yelling at Kevin Dunn. I don't know it, but yeah, you know, there were several things in there that were halfway believable on a personal basis and entertaining without going too far. And it was old wrestling deals when fucking Pillman won Goldust's valet Marlena and had her in then all of a sudden it was the goth makeup and the dark eye makeup and everything in bed with the blah blah blah. That was kind of hot. And then at the same time, nobody was having sex with corpses. But what was your question?
Well, I was going to ask you about a bunch of the stipulations on that night, which they kind of pussied out on a bunch of them because no dog food was eaten, and then Neidhart was supposed to shave the goatee if something happened, right? I have that here too, which ends up not happening.
Yeah, I don't even have that happening.
How do you have a stip night when no stips happen? How do you pull that off?
See, that's
Except the dress.
That's another example of you have an idea, but by the time everybody gets a turn at her, she don't look the same as she did when she had all her makeup on and she was fresh. That to me was the most frustrating thing about being on the creative team in the WWE. You were taking other people and somebody else's roster and somebody else's fucking concept and somebody else's style and trying to and the people that somebody else wanted pushed and trying to figure out a way to do it. And you could have things, bright spots in there, or this match, or that finish, or boy, that came off like it did. But a lot of times, because everybody got a fucking shot at it, the shit got watered down, or, it's like too many producers on a record album, or too many directors on a motion picture. He did an inverted pile driver, and I'd never seen Owen do that move before. And there was nobody safer to work with than Owen Hart. Went for the body slam, but instead he had him like it was like a tombstone, but his feet weren't straight up; they were over, and he jumped. He didn't drop to his knees. He jumped and did this sit down thing. The point is, boom! Then immediately we knew something was wrong because Austin wasn't getting up, and Austin had to win, and. And then Owen, you used to watch the match, Owen's looking around and he goes to the referee, and finally somewhere or another Owen figured out how to stumble backwards over Austin, who had the use of, by this point, of one arm to kind of halfway. It was shot, it was botched. That's why for a shoot, I've always liked to ban the pile driver, because it really can fuck you up and people believe that. So in Smoky Mountain or in OVW or wherever, because it was illegal in Tennessee, I always banned the pile driver and then teased it, and every once in a while did it with the guy that could do it, and people go crazy, but then people just started dropping themselves on their heads for no reason. But Owen was great with it, but I'd never seen him do that before. I guess he'd done it before, but I'd never seen him do it, and I don't know why he did it then, and Austin was obviously not happy about it, and that led to his career being shortened significantly.
Right. There was legitimate heat with toward Owen from Steve.
Yeah, and I don't know if he ever did forgive him or not.
Before he died. Was he an agent at the time?
He may have been. He was back and forth. You know what? As a matter of fact, when he was named commissioner, I think that was before he came back as an agent. And then after the commissioner run, he would agent and etc. from that point on for quite a while.
Did you get on with Slaughter?
Yeah, Sarge is great. I love Sarge. And he would sit back sometimes and just be, I don't know if the word is amused or bemused by a lot of stuff that went on, but Sarge is great.
That was we pushed and pushed and pushed for that. Because we were working with Luger and the Giant during a lot of that time, and like Luger was fucking red hot. Mm-hmm. And Sting was pissed, because nobody was supposed to beat Hogan until Sting did at Starrcade. And we lobbied that it was like Luger, it was time for Luger to fucking win. Like, it was time. And, Hulk listened to us, and he said, let's do it, brother.
So he was easy with stuff like that.
Well, but I think because when we told him that to do the thing to Piper in Nashville, to put Piper over, because he wasn't too sure about that, and we're like, no, man. And we just said, well, fucking the next day, we'll go steal the fucking tape. And nobody that didn't see the pay-per-view will ever see you get beat. Like, we'll take the master.
Yeah.
And we did, and they never showed him get beat. So if you didn't buy it, fuck it. You didn't see it.
Now, who is Sting being vocal to? Is he saying it right to you guys? Does he know you're behind the... We gave the initial push of Luger, and then there was a backlash of, we've been doing this thing with... So I knew that they ran it, because it wasn't... The conversation wasn't rapid fire. The conversation was segmented throughout the day. And, as we always said, it's just our opinion. Please, dear God, tell me what it's doing for us. Why are we so adamant about Lex getting the belt? What does it do for Hall and Nash? And when you actually talk logic to people while everybody else is trying to fucking harbor a fucking angle or something for them, and two guys are just saying, we've been doing this a long time. We've been pretty fucking right a lot of the time. Trust us on this one. Like, it's time. And fucking the rafters exploded that night in Auburn Hills. Was it just that day? You said it had been building all day. Was it just that day that you made that decision?
We had been talking about it in the car for a while. We had been, because it was a grassroots thing that there was the Lex Express, which was the complete formulated push down your throat, and then there was this grassroots thing that just people were getting behind Lex, and you could feel it every night his ovation was louder. He just looked the part. It was just time.
A general question first. What's the key to working with barbed wire? Successfully and living?
Just there's no real key. Just I don't know. Just grit your teeth and bear it, I guess. You know, I did about 75 of them in Japan. I've only done a couple outside of Japan, so I kind of got it. You know, kind of got it down to where I don't get hurt too much anymore in them. You know?
Did anyone ever approach you with fake barbed wire to use?
No. I heard. No. When I did a barbed wire match for TNA a few years ago, they wanted to know if we wanted to use rubber wire. I said absolutely not. You know, but that was as far as it went. They didn't force us or nothing, but absolutely not.
When were you told you'd be winning the ECW title? How far back?
That afternoon.
Really?
Yeah. Because that was setting up for the pay-per-view 10 days later, I think it was, in Fort Lauderdale, where it was me, Shane, and Terry Funk.
And is it Paulie that comes to you and tells you you're going to win the title?
Yeah.
Did it mean anything, or is this, again, another day of work, just part of a
No,
storyline?
it meant a lot because,
Okay.
you know, like I said, Terry Funk, you know, he's such a big part of my life growing up and part of my uncle's life that it was, you know, I hate to say this, you know, I never understood, like, when someone goes, man, you're my idol. If I'm your idol, why do you want to beat me? You know, or why do you want to beat me up? Well, the same with Terry Funk, because like, you're my idol, you know, it's an honor that you're going to lay down for me, you know. But it was a big match. It was a barbed wire match. It wasn't like just a typical match. You know, it was a pretty special match.
You think Funk had any reservations about doing a match this brutal at this age?
Not at all. He did a few of them like that in Japan, not against me, but against Onita, against my uncle, you know, barbed wire matches and death matches, stuff like that.
What percentage of the cuts we see from barbed wire are just the accidental barbed wire cuts? Are you adding any more?
No, this was my first ones. My first barbed wire match it was an accident. This was the one with Terry Funk. That was an accident. My stomach was an accident. A lot of them are accidents. But see, when I first started doing barbed wire matches, when I got thrown in the barbed wire, I just ripped myself out of it, and it would gash me open. After about 30 or 40 matches of barbed wire matches, I learned if you go into the barbed wire and come out the same way, it only leaves holes. It doesn't rip you apart. It's still uncomfortable, but it's not as bad as it was in the beginning.
It only leaves holes. Great quote. If you ever write the autobiography, that might be a good title.
Oh, yeah.
It only leaves holes. Is it true you had Pee Wee give you extra blade cuts because there wasn't enough coming from the barbed wire?
Yeah, see, the barbed wire, it's hard to get, I shouldn't really say this, but anyways, it's hard to bleed very good when it's real deep. Like this one, when I got this, it didn't bleed that much. It was just so deep. It went all the way down to my muscle and it actually severed my bicep, and it really didn't bleed that much. You know, like a smaller cut would have bled more. So I had them rake my back a couple times.
So the blade cuts will draw more blood?
Yeah. Because like after you get past the skin, and it goes to your muscle, it's past the blood vessels, like, you know.
I see.
And when I was bleeding here, I was bleeding out of my vein, and it was just squirting out. So I was trying to hold it so it'd bleed out of me, so it'd look better. So I had the camera guy get me some tape, or I had Fonzie get me some tape to cut off my circulation because I was bleeding too much, and it was just going over the mat. It wasn't even look like it was on me, you know.
Now, I know you read something in a World War II book about sealing wounds quickly on the battlefield, and it gave you an idea. Talk about that.
Well, one day I was in Japan, and I wrestled Terry Funk. After the match, I moonsaulted the table with nobody on it, you know, just as like a Hulk Hogan used to pose after the match. Well, I used to break the table after the match. Well, when I did it, my hand got caught under it, and I broke my knuckle. And I didn't feel like going to the hospital because a few months before that, I cut my leg, and it took me like 6 hours to get stitches. Not the sewing, but the waiting. Right. So instead of going to the hospital, I just glued it, but I didn't know at the time my knuckle was broke. So I glued it, and I taped a Tupperware lid to my hand, so it was like that. Then the final day of the tour, I wrestled at Kawasaki Stadium, and my other hand got caught under the table, and I broke that knuckle. So I glued that one. And so by the time I did this one was already infected because I broke it open every night.
You broke the crazy glue seal.
Yeah.
Would crack open.
It would crack open, and then each time it cracked open, I couldn't get it to close. So after about 4 or 5 days, it got infected. Not from the glue.
And it wasn't the glue,
wrestling.
right? Because it's alcohol-based, it's clean, right?
Yeah,
Super glue.
They actually call it surgical glue back in the day. Now they have surgical glue again. But crazy glue is the same stuff as surgical glue, just a different name and a smaller bottle.
Back to the Terry Funk match for a minute. Where does this rank in your litany of brutal matches you've had?
I mean, the barbed wire match?
Yeah. As far as the brutality of it.
It's up in the top 10, I would say, or top 5. You know, I've had a few other ones. My very first barbed wire match was pretty brutal. It was me and Big Titan and Mike Awesome against Onita and 2 other Japanese guys. I can't remember who. That was pretty brutal because I didn't know how to do it. So I just ran, like when I got thrown into the wire, like I said, I'd hit it real hard and I'd just rip myself out of it and it just gashed me open. And then that was the first day of the tour. Then I had to wrestle another 3 weeks with all these cuts on me, and they broke open every night, you know. Kind of laughed at him a little bit, but I understood not to point any fingers, but the guys would see how I wrestled and how I got over, so they would kind of copy it. Now, if everybody's doing the same thing, then it makes what I'm doing not special no more. You know what I mean? So if everybody did the same thing, which at one point everybody was breaking the table, everybody was doing this and that, all the shit I was doing. So it took the glare or the flamboyancy out of what I was doing when I came time for me to do it. But still, the fans still separated me from that. They still knew that what I did was a little different than what they did, and I kind of not invented it, but came up with the shit first. You know.
Is a memo like this more to protect the on-screen product, or is it just to keep you guys out of lawsuits before the big pay-per-view?
No, it was to you know, you don't want to give them everything before the big show, so you want to give them a little bit and then give them more on the big shows. So you can't give them an everyday show the big match appeal. You know what I mean? You can't do everything leading up to the big match. You got to save some of it for the big match. You know?
So it was to preserve the product.
Yes, exactly.
You're wrestling outdoors. I mean, you're surrounded by the bikers, and they're revving the engines during the matches. There's rocks. Is anyone saying it's a bad idea before you get there? Like, just hearing this pitch, I probably wouldn't be down with it.
It's brutal, but there's like 11 guys that drive bikes, and the boss is one of them, and all they're worried about is making this pilgrimage on their bikes to Sturgis.
But can't they do that and not put
No.
their wrestlers in that situation?
Well, but you have to realize, like, I'm sure that if you're like, you can't find sexual satisfaction unless your body's being touched with latex, and you get a chance to be in power in bed, the minimum you're going to have is a latex like bottom sheet. So if you think biking is like the ultimate thing, and you have this ability to cross over something that's like NWO's hot, I think biking's really fucking cool.
Right.
While the rest of us think biking's a good way to lose a leg or your life. It's just like, all I know is Scott and I got our itinerary. We're staying in Custer, Wyoming. Or someplace at a Best Western, and the door to the room was a sliding glass door. And I'm just like, this fucking blows. No locker rooms. They brought in storage units like you would put on a fucking boat. Not trailers that are air conditioned. I'm talking about storage units that you would, like steel fucking storage units you would put on a boat. With
Containers? Like
Yes.
metal containers?
And you would, with plastic chairs in it. Porta potties,
Holy fuck.
shower 55 miles back at your hotel.
Just like the NFL.
Oh. And my wife would have been in charge of the fucking wives.
They're bringing the cakes.
Perfect.
So who had the hardest time for this event? Maybe with the fans. Harlem Heat. Anyone take some rocks?
Everybody did.
Really?
It was just like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Is anyone vocal to Eric?
Yes.
And is he just, come on guys, this is a great time, come on. Is he oblivious to the
Are you
issues?
talking about, if you want to talk about things that if you go back and watch the work rate at those fucking pay-per-views, because at that point it becomes, okay, so we're going to do what the fuck you want to do, but we're sure as fuck not going to do it on more than about a fucking 2 out of 10. I'm pretty sure that one of them has a battle royal. The bell rings and I step over the rope and eliminate myself.
This is what, a one-day title change here? Oh, no, 5 days. He loses to Lex, he gets it back. Was it planned to come back to him so quickly?
Yeah, that was the whole thing. Because they wanted the long build-up for the Starrcade.
Okay.
So Steve could say something in Spanish after not speaking for 2 years.
Do you...
Mama.
No, they deserved it, and even if there was no problem with Mustafa or whatever leaving, they deserved it anyways.
Do you remember why Mustafa left this time?
I'm not sure. I think him and New Jack had some heat, or I don't know exactly, but I think him and New Jack had some heat, and I'm not sure what happened there.
Jenna Jameson's here.
She is?
No, not here. Again, we got a room of 10 guys. If anything happens, I'm leaving.
Well, I'm first.
But she's at the pay-per-view. That must have created a bit of a stir.
Oh, actually, at the time, I didn't really know who she was until after that. So, like everybody else was throwing a big stink about her, until I actually met her, then I started throwing a stink about her. But before that, I didn't really know who she was. I thought she would be some ugly slut. And then when I met her, she was a little beautiful girl.
How does she come in? How does this come about? She's a fan, or it's just something for publicity? Or?
No, I think Bubba Dudley knew her or something like that. And he knows her manager or somebody, something like that, and got her involved in it. I don't think she was a fan. She didn't know who we were.
Anyone try to hook up with her?
I didn't. I heard, let me think, who did? No, I don't know. I can't. It wasn't me, I know that. I was married.
Exact right. I forgot, right. But you said somebody may have.
Yeah, I think somebody did. I don't want to get in trouble because her boyfriend, or her husband, I think, is Tito Ortiz, isn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah, but back then, I mean.
Still, I don't want to get my ass kicked.
Yeah, put him in a barbed wire match, see what happens. Big tough guy with the bare knuckle brawling. Put some barbed wire in there. Is there any jealousy from the other women in the company now who?
Yeah,
She's kind of coming in and getting the spotlight right away.
Yes, each girl was jealous of the next girl coming in. And like there'd be like I don't want to mention the names, but there'd be 3 or 4 of the girls sitting around talking with each other. And then one of them would leave the circle. They go, "Oh, what a bitch! What a cunt! What a bitch!" Then she'd come back, someone else to leave. "Oh, what a bitch! What a cunt! What a cunt!" You know, they.
So even with each other, Francine, Beulah, Tammy, they're all. But well, now what about the porn star comes in and gets the spotlight?
Yeah,
no dues being paid there.
They go, "Well, she's a slut and she don't know how to work." And well, of course, but she has the star appeal. You know, it ain't all about being a good worker or being a anything to do with wrestling. If they're a bigger name, then of course the other guys are going to be jealous. You know. He was more of a misfit than we were.
He must have been embraced by the locker room wholeheartedly.
No, I mean, yes, he was, but he was more out there than any of us were.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
He was more ECW than ECW?
Yes. He was a true ECW guy without even being in ECW. He was more ECW than anybody.
And does he get along with everyone?
Oh, yeah. He's actually a pretty good guy, you know.
Now Tammy comes in. How is Tammy getting along with the other women?
She's cool. I know Tammy since 1990 in Memphis, Tammy and Chris. Yeah, she fit right in, you know. Plus, I knew him for 10 years before that, so I've known her for 20 years now. I had 150 stitches in my arm, and I lost about 25 of them during that match. Not lost them, but they came untied or broke or whatever. So it was pretty hard to concentrate on the match when my arm was aching. You know, I couldn't work out all week, and whenever I flexed, the fucking stitch would break. So I didn't have a very good match that day.
Were they improperly sewn, or you probably just shouldn't have been taking bumps?
They were improperly sewn, and I shouldn't have been taking no bumps.
Okay. Did you have any problems dropping the strap so soon after having won it?
No, well, because like I said, I only had one good arm. I should have lost.
Was that the plan all along, or are you not told that?
No, I wasn't told that till that morning. Not even that afternoon, you know. And
subsequently, you never found out if he had a longer range plan for you that didn't work out?
No, I wasn't really, 100%, so I couldn't blame Paulie for wanting to take it off me. I didn't say, "Hey, take it off me." It's just that he goes, "You're going to lose." I think Shane Douglas won the match that night. I think that's no problem,
Obviously, as a worker, Shawn Michaels was without peer. Helmsley at the time, Hunter, Triple H, whatever they call him these days, was very good and was very inexperienced. He'd been in business, 3 or 4 years, from Kowalski to WCW briefly and then here. But he was better at learning the backstage manipulations, apparently, than the in-ring category. I didn't have a problem with them as a tag team. I didn't like the whole, didn't get the whole, didn't want to see the whole Degeneration X fucking thing. Oh, grab the crotch, point at your dick, chop the crotch, suck it, fuck you, piss off. Guys going out, they jacked off about the angles. They jacked off, they didn't take anything seriously. I know that's part of their appeal, but it also in the process buried a lot of the other talent. Buried a lot of the issues. They were too worried about getting themselves over, which is the same thing that whole group's always been worried about, getting themselves over and getting, if I'm the promoter, my business over, or the business over, or the company over, or anybody else over. And that's fine, because they're in a business for themselves, but I don't know why they were allowed to do it and encouraged to do it by the company that they were jacking off on their time. Mm-hmm. I don't get it.
Sita. was so good, like when he first started at like Color, and I've got nothing bad. I couldn't fucking utter a bad word about fucking Mongo. There's just nothing I don't like about that guy.
How about his in-ring performance? Okay.
Who gives a fuck?
My
It's
next question
Mongo.
was anyone in the locker room opposed to him winning a belt, or is that something only fans give a shit about?
Not to his fucking face. That fucking Steve McMichael is a fucking man.
What did you think about the tapings in Universal? It's a good setting.
Well, we would go down and do, like, it was for a lot of guys. I think it was a nice gesture because it was like 2 weeks in Florida, and they would bring their wives and kids, and the kids could go to. Lisa Wolf should have ran that. Now that's something she could have pulled
All the
off.
wives were together in one spot.
Together, one spot. Bring the kids to the fucking theme parks.
Right.
While the guys go out and perform on the gridiron.
Right.
That was more of a Lisa. See, Lisa, you stupid bitch.
You applied to the wrong company.
That's it.
We got to find her.
Oh, please. If you do, if I can tell me so I can drive a stake through her heart, she's not dead already.
You were already living in Florida?
I have a place in Florida.
So you were able to stay
But
home.
we would do it where we would come down and we would do fucking 8 squashes in 2 days.
Right.
Like we would, and then we would just take the time off. So I would just go to the beach and not make the travel back and forth. Like we had that enough clout at that point. We're just like, you got enough other motherfuckers around here to need TV time. We sure as fuck don't.
So you packed yours into maybe the first 2 days of shows and then just met up with it, got back on the road afterwards. Very good.
So it was a nice little vacation. And that was cool of Eric to do that because he didn't have to, but he was nice enough to.
I take it Alex Wright didn't get the same schedule.
No, but at the same time, though, it was one of those deals like, so Hulk doesn't have to come at all, and that was kind of that. Use Hulk as your always the leverage.
The barometer so that you can look like you're getting
Hulk
the
can
shaft.
drink. Why can Hulk and Randy drink beer?
I thought he was gay.
Were you at the
No, I'm joking, Joey.
Were you at the wedding?
No, I wasn't, no.
Were you at the bachelor party?
Yeah. We were at the Travel Lodge in Philadelphia.
Classy joint.
Yeah, you remember that? That place was the shits. One of the rooms, Tommy Rich had a room, and I was with him. We check in. There's a chalk line of a dead body and a big blood stain. And we went down to the front desk and we go, hey, I think there's a crime scene in our room. They go, yes, that room 712, whatever. They go, yeah, you can't go in that room. It's a crime scene. There's a chalk outline of a dead body and a big blood stain.
Was that the one that was circular?
Circle. It's a circle. Yep.
That was the famous Todd is God story we heard from.
Todd is God. How do you know that?
Who was it? Sandman? Sandman.
Yeah, and Scorpio.
Scorpio. Yeah. Was there legit emotion in the locker room? Or was this for television?
It was for television. I mean, I think that, everybody knew it was coming.
Did Ric Flair cry all night?
I mean, I think he was upset. I mean, it was one of those things that, when you talk about when Tide changed, like losing Arn, like that hurt. Like people don't realize how good Arn was on so many levels. Arn, I remember when Arn was like the TV champion, and fucking he would like go through with guys, and he had that spot for maybe a year on WCW. There was old center stage man, a big 953, 950, and Arn would fucking barely hold on to that fucking TV champion, but he'd go through, and he could make everybody look good. And had a great mind, I for a while, during one of my hiatuses between gimmicks, they put me on the road with Arn, and I remember just fucking learning so much just in the ring with Arn on a daily basis. You know, just the little things, like how to work like a guy and keep him cornered off into your corner in a tag match, and you know how to do fucking the false tag the right way. And I mean, he was brilliant on the little nuances that made something, you know, something good become great. I think maybe the first parody in wrestling history.
Hold on, did this precede the Nacho Man and all that stuff, or where did that all fall in? Was this after that, before?
No, I mean, but the one that they actually did.
Well, they filmed the.
Well, they used but they didn't use. They used actors.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the first one with the Boyz were the participants.
You obviously remember it. I don't have to go through the details. How long did it take you to get into the Arn getup?
I watched the the arm gimmick. Andre did that. Maybe an hour and a half.
Who comes up with the idea for this?
I do.
Did the Horsemen really not know this was going to happen?
No, they knew.
Oh, they did.
They all thought it was funny, until they called home that night and their wife said, "You look like a bunch of boobs." And Arn's wife said, he made you look like a stupid fucking drunk." It was the retributional heat from the wives that caused the heat.
Fucking Lisa Smith should have been on that.
Lisa Wolf.
Well, whoever the fuck.
She should have got a hold of Arn's wife and had her talk to my wife, and they could have had fucking thrown like a mixer or something.
At the event, everybody's enjoying it. Everybody's laughing.
Yeah. I walked right by and looked at those guys, and I swear to God, I asked Arn for his cooler. That's Arn Anderson's cooler in my fucking hand that I knew he had. It's like it's life imitating art, art imitating life, imitating art imitating life. It's just the beauty.
Is it the following day that somebody says
no, it's
a negative
that
word?
Fucking night.
Oh, that night even.
I'm walking. We're in Pensacola, staying at this nice hotel, and Arn walks up to me, fucking with like 5 beers in his hands. Looks up at me, he says, "Why'd you do that?" I just looked down at his fucking hands, pressed the fucking button, and got on the elevator. Like, are you fucking shitting me? Like, you guys, like, it would have been like if they would have done a fucking parody on the Click with Somas in '94. Right.
And we would have stood there with the pill bottle and asked why they did that.
And we would have said foul. You know, it's like you guys fucking drank you fucking used to use TV and tell them what Marriott you were so the rats would show up.
Is Arn the most vocal? Or who else is...
Change the pay-per-view.
Who else comes up to you or says something to you?
Nobody fucking went over the edge with it. You know, it was just like... It's just like the fucking curtain call. Vince said it was fine until all the boys went, "Oh, okay, fame." And then Hunter got his head chopped off. You know, it's always a good idea until fucking everybody bitches like a bunch of fucking cunts. Then Lisa Wolf gets involved, and next thing you know, you got a fucking mixer.
Should we talk about choosing...
I did not book that.
Should we talk about Buff ending the undefeated streak, or should we talk about Glacier having an undefeated streak? Which is the more noteworthy event?
I'll use a lifeline.
It's a close one.
You know, come on. What was it? Blood runs cold, or
Blood runs cold was the quote.
Yeah, blood runs cold. It's like anything else. There was nothing on earth that you could have put out there that would have fucking lived up to the hype. Except maybe Alex Wright dancing behind Glacier and Oz fucking twirling. Oz on fire.
Ass runs hot.
Yeah.
Are Are you approached by Todd to go to WCW at any time?
No, I wasn't. A few other guys were, but I wasn't. I think he knew that I was not necessarily loyal to ECW, but I was loyal to Paulie. Although Paulie probably didn't believe it, or to anybody else, but I really was pretty loyal to Paulie. More loyal than anybody knew.
Who might be somebody that wasn't so loyal that was considering going?
Probably Sandman. Probably Eliminators, I think. Maybe Taz, I'm not sure. No, Taz wasn't. He wasn't in with Todd. Taz probably had his own thing going.
How ultimately did Paulie find out what was going on?
How did he find out?
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was, but they were talking to Todd about it, and Paulie was on the other line, and they didn't know Paulie was listening in. The one guy did who called Todd. I can't remember who it was. It might have been New Jack or somebody.
They did it on purpose to expose.
Yeah, they did it on purpose to show Paul that Todd was double-crossing him. And Paulie was listening to everything Todd was saying, I'm not sure exactly what was said. Todd was saying, I'm going to ask for this much money, and I'm asking for this kind of car or this kind of hotel. And actually, Paulie was listening to everything.
So now, there's obviously immediate
Big heat with Paulie and Todd.
Do you guys see it explode, or is Todd keeping himself away now?
He was gone by then.
Right.
I mean, he faded away. Not really faded away, but he bowed out, and I think he let Paulie and this other guy buy his share of ECW, or they paid him off or something like that.
Why would he do this to his own company? That he had a major stake
Because
in?
him and Paulie wasn't seeing eye to eye not on anything. You know, not on money, not on angles, not on anything. So actually, Paulie kind of took the ECW from Todd. You know what I mean? He kind of took it without. In Todd's eyes, he didn't deserve it, and Paulie, in his eyes, Todd didn't deserve it.
So whatever payday he would have been getting from WCW, this being Todd, would have been worth it to just walk away.
Right. You know, after Paulie found out about that, he knew he couldn't be in the dressing room with Paulie, and be trusted, or you know. But you got to remember, the money, if it wasn't for Todd, there would never been no ECW. You know, it was his money what started it. It might not have been his ideas. See, ECW didn't start out to be extreme. It was Eastern Championship Wrestling. It only became extreme till I got there. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but before that, everybody else was wrestling WWF style or WCW style, but with a lot less pay. And when I came in, I took it over. I did my style, which I learned from Japan, and I learned from my uncle throughout the years, and that became ECW style. You know, it was actually Sabu style. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but the ECW style, that wasn't the first. That wasn't the drive of the company at first. It happened that way. It fell into accident. You know.
So are you credited by the other guys at this time, the other ECW originals, for being the one to do that?
What's that again?
Are you being credited by the other guys as the one that changed it?
No. They all thought they did it. You know, I don't want to mention no names, but they all go like, it was. I can't say that. No, it was me, or it wasn't just Sabu. You know, it was us, and it was true. It wasn't just me, but they followed my lead. Terry Funk didn't. Terry Funk was already Terry Funk. He stepped his game up to give the fans what they wanted instead of just being Terry Funk the name. He was Terry Funk the wrestler, the fighter, the worker. He didn't just say, I'm Terry Funk the name, I'm not going to do nothing but just take one bump and then I'm a pin ya. He went out there and worked his ass off, and he took just as many bumps as I did, and he was there. Any spot or move I wanted to do, he never said no, never. I said no to him a few times because I thought he was crazy. But I ended up doing it anyways. It's he for being his age, he could have just sat back and been Terry Funk and not did nothing. You know what I mean? And still got the respect. But he stepped it up to, he changed his game to that time. How everything progresses. He progressed also.
So there was no plan, to get back to your original point about 1994 when Eastern Championship becomes Extreme Championship. There's no plan from Gordon to take it in a different direction as far as style of work.
No. It was, like I said, it happened on accident. Of course, everybody wants it to be different than everybody else and to be special, but there was really no blueprint for it other than, hey, Sabu went crazy, let's all go crazy. And I wasn't going crazy. Everything I did, it wasn't the first time I'd done it. Most of the stuff wasn't the first time I did it, and I wasn't killing anybody. Most of the other guys were killing each other. I was taught to work and make it look like it's killing somebody without killing somebody. If you're killing somebody, then it's not that good of a work. He's very underrated, because of his size, I guess. But he could go move for move with anybody, and he was as tough as anybody. I loved him. I still love him. He's still a good guy. I mean, his work is still great.
Is this a testament to the heat? I mean, it's never something you want, obviously, but is there a part of it that lets you know you're doing something right? Is it ignorant to say that?
Well, it's a testament that you're fucking probably below the Mason-Dixon line working.
Granted. But they're still angry at you. No one hates a wrestler now, by the way. No one yells at a wrestler. No one's angry with anyone on the WWE roster. But fans were angry at wrestlers back then.
Yeah.
Their emotions were stirred up and their panties were in a snit, and they had to throw something at you because they couldn't get in the ring and fight you. That kind of passion was what you worked for so long to try and evoke from people. It's gone now. You guys had the gift then. Safe to say
I think
that a few cups fly and you do turn to someone and go, oh, we got some heat here.
A few cups is one thing. When fucking your ankles deep in cups is another thing. But at the same time, it's projectiles, and you're out there going, fucking, I only got two eyes. Right.
Will Tony Anthony ever get a break?
No, he would apparently not. Once again, T.L. Hopper didn't work out, but they saw something, and also, Tony was a great talker, but it once again it was scuffling hillbillies, 1950s bullshit that Vince saw when he was a kid. The Godwins from fucking Pig Snort, Tennessee or whatever, and their Uncle Cletus. He tried the same thing with Ronadon Harris, the Blue, Jacob and Eli Blue with Dutch, Uncle Zebekiah or Zebediah or whatever the fuck. It's always got to be a cartoon. Nothing can be legitimate. It has to be over the top and overdone and gone too far. And, Tony was country as he could fucking be, but nobody was country as Uncle Cletus or whatever. And to me, it was just silly. And the hog slop. Okay, even if they do, there are people who really slop hogs for a living, but they don't carry a bucket of this shit around with them. It was just cartoon.
Now, this is clearly the rib on Michaels, right? With the
Well,
safe working and Brian
yeah.
at home.
We weren't doing the whole thing specifically to fucking stick him, but obviously that verbiage, it was familiar verbiage that we'd heard.
Was that something Brian suggested, or was he?
Once again, who knows?
Who knows?
15 years ago, when we were all jacking around about doing a promo.
Was this just for storyline, or was there a real reason Brian wasn't going to be there?
This was
September 8th. Yeah.
well, see, you got to remember I don't know. He'd been there, Pillman versus Patriot. You know, maybe there was a reason he couldn't be there. Maybe it was storyline. You know, he'd had problems with his ankle. You can't. Who knows? You know, but basically, it was still following along with what was going on. Is hey, I got the lady here. Terry had decided he was going to have his last match. He had a big sponsor. It was a big building. He was going to have his last match in Amarillo, his hometown, and he wanted to have a quality opponent. And he called me and asked if Bret would consider working with him. And Bret, immediately as soon as I asked him, said, "My God, I'd be honored to." And then the only fight they had was that fucking Terry didn't want to win, and neither did Bret. So they had a fight about who was going to fucking do the job because each one of them wanted to.
Wow.
And then also Terry wanted Cactus on the show, and so there you have it. And then he used a lot of the ECW guys because he had been working with them, and that was so. There was Terry had enough respect amongst everybody that we weren't going to say, okay, well, you need to do this later on in the future. No, it was an off day. And these guys wanted to go and work on
And
his show in
Vince
Amarillo.
wouldn't hesitate for something like for
No,
Terry Funk.
no. It took me probably like 2 seconds to get that cleared.
That was one of our better matches. That match, like I wrestled them a few times and they were okay, but that match was better than any of our other matches.
What about it made it stand out?
I don't know what it was. We didn't talk very much before the match. We didn't call that many spots. We just went out and did it. And Malenko taught me when I was young that a good worker doesn't have to. You can work with anybody. You shouldn't have to call or choreograph everything. A good worker was judged on how good you reacted on your feet, not how good you remembered the script. You know what I mean? So we didn't have no script or no pre-match real setup. Just a couple high spots, and the rest of it we took by ear, and that made it so much better. You know, to me, I'm sorry to interrupt you. To me, my best stuff came on accident. When it was planned out, I really didn't think it was that good. But when stuff happened on accident during my matches, that was my best stuff. I thought.
Was it awkward to work with Mick?
No.
No.
Why did it look that way?
No,
No,
he's a big guy.
No, he's
Sometimes
comfortable.
That's tough.
No, it was comfortable because he never said no to nothing either. You know, no matter how crazy it was or anything, he never complained about being hurt or nothing. One time I was in Hamburg, Pennsylvania, and I was cracking him in the head with a beer bottle, and he kept saying harder, and every time I hit him, it wouldn't bust, but I feel his head dent. And I kept hitting him, and finally the bottle busted. But I think I hit him about 6 times, 5 times 90%, 1 time 100%, and it finally busted. And I was hurting him every time I hit him. I felt bad.
Now this show in Amarillo, he's with WWE at the time, and he's a big player over there. Are you told to go easy on him? Are you given any?
No, he didn't. No. He just said don't break his neck or something like that, and I said, of course, don't break my neck either. But no, we didn't take it easy or was instructed to take it easy.
But there's no representative from WWE there
No,
telling you how to. Okay.
If there was, they never came to me.
There was a film crew there doing a documentary called Beyond the Mat. Do you
Right.
remember them?
Yeah, I didn't want to be in it, but I knew about it. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Did you purposely keep yourself off camera?
Yeah. Well, because at the time, I was still trying to hold up kayfabe. They weren't, or nobody else was really. So I tried to stay away from it.
What would your uncle have said about documentaries like that? I think, what was the one called that centered around Detroit? I like to hurt people, which was, I mean, kind of a work. It wasn't very much a documentary, but I mean, in this day and age, is there any merit to try and uphold any merits of kayfabe, or is it just over?
I guess I don't know. I guess it's over. I guess, you know, you can only fool the people for so long. You know, with the internet and stuff. You know, if you're not truthful with them, they find out. You know.
What would your uncle say to what's going on today?
Well, he was a visionary and a pioneer. So by now he would have gave in. You know, by now. Back 15 years ago, there's no way he would have gave in.
Right, but he was malleable enough to change with the times, where he would have seen that this is the right way to go now.
Well, yeah, he'd see that's the way of the business, and that's the way of, you know, the way the business is turned. You know.
Funk's retirement. Does anyone think he's finished?
What's that?
Does anyone think Terry's really done?
No. He retired when 1982. I think he was 38 years old. He retired in Japan, and then and I graduated high school in 1982, and then 1997, whatever. He's still going. You know, after he retired 18 years before that. You know. So, and then he retires again and again. So, and he says that he's retired now, but he still wrestles every now and then. So he'll never retire. My uncle's last match, he was 69, and he wrestled in Japan and at Kawasaki Stadium, 55,000 people. The next day, he had a heart attack. That's the only reason why he retired. Otherwise, he'd have kept going.
He was 69?
69. I wrestled Dory Funk last week. He's 70. And he can wrestle like anybody else. He took bumps and kicked the shit out of me, the whole deal. I hit him with fire. He wrestled like he was 28. I'm not shitting. Yeah, he still goes. And when he told me he was 70, I couldn't believe it, because that's a year longer than my uncle. Because I thought my uncle was amazing for going until he was 69. And I'm wrestling Dory again April 23rd in Ocala, and he still ain't done. Wow. And he still teaches guys. He takes bumps. He does everything.
Yeah, Terry. I mean, Dory always appeared older. I think because of the hair.
Well,
he
he's older, but he's not broken up as much as Terry.
Right.
You know, Terry's been wrestling hardcore for the last 20 years now.
Right.
Dory, I'm not saying he's not hardcore, but he's more of a technical, scientific type wrestler. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Hold for hold instead of bashing with a chair.
This is a War Games match. Mm-hmm. Do you enjoy them?
I always thought they had, because they were always in Winston. It was a WCW like trademark event. Mm-hmm. You know, War Games you're going to Winston-Salem. It's War Games. You know.
But did you mind them? Were they tougher to work than?
Oh fuck! Anytime you put up an actual cage. Mm-hmm. And you realize that, okay, how much time do we have to put in before I sell the cage? Because as soon as you hit the cage, now you drop it 50%. And now you basically, I mean, the psychology of a cage match is simple. You know, it's, you know, the first one that uses a cage as an instrument or a weapon, I mean, that's the tide changer. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like the old Japanese matches where, you know, the guy goes for his finish. So, you know, you block, boom, up, down. This one here, you don't have the ability to go out of it.
Right.
You know, so that takes that perspective out, takes that psychology out. So now it's just, but because you've got guys coming in, it's a hurried up, you know, way of doing things.
What about Hennig turning and joining you guys?
I thought that was good. The way it was done was great, because it looked like, you know, him, and they set the prop up. I don't know if it was Ellis did it or whoever. They set the prop up where it looked like Flair got his head smashed. Mm-hmm. And, you know, it was a good turn. You know, it was another, it was another shocker. We followed into Monday. It was an A-list guy. It wasn't just some, you know, it was Mr. Perfect.
it would make sense that Bulldog might retain the title.
That
there
would have made
with
some sense,
The
wouldn't it?
mother and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And now, is this a Michaels power play?
Sure it was. And as a matter of fact, I remember a little bit better about this than I do other things because just the egregiousness of they had told Davey, yeah, you're going to win the title in England. And then by the time it came up, Shawn had some way or another, I don't know whether he refused to drop it or whether this was a time where he'd come up with some story that it was just more advantageous for him to keep it. But he can't even go to fucking Birmingham because he and Bret hate each other so bad. Since Davey's on Bret's side, in front of the guy's family in a fucking English pay-per-view, and the hometown babyface can't even win. If I'd have been Davey, because Davey was more than capable of doing it, I would have just knocked him the fuck out and just fucking won it and said, fuck all of you on my way out with my mother and everybody there. But he was very professional and fucking did the job for the little prick that he could beat like that. Because, once again, Shawn had a problem. Shawn had an issue.
And Vince goes along with all this. Why?
I don't fucking know. Okay, back here after the curtain call, the WrestleMania in 1996, the WrestleMania payoffs are being figured, right? And he sent Kevin Nash and Scott Hall had already gone. They'd already left the company when the checks came out 3 months later, after the curtain call, after fucking lying to Vince and saying, we're staying with you. And then one of them called and one of them faxed in a fucking resignation after they'd been in front of him personally 2 days earlier at television. And he gave Nash a fucking incredible payoff, same thing as Undertaker made, and he gave Hall an incredible payoff, same thing as Goldust made. He said, I don't want anybody to ever say that I fucked him on the way out. I said, fuck me like that. And he catered to, and for a guy who was a control freak and who had so many idiosyncrasies, he would let the top guys get away with fucking murder politically, and I never got it. And Bruce couldn't explain it to me. Russo couldn't explain to me a goddamn zipper, so I never got it.
What did he do wrong? How do you know where an
He didn't do
artery
nothing
is or
wrong.
where it isn't?
He just went a little too deep,
That's what it is. You got to stay a little just surface.
Everybody's different. I don't have no specific technique to it. I just gig it. He had some heat with Paulie, so he wanted to make sure he did a good job, and actually he did a little bit too good of a job because he bled so much on Beulah. I thought Beulah was bleeding, and I felt bad for it, but it turned out it was just him, and like he came back with his eye, goes, Sabu, my face is numb, I said, it's not numb, he just had blood caked on his face.
Right.
But he gigged himself to heart. He was hit. He took it pretty hard.
Was that his first time ever?
No, my uncle, his first match refereeing was Terry Funk versus the Sheik in Tampa. His very first match, his first referee match, first time in the business. Like he did errands before that for a couple of years, but his very first official job inside the ring was a referee for the Sheik and Terry Funk. I think my uncle cut him that night. Yeah, he stabbed him with a pencil in his arm. He still had the pencil lead still in his arm. He got like it looked like a mole, but it's a pencil lead.
So would he really go with the pencil, or he'd gig and work
If
the
it was
pencil?
a referee or a fan, he'd stab you. But he didn't always use a pencil. He only used a pencil that night because that's the only thing that was handy.
Right, okay.
Like he had there's a lot of myths about him using a pencil, but he only used the pencil if it was like there. He didn't go out to the ring with a pencil. He usually had a piece of wire, or like a wire hanger wrapped up and sharpened up so he could stab you that way.
So he'd go hard way with the refs even.
Yeah. The referees or fans. Or if you treat him like an asshole in the ring, he'd go the hard way.
Right.
The
Well,
ring.
that's okay. Was Beulah tough?
Yeah. Well, she's a girl. I guess she's tough. You know, she wouldn't be on the Call of Duty that night when she wrestled Fonzie. You know, and she took a lot of power drivers and shit from everybody. And yeah, she is tough. I guess. Yes.
Yeah, she didn't shy away from
No,
doing
she never
that
said.
stuff.
I never heard her say no to any spot. She said, like, they're going, hey, is it okay? So and so does this to you? She goes, I don't care. It wasn't like, well, wait a minute, how are you gonna do it? It wasn't like, okay. It was just, I don't care.
Did you offer Fonzie any crazy glue when he came?
No, he went to the hospital, the big sissy. I tried crazy gluing him, but he wouldn't hold still. So I said, just go to the hospital. So he ended up going to the hospital that night. I got knocked out by Sandman. I went to another hospital that night. Sandman, I threw fire at Sandman, and he whacked me with a stick. So when I threw the fire, it blinded me, and the stick popped me right in the face and knocked me out. And I went back in the dressing room and I fell down. And I woke up. I was on a stretcher. I'm on one stretcher. Fonzie's on another stretcher. And Sandman saying, "Take Sabu to Kennedy Hospital. Take Fonzie to this other hospital." Different sides of town in Philadelphia. It was funny.
Who's responsible for the push and the streak thing?
He traveled with Scott and I at the beginning. The push, you know, the push happened because, I mean, the fucking dude was 6'4", 300 pounds. He looked, you know, he definitely had the look, and he was limited to what he could do, but what he could do was effective.
But how about the streak?
Well, you know, my whole thing was always this with the streak. How a guy on Monday is 11-0 and the next Monday is 23-0. I'm like, is anybody else just not counting this besides me? Because I was on the road all weekend. He didn't work a match. You know? So all of a sudden, this streak thing becomes of some significance. If that motherfucker was 52-0 and I beat him, I'd been surprised.
Well, it's a device. And it's
And
effective.
how many times does it work? Tatanka, Ludwig Borga beat him. I don't hear Ludwig Borga getting any fucking shit. God rest his soul. Somebody's got to beat the fucking. I got an idea. I'll start being a pro wrestler and I'll go undefeated for my entire career.
Well, you went right to the end. You went right.
Yeah, let me.
I wanted to start.
I'm sorry, but I'm just saying. What the fuck? I mean, boy, what a fail-safe. I got an idea. I'll never lose. Think that'll work? Think that'll fucking get me over? I'll be a baseball pitcher. I'll be 395-0.
Okay, we know how you feel about the end of the streak. How about the start of the streak? Were you on board with the beginning of the streak?
It was great. But he turned into the Yankees. And
How about him personally, though? How about,
I love Bill.
as it was going on, was he?
He didn't. It's hard not to get sucked in because, you know what? People don't realize how good of a football player Bill Goldberg was. Bill Goldberg was at Georgia, Bill Goldberg was a fucking all-SEC stud. Stud. He would have been an NFL stud had he not. He got injured. He fucking tore pelvis and fucking had to get a sheath put in him. Bill Goldberg was a fucking. You watch films of Bill Goldberg. I knew Bill. I used to fucking hang out at a place called Confetti's, and we had a mutual friend, Reza, that ran it in Atlanta. This is when he was playing at Georgia, and Bill would come after the games from Athens and get fucking drink tequila with me when he had fucking hair. I mean, I knew Bill, you know, Bill's a good fucking, Bill's, the heat, this business, when it boils down to it, like we're all friends now, but there's just some heat that doesn't ever go away. Like some heat is just, people just won't. But like Bret and Shawn are cool now. You know, like eventually.
That's because that was a work, but
Exactly.
He's 100 miles an hour here, you know, right from the go, with the push. There's got to be some resentment with the other guys.
No, because he ain't making no money yet.
Oh, is that true?
He's making like fucking 75, 80 grand, whatever, when he comes through the door. It's not until he gets in our car and we give him Barry Bloom's phone number.
So you could elevate your favorite nation status.
Well, he didn't get what we got, but he got paid, then he got paid, then he got paid. He kept getting paid.
Which, if he's getting that push, he should be. Let's be
Damn
fair
right.
here. Of course.
170,000 and all.
Was he dangerous in the ring?
He wore those martial arts gloves, I guess, because he couldn't feel it. He thought that they were fucking light, but I'm not a bitch. I don't mind getting tatered. He never hit me in the fucking nose or mouth, so, but some of those shots were fucking live. But I'll tell you one thing, man, that big strong motherfucker, when he grabbed me, I knew he was going to, I mean, he's like Taker was when Taker was in his prime. There was nobody on earth who was going to tombstone pile drive me except Taker. Because I fucking knew when that big motherfucker snatched me and picked me up and turned me and planted me, that my fucking head was going to be fucking 6 inches from the fucking ground.
Right.
You know, there's just certain guys that you just, when they pick you up, and Bill was one of those guys. When Bill picked you up, fucking he was, whatever he was going to do, tilt-a-whirl, squirrel, whatever the fuck he was going to do, Bill was going to land you flat. That's all I ask. Impact's part of the game. Change the business.
We just worked with Glenn. We did a guest booker, and we listened to some of his booking ideas, like The Invisible Man, Bill Ding, the evil architect, the 300-pound Hasidic tag team, the Jew-Tang Clan, and what was another? The Martian Invasion of ECW, spearheaded by Mike Tenay with antenna on his head. What do you think of Disco?
Love him.
I'm not Bird, eh?
What a great. Never have seen him not with a smile on his face. You know, I just saw him a little while ago. I was out in Vegas, and we hung out for the day and went to the gym and had sushi and drank beers and just kind of hung out and just, you know, he's one of those guys that when I had that 16 months off or whatever it was that I was getting paid, he was getting paid too. Like he was on the same deal I was. He didn't jump. And we just, our day, I was separated, so my day would consist of meeting at Caribou Coffee at like 11:30 to 1 o'clock, depending on what we called the night, you know. We would go to Main Event Fitness, we'd train a body part, do an hour of cardio, go eat sushi, split from there, shower, reconvene at one of the other's house, either eat Thai or sushi or get a steak, get our beers, take our somas, start the next day, Groundhog Day. Just we did that. And on the weekends I'd have my son, you know. So when I'd have my son, you know, I would, you know, Glenn would go like to the Friday night dinner with us. And then, you know, we'd split from there, and then me and my son would chill for the rest of the weekend. But like, you know, Glenn was like always like around. Like, when my son saw him last time, he was just like, hey, you know, like he remembered him from back in the day.
Why didn't Garza get over following the angle? Were there any plans for him?
He was he was like he was a good-looking guy, but he just was like Al Perez. Remember Al Perez?
Sure. Yeah.
Kind of that same kind of guy, just really never got over, but should have got over.
That's a good point. He was over at World Class and then
Yeah.
never anywhere else.
And Al Perez was supposed to be the Black Scorpion when I fucking walked in the door. And he walked away from the gig. He was actually worked under the hood. I think he worked under the hood at Night of Champions where I broke in.
Talk about Scott for a minute and his willingness to do stuff like this, to put a young guy over, to I was going to say at his expense, but I guess in the long term it's not at his expense, it's to his advantage, but he's always willing to do that kind of stuff. You mentioned before with Jericho.
Because he's truly one of the smartest guys in the business. And he always, he loves this business. Like, why, I mean, I understand from a standpoint of, you know, he still fucks up here and there, and they're politically correct, but if you want to make sure your next generation is fucking ready, you put Scott Hall down in that performance center in Orlando.
Why wouldn't they?
Well, because
You think because of the challenges?
The challenges of, you know, if he could. But at the same time, fucking, I would definitely fucking, you know, fly him in once a month. You know, just what he brings from psychology to fucking the ability to do just those things. You know, yeah, you know, it's a work, and you know, it's one thing if you're throwing a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Like, you kind of have your spot. You know, if you hit fucking 40 dingers, you have your spot. If you're able to go out and get 10 and 10 in basketball every fucking night, we don't have that ability in our sport or in our business. You know, it's pretty much, if they want to fucking beat you every fucking night, they beat you every night.
Right.
Either you take it or you leave, or you do whatever the fuck you want to do. So you've got to know how to protect your character. But I remember one time it was after a match and I fucking posed. I did like a fucking bodybuilding shot, and we were fucking walking back down the rampway, and Scott looked over at me and just said, "Never fucking pose. Body's the first thing to go. Don't make your body your gimmick." Boom. Just.
He says it that casually.
Yeah, just matter of factly.
Yeah.
You know, and not like stop and just as you're walking. Never make your body your gimmick, big man. Sooner or later, that body's gonna go. It's usually the first thing.
Where does Scott's wisdom come from? Is it a training thing? Is it just being around somebody thing? Being around Vern? Where does it come from?
I think he broke in. I think one of his early influences was Murdoch. If you ever watched, like, Murdoch didn't give a fuck.
He wasn't worried about his body.
No, and he wasn't afraid to fucking give. Mm-hmm. You know, Murdoch gave, and then Murdoch knew the difference between fucking doing comedy and fucking turning it on. Like, Murdoch was, you know, Murdoch fucking. You know, there's a reason why that's Scott's fucking go-to guy. And when Scott got a chance to bring somebody in, he brought Murdoch in.
Well, you see, in your house that night, it was Dude Love versus Brian Pillman. Goldust was going to be handcuffed to the ring post. If Pillman loses, he must wrestle in a no DQ match afterwards with, you know, once again, like I said, 2 months this looked like Memphis TV. We were getting some fucking stipulations. What happened was Brian obviously was nuts, and I'd known him since '89 in WCW, and I loved him nuts. He was a good nuts in a lot of cases, but then he got problems, and the wreck and the ankle, and he was just, you didn't know whether Brian was. I mean, I knew most of the time I knew he was working, but even I still wasn't sure. And people that didn't know him that well, you couldn't tell. But anyway, he was the last one there, or not there. It was like almost 5 o'clock. 7 o'clock local bell time, no Pillman. So Bruce says, call the hotel he stayed at last night in Minneapolis, because they were in St. Paul, and see if you can find out what time he checked out or anything. So I'm in a production room. I called fucking hotel, the XL Inn, I think, at the airport or whatever. And I said, I'm asking about one of your guests from last night, Brian Pillman. Can you tell me what time he checked out? He said, hold on 1 second, please. He put me on hold. And whatever the fuck he's doing, he comes back. Sir, I said, yes. He said, Mr. Pillman has passed away. Okay, first thing I'm thinking is, I mean, because I couldn't process that could possibly be right, I thought that there's Brian, is not past Brian, standing behind the guy because he put me on hold. No, what he did was he didn't want to say that in front of people in the lobby. He went back in the back, but I thought he put me on hold, got the instruction. I'm like, okay, yeah, seriously. You know what? No, the police were here earlier, and he's passed away. I think maybe he said they were still there. Now I'm like, oh, so I look around, and guess who's the only other person in the room? Downtown Bruno. Bruno Whippleman, right? Harvey Whippleman. I said, Bruno, go get Bruce Pritchard. Oh, he was back there. I said, go get Bruce Pritchard. Tell him I said, come here right fucking now. Right? I said, can you hold on 1 second? So boom, 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 and we get Bruce in there, and it was true. And they had, I guess, gone to knock on a door to, maids to clean or whatever afternoon, and they found him and called the cops. And right then, after no internet, once again, to speak of, and nobody's got cell phones. So yeah, I had to deliver that piece of information. And Bruce comes in like pissed at me, like, what do you want me to get on the phone? I said, Pillman's dead. That was, so then that obviously cast a fucking pall over the proceedings. That was the night all the St. Louis legends were there, the NWA champions, Harley, Briscoe, Dory, Terry, Luthez, Sam Muchnick, Gene Kiniski. That was a fight I had with Kevin Dunn. Jim Ross had booked all these guys as a tribute to St. Louis, which, by the way, in all these fucking crummy houses, it did 21,151 fans, a sellout, a record house, $212,550. But anyway, Jim Ross booked all these legends, including Mr. Muchnick. Kevin Dunn, as we're writing the pay-per-view format and going over it, we included a package in the show. He said, let's do that before the show goes on the air. I said, why the fuck have we got all these guys here? People want to see them. Well, nobody's going to know who they are. Oh, God damn you. I hate you, motherfucker. I wish you'd just fucking drop over and burst into fucking flames.
He said no one will know who they are.
Nobody's going to know who they are. It's NWA. That's not our fans. God damn you. Just fuck you. Go away and die and leave us wrestling fans to our fucking enjoyment. Kevin Dunn, you motherfucker. So I said, we will tell them who they are. So I went and got all my old St. Louis programs. Stuff goes back to the 50s. And I got fucking pictures. And I wrote voiceover copy. And I took it to the studio. And they did nice little, remember 50-second or 1-minute packages on the guys? So as they were walk to the ring, they played the packages. They got a great fucking response in St. Louis. The people who watched the fucking pay-per-view thought it was a great 10 minutes. Everybody, it was a feel-good thing, especially in light of other things that had happened that day. And everybody enjoyed it. But no, Kevin Dunn, no, the 6 greatest living NWA champions, nobody's going to know who the fuck they are because they didn't goddamn come out with a bird on their arm or leading a fucking bulldog on a leash, you fucking Bucky Beaver motherfucker. I hate you to this day.
I have a question about those gentlemen.
Yes.
Do they get into a McMahon's ring and truly feel honored by this, or are they doing this through clenched teeth for the city of St. Louis?
I think it was in St. Louis. It was a lot of people. It was Sam Muchnick was there. They were treated professionally and made to feel welcome. Even I don't know how much time Vince spent with them, and I don't believe Kevin Dunn went and got their autographs, but I sure did. Got every single one of them. I think they had a nice time.
This is significant because this is the night that Glenn rips the door off the cage, and if you can give us an abbreviated version of how the Hell in a Cell and that finish comes to Connecticut.
Well, Hell in a Cell, my idea was Rage in a Cage, and the same thing, but it was the blow-off match between Undertaker and Shawn, but at the same time, Shawn needed to come out as the champion, and he was the heel, so how do we have a blow-off cage match? I had always loved the cage they had in Memphis in later years that encompassed the ringside area too, so you could come out from under the ring, or you could fight outside on the floor. And I also liked the War Games because it had a top on it. And so what about if we combine those two? What about if we have a giant cage? And plus we've got a budget now. I'm able to throw out ideas where people can actually pay to have this shit made. I said, what if we have a cage that encompasses the entire ringside area and with a top on it, sort of cross between the old Memphis cage and the War Games. And I don't remember whose idea it was, once again, the germ of the idea that Kane was going to have the evil brother, but the idea was there that Kane was going to have the evil brother. I said, that's where you debut the evil brother, and the finish is simple because the way that Kevin Sullivan debuted Doug Furnas, the world's strongest man, legitimately at the time, had a claim to it in Knoxville, his hometown, as a babyface, was when the heels were killing the babyface in the ring, and here comes the world's strongest man, local hometown hero, and for the first time ever jerks the cage door off. That always stayed with me. So I said, how about we switch it around this time? This time the Undertaker's brother shows up, and he is so fucking, to get his power over, he rips the goddamn cage door off. That's the only way to get in or out. Of course, that lasted in Hell in a Cell. That's the only way to get in or out. That lasted about fucking 2 matches. But I said, then he comes in and they have the face-to-face and we see what we got, and then fucking he tombstones the fucking Undertaker. Hits him with his own fucking move. Undertaker, supposedly his story is going to be, doesn't want to fight his brother because of what we don't know in their background. And so, boom, Undertaker gets dropped on his head. Shawn goes over, and then now Undertaker has a reason to leave that program and go to somebody else without getting the last word. Keep Shawn with the fucking belt, since apparently he ain't gonna fucking lose it. He just loses his smile, and off we go. And their Kane has made an impact. And for once, that actually got across. And it was one of my favorite times.
They kept
in the
it intact,
WWF.
and it went over.
And it worked.
Solidified your place in WWE history forever, for as long as you want it.
I was more happy it solidified Kane's place because Glenn had been an evil fucking dentist. He came to Dutch Mantell, had him in Puerto Rico, and he called me in Knoxville. He said, I got this kid, he's going to be great, and he's coming back home. Can you book him? Yes. He was Unabomb for me. It was going to be Eddie Gilbert's partner and then Al Snow's partner when Eddie took off. But then he'd been an evil dentist. When Vince first brought him up from Knoxville, he made him Dr. Isaac Yankem, and that was because I guess Vince had a goddamn bad dentist appointment that week and decided that the wrestling world was clamoring for an evil dentist. And then he was the fake fucking Diesel, 6-move guy. So he needed a chance, and this was something he could really fucking get over in, and he was used to working with a mask. It was kind of similar to what he'd done before as Unabomb in Smoky Mountain or as Doomsday, I think, in USWA. So he was kind of comfortable with it, and it was at the time Vince actually from his mouth said, if Glenn Jacobs doesn't have the killer instinct on this one, we're going to cut him. He was that close to, but he took, because it wasn't fucking hokey and stupid, and he wasn't self-conscious about doing it, being somebody else. He could go out there and he could do his thing, and that's why it got over. And then Glenn, within 2 years, was in a 7-figure-a-year fucking club. So I was happy about that for that fucking reason.
I didn't know him too good. When I first met him, his wife killed himself. I did a little thing in WCW a couple of days before that. His wife killed herself while she was talking to him on the phone, I think. Do you ever heard about that?
No.
You ever heard about that? Yeah, his wife or his ex-wife, I think it might have been his ex-wife, she was putting him through all kinds of shit, and he was on the road with WCW. He was at the Ramada Inn in Atlanta, and she shot herself, I think, while she was talking to him on the phone. And he actually worked that night, and he worked a few more nights after that, and then he came to ECW shortly after that. But his ex-wife or wife killed herself.
So this is before Melanie, because he's married to Melanie Pillman when he died.
Okay, so it might have been his ex-wife.
Prior. It's had to be an ex, yeah.
Yeah. Because he was really shooken up, and I was riding in the car with him, and I said to one of the guys, I go, "What's wrong with this guy? He's an asshole." They go, "No, because like whenever I asked him a question or said something to him, it was he kind of answered like I did, yes and no, and didn't elaborate." But I go, "Why is he acting like that?" They go, "His wife just killed herself." I said, "Oh, that's too bad." He goes, "Yeah, he was talking to her on the phone, and she wanted to really rub it in on him, so she killed herself, making him know that she did it because of him." You know, that's a horrible thing. So after that, I think he was on self-destruct mode, you know.
Which contributed to all the his loose cannon
exactly.
persona, which was supposedly his shoot.
That wasn't a work. He was after that. He was nuts. You know, we're at the Travel Lodge, and I brung in Leon Spinks. He's a friend of me and my uncle's. I brung him in to do a spot with us on ECW, and Leon was coming in the elevator, and Brian Pillman was coming out of the elevator, and Pillman started going off on Leon, saying, "You motherfucker, get out of here! What the fuck are you doing here?" You know, I go, "Hey, brother, be cool." I said, "He's with me." He goes, "I don't give a fuck who he is," going crazy. So I pushed Brian Pillman out of the elevator. I go, "Well, this guy's a fucking idiot." And then I said to Paulie, "Why do you act like that?" And he goes, "He's really nuts." I said, "No, he can't be nuts. It's a work." I said, "Don't even know who Leon Spinks is." I said, "Even if he doesn't know who he is, if he's with me, he's all right. You know, even if he's a bum off the street, if he comes in with me, he's all right." I thought he would understand that, but he didn't give a shit who it was. He was nuts. And then shortly after that, he went to WWF, and then shortly after that, he died.
Right.
There's nobody didn't like Brian. That was one of those ones that was kind of, I mean, kind of from there, that was like the floodgate. You know, Brian died, and it was just kind of like, it just started to roll from there. You know, it just seems like a fucking wrestler died every fucking 3 weeks after that.
Is it serving as a cautionary tale for you guys about lifestyle choices?
I think Brian's fucking problem was he got in that fucking Hummer wreck. He fucking tore his ankle up so bad, he was in pain. You know, I think Crush, you know, like Brian, for all the guys, that was the one that when they told me that Brian had passed, that was the one, and Brad Armstrong too. It's just like, those are guys where I just went like, what? Like, Crush? Like, I never even fucking saw him fucked up. But I knew, you know, that his back was so bad that he was wearing those fucking shoes with, like, the springs in them. And him and Mach were around a little bit at TNA when Mach came in. And Brian had tried to do some boxing and, you know, but Brian was always a friend of mine. We had actually would talk on the phone occasionally, but he was a golfer and shit. And I think that's what happened was he got fucking some back injuries in the ring. And then, you know, people don't understand the torque that golf does to your fucking, you know, your spine.
Your back, yeah.
You know, until you see fucking, you watch these people like, what the fuck's with Tiger Woods and these back problems? You watch him fucking swing a golf club and he fucking looks like a fucking cartoon of somebody wringing out a fucking rag. You know, just like, and he just, I think when you get hooked on a pain medication, and then you realize that fucking those 2 fucking Vicodin, man, with 6 beers, boy, the fucking pain really goes away. Not only that, fucking man, it's a pretty good fucking buzz. The next thing you know, it's just like, well, that fucking 2's not doing it, so now it's 3. Mm-hmm. It's a 12-pack, and you know what? I'll throw some Somas into the mix. The old fire and ice. Someone's to fucking tater you down and take the bikes to pick you up. Worked for Elvis.
For a while.
Bite This was on the WWE.com website or whatever. And this was literally when, I guess, they would get sometimes 50 or 60 emails about a show that they did on the website. This was a very early website. And they had just done that parody in WCW on Nitro where Nash and all those guys dressed up as the Four Horsemen and they rolled in Arn with the bald skull cap and just made fun of... And you know, I'd happened to see that because that's before I swore off watching those programs. And I was sick and fucking fed up with the fucking yahoos. They jacked off in our company and then they go down there and they jacked off in their company. At the same time, they were knocking people who were actually friends of mine, but also that, you know, it was just like, oh, we're changing this old fucking wrestling. And you know what? Ultimately, we found out those guys did get over and make $1 million and get big names, but that fucking hot streak lasted about 3 fucking years, if that. And then we're still paying for it. So, you know, we let them Zoom us. They got their money and they fucking ruined the fucking wrestling business. But anyway, Kevin Kelly called me up one day and said, well, you want to do Bite This? I said, what the fuck is Bite This? Well, we got this thing called the internet. And there's a thing called a call-in show, and we just take calls and we just talk about shit. He said, you can do anything you want because nobody hears this thing or sees it or listens to it or whatever the fuck. All right. So he asked me what I thought of the parody on WCW, and I gave him the answer that was pretty much that first taped promo. And then I didn't think anything else about it because he told me nobody hears the fucking thing. Well, then a couple days later, they call me up and say, what the fuck did you say on... I said, well, why? They got more feedback about that Bite This than all the other Bite Thises that they had done combined. And Vince heard about it and thought it was cutting edge. And I was just venting one night, right? I'm on the phone from home. It's cutting edge and it's this and that and it's edgy and you want to do it on Raw. Why the fuck would I want to do that on Raw? Because Vince wants you to. Okay, I guess that's a fucking reason. So then I have to go back and listen to what I said and write it down and run it by Jerry McDivitt on the phone, the lawyer, to make sure that it was my opinion. It was there slander in there? Was there anything we can get sued for, right? Or was it all opinion and, you know, et cetera? And so for the first time in my life, I wrote one of my promos down, but I wrote it down based on the one I'd already done.
Right.
Read it to Jerry McDivitt, and he said, as long as you say that, you're okay. Then I had him type it in the fucking teleprompter because when I get started, I tend to fucking, you know, so I didn't want to fucking get us sued after I'd already cleared it with the lawyer. So for the first and only time ever, I read a promo off a teleprompter, but it's because I had written it down from the one that I had given and got cleared by the lawyer.
Huh.
And also they said, you got 3 minutes. I did like 7 fucking minutes. So that's why I'm talking so fast, because I got 7 minutes worth of shit I got to get in 3 fucking minutes. And they played it. You know, as it went on, I don't think Russo thought anything about it at first. I think as it went on, after a couple of times, he's like, well, here's the way. He's so, you know, out of touch and he's stuck in the 80s and all this other shit. Thank God I'm not stuck in 1997 into 2010, Vince. But anyway, you know, that we'll make him look like the old heel, crusty old heel, you know, back in my day. They would play him in the building on the screen and the people would cheer. When I would say, we want to see wrestling matches with wrestlers, people would start cheering. Or, you know, Ric Flair, I respect him, they'd cheer. Or I'm about damn sick and tired of these self-serving fucking prima donna wrestlers. They would cheer. It was backfiring. So anyway, that's what the first one was. Then Phil Muchnick, once again, he wrote that fucking column, and I'm like, you know what, motherfucker, you didn't know fucking Brian Pillman, so it wasn't any goddamn business of yours. You just using it to knock the fucking wrestling business, you know, instead of being on this courageous whatever the fuck. Vince heard that. There's your next one, pal. So, goddamn, what do I want to say to Phil Muchnick? Well, fuck you, Phil Muchnick, right? And do that, and then Russo started manipulating it into the old-time wrestling thing. you know, as it started branching off into me bringing the NWA guys back, which we'll save for the 1998 timeline. But then also, I never want to do them to begin with. And I didn't see I told them I have to tell the truth. I have to not only tell the truth, but the way I feel. And also, I have to knock this company, because if I'm going to knock WCW, I can't knock one without the other. It looks like I'm playing favorites. So I would knock the WWE for pickpocketing, and then I'd knock WCW for arson and rape. I was making a point, but I still was. But all the guys were like, why are they letting him knock our company? Well, I didn't want to do the goddamn shit to begin with. Vince was wanting me to. So when it finally got to where they wanted to throw a little storyline in there, and then they started suggesting things that I didn't agree with that I could talk about, I said, you know, I got a little comedy thing written, but not really much this week. Why don't we just forget about it and just let it die? Because I don't, you know, there was no purpose to it anyway, to sell tickets. It was just to get me over as a cranky bastard, which that worked, but I could do that anytime.
Was this a mistake?
Yeah,
at that
it
time?
was ratings. Wait a minute. There's a bubble-headed bleach blonde comes on at 5. She can tell you about the plane crash with a gleam in her eye. Don't forget that people die. Give us dirty laundry. Have you filmed the operation? Is the head dead yet? You know the guys in the newsroom. Got a running bet. Get the widow on the set. Ratings. Bullshit. Whether it be Austin and Pillman, the shotgun in his home in Cincinnati, or the interview with the widow, or the tribute shows, or whatever, ratings, they always skeeved me out, never liked them, didn't like that.
Yeah.
What happens with Jarrett? He leaves WCW, goes back to WWE. Is there a rift?
He was doing a pretty good job playing like proper positioning, because he wouldn't put Chyna over, and he held them up and got a payday, then came, and you know, he did a pretty good job of, you know, of kind of playing gaps. Somebody got hurt, he was close, got a good payday, got a good spot to go back over. Jeff's smart.
It was business.
Yeah.
What about you guys? Do you generally care when someone jumps ship, or is it like a good for you?
The only time that it really had any effect on me was when Randy left. When I was at WWF the first time, and Randy left right after TV, and he was our color guy, but he was also our captain, because he was kind of like the last guy from that era. You know, from the fucking, the big Hogan run. He was the last guy left of that era. He was kind of like, he was our captain. He was our team captain. And he just, you know, it would have been one thing, I think, if he would have pulled 4 or 5 of us in a room and just said, because I thought we were friends, you know, and we were friends, but they did business different in that era. You know, it was always cards here. And, you know, so I guess maybe I was a bitch and my feelings got hurt, because I thought we were close enough where we would have said, you know, no offense, dude, but I'm going to take, you know, greener highways. Because everybody knew me and Scott were leaving.
You made that known.
Yeah.
Right.
We made him know how much we were getting, too. Hey, McDonald's is hiring. Half as many days, 3 times as much pay.
Is this seen as a dangerous thing beforehand at all, with the potential racial? I mean, you've already got the U.S.
Here we are at October the 20th. And, you know, to be quite honest, and I hadn't thought about that particular issue, I don't, at this point in time, like I said, I was being buttered up, fattened up for the kill. All of a sudden, 2 pay-per-views in a row, I called a couple finishes, got some stipulations in, and a month later, I'm off the fucking, pretty much 6 weeks later, I'm off the fucking creative team. I don't even remember that deal being discussed, but here was the thing. After the stinky show that we talked about in Germany, and well, this Russo, well, he's, like I said, Vince McMahon saw that this fucking guy had all these ideas, and that one or two of them out of 100 or whatever may be revolutionary. He was getting his ass kicked. For the first time in his life, Vince didn't like the fucking feeling. He wasn't going to roll over and play dead, and I'll give that credit to him. But he was going to come up with something, and as we've seen, Vince Russo nor Vince McMahon mind exposing the business or making the business look bad. I always said wrestling is about doing bad taste and good taste, but they didn't care about the fucking good taste, bad taste. They just wanted to do something. They wanted some ratings. So all of a sudden, right about this time, and also I'm starting to zone out because this shit with Shawn and Bret is now fucking going on, because now we're starting to book Survivor Series, and holy fucking jumping shitballs, try to talk about the Mideast peace crisis, try to work that fucking finish out. So I'm starting to zone out here on some of this stuff, and at the same time, it's just becoming, I was developing a fucking twitch. 1 month later, I was 280 pounds. When I went home for Thanksgiving 1997, I weighed 280 pounds. And that's when I fucking ran back into Danny Davis, and he told me about his OVW project. And I went and had Thanksgiving dinner at my mom's house. And I got home and I got on the scales. I said, I hate this fucking state. I hate this fucking job. I hate myself because I'm a big fat fuck. And all I do is sit in the house and eat because I'm miserable, because every time I leave the house, I want to fucking kill somebody. And a lot of that was due to sitting at least one day a week in Vince's house with him and Vince Russo, and having to coexist with Vince Russo at television. Because when it started out, when Russo was the editor of the magazine, and he was friends with Bruce Pritchard, and I would go to Bruce's house to allegedly work, or really play with his dog during the day, but we were at the phone where the office could find us. Russo would come over, and their wives knew each other, and then when Russo got invited to join the creative team, first it was him and Bruce and me a lot of times. Then it was just, and sometimes JR would join, but sometimes it was just me, Vince Russo, and Vince McMahon. I even rode in the car with Vince Russo, some of the TVs and back, would tell him stories. I assumed at first, I really did, we got along, you know, it was good old New York Vinny Roo with the fucking accent, and I was the Southern boy that liked the fucking cheeseburgers, and we had our gimmicks, right? And everything was happy. And I said, this guy has a world of passion, apparently, for the business, and it's just a cultural thing. I mean, he's New York, and I'm Southern. But once he learns about the wrestling business, because he's never been involved in it, he actually came back, he was already on the creative team, came back from a TV taping back to the locker room, where he had done on cameras, because they made him the co-host color guy of WWF New York. They revoiced their own program for WOR Channel 9, right? Just for the New York area. So they put Russo on it. He comes back one time, he said, that was cool. I said, what? I said, doing on cameras? He said, no, being inside the barricade when a match is going on. He's already writing the shit. He's never been in the fucking inside the barricade while a match is going on, and he's writing the fucking show. I'm thinking, when this guy, when he learns something about wrestling, when he understands from the performing and the business side, what you can do and what you can't do and what you should do or shouldn't do, and how the people take to the nuances, boy, he's got all these ideas, he'll be great. I didn't realize at the time, which has become apparent in the intervening 15 fucking years, Vince Russo was never a wrestling fan. He always said, I was a wrestling fan, I just didn't like the phony-looking wrestling. The phony-looking wrestling, meaning, I guess, anything besides a bunch of people standing there calling each other their real names and talking about shoot-worked angles. Matches are completely out, because that's phony-looking. Vince was a fan of angles. Vince was a fan of certain personalities. Vince was a fan of highlights. He saw shit that he liked involved in the wrestling presentation, and he retained those. He just had no idea why they were done, how they got there, and how they got out of it, and the fact that usually 6 or 9 months happened in between, right? So it became obvious to me after a while that he didn't want to learn anything. I was trying to teach him about wrestling. He didn't want to learn about wrestling. He wanted to change wrestling to this vision that he had of whatever the fuck it is, where logic has no purpose and nobody knows what the fuck's going on, but it's all a work, except we're really shooting while we're working, because really what we do is fake, but then we try to fucking really double cross each other in our fake shit, and that's real. And so keep tuning in because we don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Easy to follow.
And finally, it became, like I said earlier, by this time in the year, that was my day to go over there and sit in a room with Vince McMahon, the most powerful man in professional wrestling, and listen to this fucking moron who didn't know anything about fucking wrestling rattle off 100 fucking ideas, 2 of which Vince heard some type of genius in and would take them and then give his best announcer in the business and the top 2 stars in the business and his network quality television studio, all these instructions based on this fucking moron's ideas. What I was hearing was the other 98 that were making me try to go find a fucking chainsaw and chop this motherfucker's head off because he would have killed the fucking business, which he, since he's left the watchful eye of Vince McMahon, has killed every business he's come in contact with. After fucking Hell in a Cell, Undertaker, fucking tombstone by Kane, Vince McMahon has said, I want that match for WrestleMania next year, which was going to be April, let's just find it. Son of a gun, March 29 in Boston, Massachusetts. So November, December, January, February, we got 5 months. Vince Russo wants the next goddamn week, wants fucking Undertaker or Kane to choke slam Undertaker through the announcer's table. He was big on wrecking the announcer's table. I think he just had it in for announcers. Or maybe even the other way around. The point is, I said, no, Vince, hold on. We just shot a fucking angle. We got 5 months before this match. Right now, Undertaker doesn't want to fight his brother. His brother screwed him one time. So Kane is going to go around and take it out on everybody else and shame the Undertaker into fighting him. But if he just fucking choke slams Undertaker again through a fucking table, or you have Undertaker retaliate, you've blown the story, and then you've shot the angle 5 months for a match. Well, we could just do something else before the match to get... No, you dumb shit. Anyway, so point is, that's where I was at as we're leading into the last bit of the month here.
Had been so many. I remember at one point, like it was like 5 guys. One of them was Sheik. That this was my first run in WCW, or like 91 maybe, and like 5 or 6 guys, they didn't get the notice to them in time to terminate their contracts, so they all
Just got paid forever.
Yeah, it was like all of them were like $3,000, like 156, like $156,000 a year guys, and instead of like bringing them in and jobbing them to fucking death, they just okay. So anything that happened, like that was the whole thing. I've never had a problem with anybody's deal, you know, because everybody, we're all like, we're 1099s.
Right.
Everybody makes their own deal.
What about redoing the Gorgeous George? I mean, it's one of the most iconic figures in wrestling. There's some characters on TV you should really never put another actor in the show. You can't have another Louis De Palma. You can't have another Ralph Crandon. You can't have another Archie Bunker.
You can't have another fucking Dirty Harry.
Right.
Unless it's Clint Eastwood's kid who looks just like him.
Or Lanny Poffo.
I was going to say that.
Lanny Poffo is Gorgeous George.
Lisa Wolf is Gorgeous George. During a fucking mixer.
I was standing right by the curtain, but I was standing talking to Rick Rude, and we seen the Pitbull, like you said, pounded his chest, and then New Jack decked it a few times, and everybody stepped in, and then while everybody stepped in, New Jack still got him a few more times.
How long does heat from something like that last? Were you guys close enough that you could squash it that night?
Yeah, it was over after that night.
Right.
Yeah.
Was Gertner ribbed a lot?
Yeah, because I don't want to say nothing really bad about it, but he was kind of gullible. Like if you go, Paulie wants you to take a shit in the ring, he goes, okay. You know, like, and you could say anything like that and he'd buy it, you know. Not necessarily that, but you know, like when he had the blade that night, it was probably a rib.
Right.
You know.
It was. But he would have probably tried
he
it.
Probably would have did it, yeah. And without question, you know.
Vince McMahon had a Southern thing going, but Vince Russo also had a Southern thing going. And I don't know why that Vince Russo and Jeff Jarrett became so close, because Jeff Jarrett should be everything that Vince Russo don't like, a second-generation wrestler from Nashville, Tennessee, but yet somehow they melded and meshed, and that was the beginning of that blossoming.
So this was a Russo creation. This wasn't something Jeff's was speaking from the heart when he said Austin would be the ringmaster forever.
Everything that fucking, well, that's probably what they said in conversations. So then Russo says, okay, bringing out, and I learned from Jerry Jarrett, the smart one in the Jarrett family, who knows that Vince Russo is a fucking insane lunatic. You tell people when you want to work a wrestling angle or issue or situation, you tell people as much of the truth as you possibly can that they know to be the truth. And then when you veer off into the work part, they say, well, wait a minute, A, B, and C was legitimate. I know that's true, so that's what you do. So Russo's taken it to such extreme that he dreams up shit that's really real and then has you say it like it's really real based it on a working environment. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Anyway.
I watched it though. If anybody was in the real trouble, I would have came and helped him. But Bubba, you know, he can handle his own for sure. He can handle 10 guys.
What's Paulie's reaction while all this is going on?
He's panicking. He's throwing a tissy fit. Call 911. Get your gun. Sabu will go help him. I go, they're okay.
Get your gun?
No, I'm joking about that. But
were there wrestlers on the roster who, let's say, didn't exactly fear this kind of thing, maybe enjoyed the opportunity to step in and show their
a riot, like
show their legit?
Yeah. We done it, like I said before, I done it in the parking lot. Well, I didn't do it on purpose, but got in a fight in the parking lot, and the guys came help me. I got in a fight one time in the ring. This big black dude was coming in the ring. I was decking him as he's coming through the ropes. It happened a lot because when you get going, you know, and the people are making fun of you, or like heckling you, don't think, you know, yeah, you ain't shit, you're an asshole, and it's hard to take that when you're out there, you know, when you are a tough guy. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm a tough guy, but when other guys think they're a tough guy and someone's calling their bluff, you know, it's hard not to deck them. You know.
With ECW having such a violent style and fans of the product at the time being very, very passionate about it, there must have been many opportunities for this type of stuff to happen.
Yeah.
Had you guys not diffused it or whatever, was there an official rule about how to deal with unruly fans at the shows?
Yeah. First, you could just beat them up and it was no big deal, or fight them back, it was no big deal, as long as you didn't run from them. Now, I mean, then gradually it got to where we had security back us off them. That way we could save face without having to run away or beat the guy up or beat somebody up. You know what I mean? Because one time Van Dam, I think it was in Pittsburgh or somewhere, this one fan, he had Down syndrome or something, and he said something to Van Dam. Van Dam went over to him and ripped his shirt and punched him, but Van Dam didn't know the guy was mentally challenged or something. and the guy ended up suing ECW, and Van Dam felt bad about it. But the guy was calling Van Dam out, and Van Dam went over, ripped his shirt, and beat him up a little bit. But he didn't know that the guy was, was handicapped.
You weren't involved in this broadcast. Even Disco's there and you're not there. Are you sick? You injured?
Probably it didn't pay.
Okay.
It's probably one of those options. It's probably like that fucking the last when Vince bought the company and they called us and said, we no longer in charge of the company, but if you'd like to show up in Panama City, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, exactly what I want to do.
Each guy came up with themselves. Van Dam came out as me. And Van Dam, I gave him a pair of my pants. He wet his hair down, and his hair looked dark. And he's wrestling this guy. Then I come in from behind, and when I watched it on videotape, I go, man, I don't remember wearing those pants. But it wasn't me. It was Van Dam. He looked just like me. The hair was over his face. It was pretty cool. But he came out dressed as me, and I came in from behind and attacked the guy. I forgot who we wrestled, but Van Dam was dressed as me. I'm surprised you don't have that on there.
What are the discussions that are going on in creative in the days leading up to this?
It was fucking ridiculous. And see, here's for one thing, at least 2 of the Wednesday creative days, we would spend, me and Russo, in a room. And see, when Vince McMahon would take a private phone call or have something he wanted to deal with outside of creative, he would go in his study, or if we were at the pool, he'd go in the house or whatever. And then whether it was me and Jim Ross and Pat Patterson and Bruce Pritchard, or whether it was me and Vince Russo, or whether whoever was there, would sit and twiddle their fucking dick and wait till Vince came back, because you can't do anything unless, you don't even want to start on a long line of thinking unless Vince okays that line of thinking, because then, as Vince used to call it, mental masturbation. You're thinking about something you have no control over, you're just jacking yourself off. So we would have to sit and wait while Vince would have these phone calls, first with Shawn, then with Bret, then with somebody else weighing in on their fucking opinion, whatever the fuck it was. Then suddenly we got to, as you see this weekend, Friday, November 7th, Toronto, Canada, Saturday the 8th, Detroit, Michigan, Sunday the 9th, Montreal, Quebec. And then Monday and Tuesday, TV was in Ottawa and Cornwall, not Cornhole, Shawn, but Cornwall, Ontario. Point is, it gets down to nut cutting time, and suddenly it's revealed that Shawn has told Bret one time in the past that he was never going to put him over. So Bret has decided he ain't going to put Shawn over. Shawn wouldn't put Davey over. So Bret's fucking pissed about that. Bret's leaving to take a job where he's going to go from making $1.5 million a year to making $2.5 million a year. Meanwhile, Shawn's pissed off because he's only making $750,000 a year on his guaranteed contract, because he signed it before the money started creeping up. Shawn Michaels has had all these goddamn ridiculous fucking personal issues that everybody's fed up with. Everybody likes Bret, but by the same token, he's being so fucking childish in a lot of people's opinions, taking it so seriously. And if he'd have just come out and said, I hate Shawn Michaels, and Shawn Michaels is a prick, and I want Shawn Michaels to die, and I'll never put him over, I would have respected that. But it's like they said, well, if you don't want to put him over on pay-per-view, Bret, what about dropping it to him Friday night? Well, no, I'm not going to let him beat me in Canada. In my home country, that's like me. I'm not going to let somebody beat me in the United States of America. Well, okay, then what about Saturday night in Detroit? If you'll let him beat you in the United States, this is where it was going, folks. If you let him beat you in this country, but not that country, what about Saturday night in Detroit? Well, that don't work, because we've sold the pay-per-view on me being champion. If I go to Montreal, where I'm over, and I'm not the champion, it'll let all my Canadian fans down. He said he was a Canadian hero, which he is. But let's face it, that list is not the line. I kid, I jest. But Whipper Billy Watson level fucking hero here. And at the same time, of course, Michaels is a fucking prick and deserves every bit of the fucking disrespect he's getting from the guy he's working with. And then my question to Vince is, why didn't you think to take the fucking belt off of him before you freed him up to negotiate with fucking Bischoff to get $1 million extra a year and go to work down there, and his contract is up basically the next day? Then there was the talk they were going to do some kind of DQ finish, and he was going to come out and just hand the belt to him on fucking Raw. And I made my thought known to Vince. I said, why don't you just lay down and let him piss in your mouth while he does that? What the fuck? Yeah, here's my belt. I'm the champion of your company, but I'm giving you this back because I'm going to go and wrestle for the guys that are going to pay me a lot of money.
What does Vince say to this?
He said, well, you may be right there, pal. I mean, what can he fucking say? This was the biggest goddamn clusterfuck in the history of clusterfucks. You had one fucking, the asshole, at least he was our asshole, he was fucking staying. The good guy was going for more money. So why is his feelings fucking hurt? I'm saying sodomize me with a goddamn rusty fucking fishing knife on national television for $2.5 million a year. Just give me 1 year of that, and none of you assholes here in Connecticut will ever see my fat ass again. I'm fucking fed up with the whole thing. I'm gaining fucking weight. And it was basically, it was a no-win situation. And what Vince did, and Vince didn't know, I guarantee you, he didn't know what he did was going to click in the way it did, and I'll tell you in a second, but every finish was talked about. Like, how can Bret go over? How can Shawn go over? Can there be a DQ? He's going to walk out and drop the belt. Everybody was shooting everything they had. That's why at one point I said, fucking book him with goddamn Shamrock. He'll drop the belt then. I said, double cross his ass. And see, Vince Russo took credit. And let me tell you this. If the finish was my idea, I wouldn't admit it in public because this is a no-win situation. But I know whose idea it wasn't. It wasn't fucking Vince Russo's. Russo's taking credit for it. Well, I explained to him. When I said double cross in jest about the Shamrock thing, Russo's eyes got even buggier than normal. He didn't know what a double cross was. As Bill Watts used to say, if he was walking through a men's locker room, he'd be whistling Stranger in Paradise. Vince Russo does not know anything about professional athletics or how to manipulate or choreograph or simulate same. But anyway, the point is, and I told Vince, I said, and what happens if fucking Shawn does try to cinch up on a small package, Bret will kick out at 2 3/4 and beat the piss out of Shawn right there on fucking television. And so nobody knew what the fuck that Vince was going to do. And finally, we had the production meeting the night before while the guys were in Detroit. We were in Montreal Saturday night, and we went through the whole fucking format, and then got to Shawn and Bret and the time they had, and no details were discussed. And I walked over and I said, as a matter of fact, that's the dates that we would announce those matches on television. See? I said, Vince, I don't want to know anything otherwise. Do you have a finish? Yes, I do. I said, good. That's all I need to know. And I'm figuring some way or another something's going to fucking happen. But since at this point my MO at television and at pay-per-view, since I was not a performer, was to basically get there and either do on cameras at television or agent my matches or whatever, and as soon as the last match got in the ring or the first time I could get the fuck out so I could go and eat and get away from wrestling, I did that. But I stayed for that match because I wanted to see what the fuck was going to happen. And I'm sitting there, and as soon as they go into that fucking spot, I'm like, and right then, there's the bell, and I said, I'll see you guys later, and I stood up and got in the car and fucking took off and missed all the rest of the shit, because I knew something was going to happen, I just didn't know what.
What'd you think when Vince went to ringside?
See, that's the thing. They constructed, it was the first ever shoot work double cross, because the idea of a double cross is you want to get the result you want without one of the participants' knowledge, but without anybody else knowing that there's anything off fucking kilter. They didn't do that. He went with the worked shoot double cross, where he specifically did such things to make sure that everybody knew that the fix was in, but except the guy who was actually getting fucked didn't know till afterwards. So it was a reverse back at you double cross. I don't fucking know. But the point is, Vince thought he'd be the babyface. And the one thing that I did say, I said, you know, once again, I said, what the fuck? He's not going to expose the fucking business. Is he going to call the newspaper up and say, well, they fucking screwed me? That's what he did. I couldn't believe. Bret Hart never, and I love you, Bret, but you never called the newspapers and said, you know, all those titles that I won, I really didn't win them. You know, the people put me over. But you lose one for real, and you call up and say, I didn't really lose it. He fucking basically gave Vince McMahon all the free publicity in the world. And at the same point where Vince, remember the first couple of weeks he came out and was like, well, the time-honored tradition. Now, and I'm sure Russo's behind that. Now we're telling people, okay, before you leave the company, you're supposed to fucking lay down and drop the belt. Here, John Wayne's supposed to put the Indians over if he leaves Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and goes over to fucking 20th Century Fox, folks. Fuck. Just more behind-the-scenes bullshit that Russo sits there and jacks off on because he can be around fucking real men. But anyway, so the time-honored tradition, Vince tries to be the babyface and tried to make Bret the heel. And that wasn't going to work because people would know you screwed the fucking guy, because to them wrestling was still wrestling and at least somewhat legitimate. It wasn't sports entertainment like it has become today. No, you screwed the guy out of his title and he's mad and spit on you, of course. And Bret was a fucking hero. So WCW then mismanages the hottest wrestler in the world and ends his career soon after. So that was a tribute to how fucked up they were. Meanwhile, Vince is smart enough, after 2 or 3 weeks of trying to be the babyface and people going, no, fuck you, you fucking asshole. You're the boss and you stole this guy's belt and screwed him around. All of a sudden he said, well, maybe I ought to go with this. And there's Mr. McMahon is born. And you've got The Rock, you've got Austin, and you've got all of a sudden something that people actually can believe about wrestling again, and you've got the greatest heel in the world on television. That's all they needed. And for Russo to say the Attitude Era and Degeneration X and the fact that I had diva pillow fights and all this other stuff, no. It was the 2 greatest talents of that generation in the ring, maturing and getting in the right place right at the right time, that the fucking biggest asshole heel fucker that could possibly exist in wrestling fucked a hero wrestler for real, that everybody knew it. Boom. That's what takes things off, and everything else just tails along for the ride.
Did you beat Hebner out of the building that night?
Yes, as a matter of fact. As soon as they did that, I didn't even wait around for the fucking monitor trashing and everything. I said, something's going to happen, I don't want to be around. And then sure enough, as a matter of fact, Mick Foley, I've said this many times, the nicest guy in the wrestling business, too nice to be in the wrestling business, didn't come to TV in Ottawa, was upset. I love you, Cactus, but you were upset that a promoter would fuck one of the boys. That's like being upset that Jenna Jameson would take one up the ass. It's unheard of. Point being, I had to, of course, call Cactus and say, please come. Well, it just wasn't right. I said, no, Cactus, it wasn't right. I said, it wasn't right. The guy making $1.5 million a year got screwed out of his fake wrestling title, so he's going to go make $2.5 million. And the guy that fucking helped screw him, because Shawn and Helmsley knew it, they were in on it, because, of course, they were the backup in case Bret really did try to beat him up and they couldn't get him out of the way in time. The guy that screwed the guy that's going to make $2.5 million is going to make his fucking almost $1 million, and he's going to be the champion. And you're sitting at home, are they going to send you your check, your show of solidarity? Come on. He said, well, I guess they aren't. And he was back the next day. But it shows he was right in moral theory if this was a fucking, pure babyface heel situation, but this was a heel program. There were no baby faces. A bunch of people being fucking childish, grown men, one guy that didn't take care of his business and let a fucking guy with the ability to leave as champion leave. 2 fucking athletes that are making more money than any of us in this room will ever fucking dream of. And Mick's holding out for moral fucking turpitude, And here's the goddamn thing. They'd made a deal. It wasn't even that Vince didn't trust Bret Hart now. Here's something else that nobody brings up. The deal was that he asked Bret, and Bret got Eric Bischoff to agree that he would not mention Bret Hart coming to WCW until Bret came back at one point, and the idea was to come back at the December pay-per-view. December 7th in Springfield, and drop the title. Basically, Bret gave his word that he wouldn't show up on WCW television with the WWF title belt. which Vince actually believed him, and I did too, because he's a man of his word, even if he did take himself a little bit too seriously. But Eric Bischoff promising, I promise Vince on these live televisions that I have that air all across the country, I won't say that the WWF champion has already signed and committed to coming to WCW and he'll be here in a few weeks, because as of the day after Survivor Series, Monday, November 10th on Nitro that night, that could have been said, because the deal had just been done. They hadn't had a live TV since the previous week. Raw was live and so was Nitro. Then all this shit had fucking happened. So the only way, with no internet to speak of, that Vince McMahon had to beat Bischoff at his own game and make sure that his champion was not noted as leaving to go to WCW, was for his champion to lose the title that night. And that's exactly what happened, come hell or high water. It wasn't that he didn't trust Bret Hart, but he sure didn't trust Eric Bischoff. And why the fuck would you trust Eric Bischoff?
Good point.
So basically, it was a goddamn bunch of bullshit. But it led to the WWF taking off, being able to do the public offering, the stock scam, making the line in their pockets, making themselves all rich. Hopefully everybody out there listening bought some of that stock. Good God.
How is the deal made to take him from WWE and get him on TV so quick? Because that kind of stuff has to happen under cover of night.
Yeah, those clandestine. It's like you have to ask Cheney on that. I think I did smell thermite on fucking Rude when he walked by me.
If you look, Ashcroft walks by very quickly.
Yeah.
In the tunnel.
Yeah, it was great though, because he fucking had a beard on Raw and he was clean shaven on fucking our show.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That was.
But the thing about Rick Rude was fucking like during this conversation, he could have walked in there with a fucking clean face and had a beard by the end of end of this conversation.
Did you guys watch the other broadcast backstage?
Yeah,
at all?
yeah. There was a monitor that was at the truck that was on the outside of the truck. They had a steel flap that went down and buttoned up, and it was their show was always.
So you guys could see it.
Yeah, so we could see it.
What type of discussion would usually go on around it? Just like
very few people gave a fuck.
But were there timing things that people were trying to get right? Like, oh, this would be a good time to.
Well, it was like God there for a while. Like one of the fucking daggers when the war was going back and forth was fucking wherever Sable went. Like Sable's fucking quarter hour, that fucking thing would. Like you didn't fucking, if we could get intel when that was going to go, we would definitely not put anything against it.
If he's wasn't he under contract? How could this have slipped by Vince that this could happen?
Once again, there was always somebody with a yeah, but or an asterisk or whatever. Rick Rude, and I don't even remember the complete details. It's another thing, dial up the Wrestling Observer. Dave has photographic memory. But the point is that Rude had come as a bodyguard, as an out-of-the-ring guy. He had the insurance settlement, Zabada, and he was working on a per deal because he didn't want to go down there, and nobody wanted him down there, and he was working for the WWF, whatever the fuck it was then, where he had gained so much fame, and all of a sudden a huge fucking offer came, and he was able to do it because nobody had ever put him on paper. Boom. So all of a sudden
that whole not putting them on paper part there.
Yeah, well, all of a sudden it's boom, 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 getting it from every side, see? Owen and Davey immediately were taken off the cards for obvious reasons. Davey wanted to go. He had the knee surgery because, I mean, you know, he'd been working with bad knees. So since he's not going to be working, he might as well get it fixed because he wanted to go somewhere. And he had a big offer. And obviously you can tell because he paid $150,000 to the WWE to get out of his deal, they were paying him a lot of money. Of course, it was such a less structured environment, and it wasn't. He went, Davey Boy. I think that exacerbated some of his problems because he went from a situation where he was like in a private school where he got a lot of personal attention to like a public school where, you know, a fucking moron running the thing. You heard all the stories about the money that they wasted and the personal jacking off that they all did while they were on Ted Turner's dime. So he was down there with a bunch of guys making a bunch of money with no supervision, no structure whatsoever. It exacerbated his issues. Owen, on the other hand, they saw as a future star, and as a matter of fact, that was the pitch for Owen to come back. We want to make you the Canadian star. We want to make you the level of Bret. We want to fucking have you come back and avenge Bret's name and storyline. And of course, as soon as they talked Owen into doing it and he came back, then Shawn put the kibosh on ever putting Owen Hart over or on doing that top program, etc. And that's where Owen floated into the fucking thing with Jeff and Deborah and mid-card and stuff. And it was, 14 months later after he came back, Kansas City happened. So once again, Shawn got the last laugh on another member of the Hart family. And
what was his mind? What was Owen's mindset right after that? I mean,
Owen, Owen.
Did he trust that the WWE would honor what they
I
were
think
saying?
he hoped, and he was very family oriented. And because I was always traveling from a different place or going to a different place, I only got to make a few car trips with him. A couple though were good, but I talked to him a lot at the buildings when I managed him, and also just because he was the fun member of the Hart family. Most Canadians are dry, but he was the funniest motherfucker on the planet. And so he was always fun to just talk to. He loved wrestling, loved the business, but he was family oriented, and he could squeeze a nickel until a buffalo farts. He was saving his money. So I think he wanted to believe it, but also at the same time, he had guaranteed money at the place that he'd always been, that he wanted to finish out his career, and regardless what happened with his brother, he knew Bret could possibly sometimes be hard to take. One time he's like, how much money do you need? But at the other, hand, it was still family versus these fucking cretins that had, fucked his brother around. So, I mean, it probably wasn't the most fun thing to do, but he was still going to do it. Mm-hmm. And he was going to, save his money for his family. And eventually his family did get some money. Unfortunately, the way it happened was not
right.
The way he...
What's the money structure with those back then? Are you seeing any
not
residual?
Not a fucking dime, and
that's impossible.
That thing, not a dime. That's why I sued them. That's why I sued those.
Well,
fuckers.
what about the other merch, T-shirts and stuff?
Nothing.
Dolls?
Nothing. It was one of that was my golden parachute. The minute they fucking shut that company down, and it became International fucking Wrestling Holdings or whatever, fucking John Taylor fired a fucking lawsuit the next fucking day. Because I said, all right, ATM is closed. Now it's time to go after that chunk of money.
So you're talking exclusively for WCW. You got stuff for your time in WWE.
Oh, fuck, broken down to the fucking unit.
But never anything when you returned
Not a
with
fucking thing.
WCW.
Anybody that went let me put it this way. When the WCW World Headquarters on Log Cabin Avenue in New Smyrna, Georgia, and you got Gary Juster in charge of shit. Are you fucking kidding me?
I said to Disco when we started the show, I said, where are we at the booking meeting here in CNN Tower? He goes, no. He goes, you're on Log Cabin Drive, or there was a Hyatt that sometimes we sat in the conference room.
Yeah, that's when Nash took over.
You lobbied for the Hyatt.
We got the fucking Hyatt because I was staying at the Hyatt, man. I got the thing catered every day.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he killed me. I remember Lance Storm goes, he said, before I came backstage, he said to Van Damme or somebody, he goes, I bet you everything hurts on Sabu except for his hair. Then when I come back, I go, the fucker pulled my hair out. The only thing I bitch about is pulling my hair out.
I mean, they were like missed spots, and just was he loaded that night?
Of course. There was acid floating around the dressing room. He took a double dose. He thought he'd seen Godzilla in the ring. He kept saying, here, lizard, lizard, lizard. He's talking to me. So whatever he didn't know what, he thought he was fighting a monster. And I was just trying to stay alive. He was tripping big time. He wasn't the only one. There was like 10 other guys tripping too.
Before their match on a pay-per-view?
During the match.
That's what I'm saying. They dropped before a pay-per-view? And did Paulie go berserk?
Paulie didn't know, yes, but Paulie didn't know that was the problem until afterwards. He just thought everybody was going nuts that night. Excuse me.
What's he saying back there?
What's that?
What's Paulie saying back there?
You better come down by tomorrow. What can you say, you know? But I remember Sandman thought I was a big lizard. He kept saying, here, lizard, lizard, lizard. I go, what the fuck's wrong with you? He goes, I dropped 2 hits. I said, you son of a bitch. Ow, ooh, you're killing me.
He had to do 20 minutes with that.
Yeah, he was killing me.
Who had the better physique?
Lex.
Were there a lot of body marks walking around in '97? Was there an unspoken competition maybe to have the best body between? How important was that?
Well, I think it's been since I mean, I guess the first body guy was Billy Graham, I would say. Then Jesse kind of was the next kind of guy that. Then Hulk was, even though Hulk
was like Billy Graham and then everybody, because Tony Atlas.
Yeah. But there was, and Billy Graham was, you know, like he was big by professional bodybuilding standards at that point. Like he was there's a picture of him hitting a side chest shot with Arnold in the background. That's kind of a classic shot. And Arnold's actually kind of giving him like it's a big fucking dude. Like you gotta see Arnold kind of get, big dude. So, I think it's always been, like that was, I've always been into bodybuilding. I'm like probably one of the fucking few people at 56 years old that can give you the last 5 finishers of the Mr. Olympia from last weekend.
Wow.
Shout out to Phil Heath. You
ever meet Joe Weider?
Yes.
It's the one name I could throw out. You know who doesn't like bodybuilders? Bret Hart.
Tag match, boom, boom, but it's like tornado style to where it's not really a tag, it's just everybody's going at the same time, and we try to leave it so 2 guys in the ring, 2 guys are out of the ring. Dreamer and Van Damme was out of the ring. Me and Sandman was in the ring. I was supposed to go chair, top rope, moonsault, bang, and then Van Damme was supposed to throw me a table. I went chair, top rope, Van Damme threw the table in while I was in the air. The table was upside down where the legs were up. So I landed past Sandman, and the table went right on my jaw and busted my jaw. And I fell out of the ring, come up all bloody. I went down for about 5 minutes. I came back up, and the people went nuts. It was brutal.
You didn't go to the hospital?
No.
Didn't you tape your head?
I crazy glued my lips closed, and I taped my mouth shut, and I had a straw just so I could drink some protein. And then 5 days later, I went to the hospital and had it wired.
Why didn't you go?
I just didn't. I don't know. Didn't feel like sitting in a waiting room. So Van Damme helped me glue my mouth shut. Or glue my lip shut, glue my lip closed, and then I taped my mouth up and had a straw in my mouth so I could drink a protein shake.
How many teeth did you lose?
Just 1. Oh. But it cracked my jaw under here.
Do you regret?
I regretted that night.
Well, but I mean in general, it's a certain attitude that causes a night like that. There's nothing in the air that night.
No, I don't regret
the way you worked a little bit.
What's that?
The way you worked. Do you regret it at
Do
all?
I regret it? No, heck no. The only thing I regret, I wish I could have got paid more, but what makes me me is the way I work, not because, if I regretted it, then I'd be a miserable motherfucker. But since I'm just a miserable motherfucker anyways, I wish I could have made more money at it. But I would have still did it even if I didn't get paid at all. I would have did it the same way if I would have made millions of dollars. The money at that point didn't matter.
Was there a way to work those matches but be safer?
I was pretty safe. The safe is what you make of it. I didn't
You were safe for
intentionally go
others,
into a
but not
match.
for yourself.
I don't intentionally go into a match saying I'm gonna break a bone tonight. I say I'm gonna go into this match and I'm gonna try hard. And if I break a bone, then I'll scoop myself up and do it again tomorrow. But I don't like a lot of people have a misconception thinking I go into a match knowing and wanting and thinking I'm gonna get hurt. I don't know, I don't want to, and I don't think I'm gonna get hurt. If I did that, I wouldn't even go to the ring. But I'm not afraid to be hurt. I don't want to get hurt. Who does? It hurts to get hurt. It's painful to be hurt. But I wouldn't change it. The only thing I would change, like I said, I'd like to make more money at it. I wouldn't have changed it for nothing.
In '97, where things are still good there, right? We're the first year of pay-per-views. You guys are making money. No checks are bouncing yet.
Right.
You guys see a legitimate future here. I mean, we're entering December now in our discussion. So, as the year's coming to a close, you see a positive future for ECW, yes?
Yeah, I thought we were going to go to the moon. I thought we had it, But then this is what happened. What was it? It was Heat Wave '98 in Dayton, Ohio, I think it was. And see, I made a little bit more. I made more money than everybody else, but I wasn't supposed to tell anybody that. Well, they handed my check to one of the girls, I won't say who, on accident. And she looked at it, she goes, wow, I got a raise. It was for a couple thousand, like $10,000. That was more than anybody else. Most anybody else made was like $1,000 or something. She goes, oh shit, that's not mine, that's Sabu's. So she told everybody what I made. So Sandman and Van Dam and a few other guys was gonna quit unless they got more money. So I paid them out of my own pocket to keep them from quitting. Well, Sandman quit anyways and went to WCW. I paid him a couple $1,000s out of my own pocket just so he wouldn't quit. And he quit anyways.
Did he take the money?
He took the money. He took the money and quit. But I was just trying to keep it together. Not that Sandman is and was special, but I wanted to keep that formula what brought us to the dance, and I wanted to continue the dance. I didn't want to bring these or help go with these guys to Vietnam and then leave without them. I wanted us to go together and leave together. I never took it personal, like I said, he wasn't the first one to do that, and he wasn't the last one to do that, to go another way than come back. It's business, it's life. I didn't have no resentment towards him,
Was he always taken seriously as a worker, or did he have to kind of earn that?
He had to earn it, yeah, of course he had to earn it.
Designed it. And see, that was the thing, is that people started throwing shit at him, and it was something that was fanciful or had become into favor with the NWO shit. And because they were kind of, I guess, I don't know if people knew they were all connected or just because they acted like a bunch of jackoffs like the NWO did, people thought that was cool too. And, you have to put up with that shit. One night, the Midnight Express had a match in Boone, North Carolina, where the people were armed with tennis balls, throwing them at me. Throwing tennis balls, the guy with a tennis racket. They ate a few of them back, but we got past it. But they didn't give a shit. They didn't care whether their safety was compromised. They didn't care whether the house suffered or the town suffered or whatever. They didn't want to put up with the same things that the normal wrestlers put up with. Heavens.
See, that deal got fucked up. For the first trip over to the FMW, I didn't double cross FMW. I went to New Japan because I wasn't getting the proper respect from my boss Onita, but I fucked up. So I took a bigger offer to go to New Japan with Onita's blessing and my uncle's blessing after I already made the deal. Okay, so 3 years later, I asked for Onita's forgiveness. He forgave me. I said, well, "Can you please do business with us, with ECW?" That is. So I was the mediator. He wouldn't do business with ECW without me because he didn't trust. He knew about Paulie. He didn't trust anybody in ECW. He trusted me because although I jumped companies from FMW to New Japan, he still trusted me. You know, because I didn't hide it from him. I said, "I made a deal with New Japan. I got to go. I'm going to make more money." He said, "God bless you. Go do it." Okay. So 3 years later, I said, "Would you help us out with ECW?" He did. So me, Dreamer, the Dudleys, we all went over there. And then the second trip, Paulie was being a jerk. And so FMW goes, "We like the Dudleys, but they already been here. Can you send another tag team?" I said, "Yes, of course." I said, "Paulie, they want somebody else besides the Dudleys. Nothing personal against the Dudleys. It's not because they're the shits or nothing. This is they want a different team." Paulie says, "No, deal's off. Either the Dudleys goes or there's no deal." FMW goes, "Well, we're not paying for the Dudleys to come. If they come, the deal's off." I said, "How about if how about if the Dudleys come for free?" They said, "Okay, if the Dudleys come for free, they can come, but we still want another tag team." So I paid the Dudleys out of my own pocket. $2,500 each plus plane tickets. It cost me $10,000 to get the Dudleys over there to keep things smooth with Paulie. Paulie goes, "Well, I'll reimburse you." He never fucking did. And if it wasn't for that, it would have been blown out of the water way before that. But I paid $10,000 just to keep things going. I didn't even make $10,000 for going. But I paid it anyways. I paid the Dudleys and their airfare and all that just to keep things going. And then things got sidetracked, and then Paulie double-crossed them in another way.
Why was Paulie so insistent on them going?
Because he wants to be the boss. He don't want them to say, "Hey, we want this guy and that guy." Paulie says, "You're going to take this guy and you're going to take that guy." You don't choose, he chooses.
But it's another territory, though.
It's the God complex thing, Messiah.
Right. Huh.
He was, Paulie had a funny way of doing things. You know, he was a genius and he was a devil too. You know, if things weren't done his way, he might let it go today, but he's going to get you back tomorrow or the next day. He's going to get you back. Before it's over with, he's going to come out on top in his mind or one way or another. You know, even if he's not really coming out on top, as long as he thinks he's on top, he's won. You know. And I like the guy. I still love the guy. It's that some of the stuff, the way he did business, it was he took it personal and he handled it personally and childish instead of handling it like a businessman or doing it the way business should be done.
And that's what happened with FMW.
What's that?
And that's, in essence, what happened with FMW when he didn't.
That was just one case of it. There's other cases where he's done the same, where I paid guys, or I'd smooth things over, or I'd actually lie to guys and say, Paulie said everything's cool, just keep doing it. And Paulie would be saying, "Fuck that guy," and I'd pay. I paid Luz Piccoli. Luz Piccoli wanted a raise, and I said, "Paulie's not going to give you a raise." He goes, "Why want a raise? I'm asking for it." I said, "Paulie, can Luz Piccoli have a raise?" He goes, "No, he's lucky I don't fire him." I'm sorry, he's lucky I don't fire him. So I go to Luz Piccoli, I said, "You got a raise." I gave him $150 a night more out of my own pocket. But he thought it was coming from Paulie. Paulie just thought he ain't getting a raise, he's still sticking around. I gave him a raise out of my own pocket. Just so, because, I owed Piccoli for getting him fired from FMW, and he deserved more money, but Paulie was such a jerk about it, he didn't want to give him no more money. And he deserved more money. We all did, But I was making more money than everybody there. Not that it was a lot of money, but it was most money than anybody there. But I was just trying to keep the boat floating so it wouldn't sail away,
Was that your deal with Paul, that you were going to be paid top of the card money?
No. I didn't want to get paid more than anybody else. I wanted to get paid what I wanted to get paid. You know what I mean? It didn't have nothing to do with the next guy. I don't want more money because I want more money than that guy. I want more money because I want more money, or I want something else because I want it, not because someone else has it.
Now, at this time, we're seeing merchandise, too. T-shirts were really big for ECW at the time. Are you getting a piece of that action?
No, I was promised, but I never got it. I was promised a piece of everything, and I never got it. For 7 years, I never got it.
When you say everything, you were promised a piece of merchandise from anybody.
T-shirts, everybody's merchandise. Because everybody else's merchandise, they got a small percent of it. They were promised a small percent of it. Paulie got the major percent of it. Paulie and Todd Gordon. And then I was supposed to get a piece of that. You know, because they really couldn't pay me enough to make ECW my number one priority. For one, we didn't run enough shows, and two, I was making more money in Japan. You know, so to compensate for it, they gave me a little more money, guaranteed, and then I was supposed to get a % of all the merchandise, from Eastern Championship Wrestling to Extreme Championship Wrestling. Way back then, it was like 6 months into my stint with ECW, when it was still Eastern Championship Wrestling. They made that promise back then, you know.
And never honored it once.
Never gave me a penny extra for nothing. Actually, I got kicked in the ass for it.
What do you think that would have amounted to as a total?
I would say a couple $1 million over the 7 years. I would say at the least $1 million. At the most, probably $3 million. I don't know where the money went to, other than probably was squandering it or burying it in a shoebox or something. But they made a lot of money through videotapes and T-shirts, through the internet and the mailing orders. Not from the arenas, you know what I mean? Not from people showing up buying a T-shirt, from people ordering them online or whatever. You know, they made a ton of money that way. A ton of money.
Well, all that.
And I'm sorry, but we were all promised this, that I was promised more before anybody else was promised. And not that I should get it before anybody else, but I was made the promise before they were. You know what I mean? We should all get it. We should all got some of it. But they made the promise to me. He made the promise to me first that I would get a % of it. That's how I would be compensated for the small paycheck, or I'd make it later on with the royalty money, which I never got a dime of.
It's so that you'd stay exclusive,
Yeah,
or as exclusive
or
as
mostly
you could.
exclusive, yeah.
Right.
Because one time I was supposed to do a tag match. It was me and Taz versus Benoit Malenko versus Public Enemy. And I was double booked. It was April 8th. I can't remember what year. April 8th, 96, I think it was. And or 95, one or the other. And I got booked in Japan the very same day I was booked in ECW. So I thought I could make both shots. I was going to wrestle in Japan and then fly home immediately and go to the ECW. Well, things didn't work out and I couldn't make the show in ECW. So I figured, not much harm done. I'll make it up next week. Well, Paulie went in the ring and motherfuckered me to death. And by the time he got done with the speech, everybody was motherfuckering me. And then a couple months later, Benoit, Malenko, those guys, they sold out before, you know, they sold out for the rest of their life. I only sold out for one night. Not even sold out. I was trying to survive. Like I was working for the ECW for about 3 years, and I wasn't getting very far ahead. New Japan offered me $6,000 for one match. That's the most I ever got paid at that time for one match. So it was hard for me to say no.
What was the difference in the paycheck that night between what you would have got?
I was supposed to make $750 with ECW compared to $6,000 with New Japan, and I was going to try to do both. New Japan came first because it was April 8th in Japan, and when I fly home, it was April 8th in the United States. But I got in the States about midnight. The show was over. So, and I even called Paul. I said, "Damn, I'm here, but the show's over." He goes, "Fuck you. You know, you'll never work here again. You go fuck yourself." I go, "Well, fuck you too then. Who wants to work there?" So I figured, you know, he'd blow off some steam. I worked there, you know, next week, and then I ended up going to WCW for 3 months, and then I came back. You know, but the thing what Paul didn't understand was I wasn't born with money. My uncle was a rich wrestler, a rich man. I wasn't, you know. My family wasn't. So $6,000 was like $1 million to me, you know. But whatever.
Did he ever concede that he understood why you did it?
He thinks I did it personal. I didn't do it personally. I did it because I wanted to live a better life, you know.
And he never discussed that with you after that?
What's that?
He never discussed it with you after that he kind of could see why?
No. After 6 months, it was water under the bridge, and it was just forgotten. But it hurt my feelings pretty bad. I'm not a pussy, but I hurt my feelings when he gave a speech in front of those people, and he didn't tell them. He goes, "You people made this guy a star. He wouldn't be nothing without you people." And by the end of that speech, he could have said it was Jesus, and they would have booed Jesus. But he goes, "And that guy was Sabu." They go, "Well, fuck Sabu." He could have said it was anybody. They would have said, "Fuck him." You know what I mean? Because he built them up so much. I don't know if you've seen it. He riled those people up so much that no matter what name he said at the end of that speech, they would have said, "Fuck that guy," and it happened to be my name. You know. Right. So I was hurt that, you know, all I did for, not necessarily all I did for him and for the company and for the people, but all I did in general. And then he turned on me like that, like a bitch. Which I forgive him now, you know. But it sucked for the moment. But then I stayed with New Japan for a year after that, you know.
Was it ever the same for you coming back there after that?
What's that?
Was it ever the same for you coming back after
No.
that? Did it really sour?
Yeah, it was sour. It had its good points, but it was a little sour. That was before even Van Damme was there. Van Damme came shortly after that. When he first wanted to book Van Damme, he goes, I called your buddy Robbie V, and he gave me an attitude. I go, what are you talking about? He goes, yeah. I told him I want him to come in and put over Mikey Ripwreck, and he said, no. I said, of course no. He's better than that. And he goes, little Robbie V, he's too good to put over Mikey Ripwreck? I go, yes, he is too good to do that. And then 6 months later, I said, okay, let's give Rob a chance, but first, before you want to beat him, let him win one match, and if you don't get over, kick him the fuck out of here. But if he gets over, run with it. He got over, and he ran with it. But before that, 6 months before that, he wanted to beat him like he's a lump of shit. And if he would have, it would have killed him.
Right.
You know? So we didn't see eye to eye at first, but then Paulie was man enough to say, hey, you were right, let's run with him. And then Van Damme is who he is today, you know?
Right. Well, a lot of complex feelings you have about classic ECW days, and
it's love and hate, but mostly love, I guess. But it might sound bitter, but I'm not bitter, not really. I wish I could have did better financially, but I don't regret. The only thing I regret, I don't regret. I regret breaking my jaw. I regret breaking my neck. I wish it didn't happen. But am I going to harp on it? No. I wish I could have made more money. That's the only thing I really. But I'm not griping about it. I just wish I could have.
when you look back at those days, do you look back with a smile, or is it this
Yeah,
stuff that
I'm
comes
proud
up?
of it. Hey, USWA was around for 20 years. Nobody ever says, hey, remember USWA, this match, that match? But ECW is only around 7 years, and they're still talking about it. Like you brought up the Terry Funk match. I was at a thing last week in Ocala for Dory Funk, and I was doing autographs. People go, hey man, I seen that match with you and Terry Funk. That's 15 years ago. They still talk about the match. They don't talk about Jerry Lawler's match no more, or fucking the USWA bullshit no more, or WCW anymore. But they still bring up the ECW shit. We made an impact on the world, and it's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
So in that respect, I did get paid. I just wish I could have made more money.
Well, that's why we're here today, because of that impact.
Well, I appreciate
that
it.
And that's why they're there today. So
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Why do you think the ratings drop?
It's hard to, I remember the show, it was one of those things where we thought that just taking it over would be enough, and I don't think enough thought was put into the content of the show. If you don't have, people, remember the first time my son went to a live event, and the match went out there, and he's like, Dad, nobody's talking about the match.
Oh, because he's used to hearing commentary.
Right, like this fucking sucks. It's like it'd be like going to fucking see Pearl Jam and they're up there fucking air guitaring. Like there's no music. And I think sometimes you forget how those guys kind of like you go to the orchestra and you think that fucking guy up there doesn't matter. But he does. That the person that leads that show. And you can say a lot of fucking things, but I think that one of the major things that has affected Raw is not having Jim Ross at that table. And granted, I'm a fan of his, but I've always said, fucking, if somebody's going to call my match, I want Jim Ross doing it.
Mm. When something like this happens, is Eric at this time one to take responsibility?
Yeah,
for the failure of the execution of the idea.
I don't think that anybody really. I don't know. I don't remember it being like the next, like there being a powwow after it and going, whoa, boy, that fucking sucked.
Well, just because the ratings were so hotly discussed, and they were kind of the barometer of the ratings war.
Right.
Here you've got that reversal made it noteworthy.
Yeah, I just wondered. I'm wondering what the context of their show was. You know.
Well, does anyone? Is this a warning flag for anyone that this war is back on and WWE might someday usurp us on a more consistent basis?
I think that anybody that had worked for Vince for any period of time realized that we were the Mets. I mean, we're the '69 Mets. And if you thought that you were going to fucking replace the Yankees as fucking New York's baseball team, you were fucking out of your mind.
Very good.
We were a fucking entertainment company. They were a wrestling company. Now they're an entertainment company.
We need a wrestling company.
I rest my case.
First of all, what do you think about the match between Larry and Eric? Did Eric hold his own in the ring?
Well, Granite Man Larry Zbyszko wasn't like he was out there fucking, like a whirling dervish.
Well, a couple of words on the 1997 Larry Zbyszko.
I learned how to take the night off by watching him. And I love him for it.
Bret Hart is the guest referee. Now, he's just come from W. Is this a good use of Bret?
Oh, absolutely.
Again, this is something I think anyone, even the casual fan, would see as a mistake. Why couldn't anyone else?
I guess because David Arquette wasn't available. So Courtney Cox did go ringside at one of my matches and stare at me for the entire match. Just want that to be known. I saw it too. That whole MILF, what was it, Housewives? What was that show she did?
Cougars.
Yeah,
Cougar Town.
Cougar girl.
Was she nice in person? Did you have a conversation?
Yeah, she seemed very nice.
Okay. A little too thin.
Yeah.
But, yeah. This is one of the more important matches that we've been working towards here. How did it come out?
I mean, Sting went over.
Mm-hmm.
I would have probably had it in a cage. Because I think that throughout the night they were waiting for, I mean, we wouldn't have let that happen. We wouldn't have let, like, Sting get a clean shot. Like, all of a sudden, what we're playing Marcus, it just didn't make sense. You know, it should have been, there should have been armed guard. I mean, it should have been a really big deal that it was going to be mano-a-mano. And I think with the cage, they would have had a prop. Mm-hmm. That prop, and, Hulk could have got color, Sting could have got color. I think they could have made it more epic had it been a little bit more smoke and mirrors. But that being said, it was still, it was what it was, and it was, it was that thing that anybody that was still a WCW fan got.
There is a report about the finish of the match that Nick Patrick was supposed to deliver a fast count so there could be something to talk about, but didn't. Is there a double cross?
That was one of those things that was just like, you never know. But at the same time, I never liked Nick Patrick's count anyway. It was always slow. So for him to speed it up would have been, you know, Coyote's fucking regular count at WWF. You know, when you're basing your comeback on false finishes, you want 1, 2, boom.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want. That's that fucking Southern, you know, Georgia South fucking wrestling shit.
Does Hogan talk to him at all about it? Do you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was some fucking heat, but it was another one of those things that was just like, what year was the WrestleMania with Tyson?
95?
No.
97.
Oh, with Tyson, I'm thinking Lawrence Taylor.
98. 98. That, to me, was, you know, that was, oh, look, Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet are both at TV tonight. Oh, fuck, this is the Titanic. Because I watched that WrestleMania and I went, we're dead. That was it. Because Vince was so fucking smart.
Mm-hmm.
Vince put a fucking movie quality trailer with each fucking match, knowing that people weren't watching the show as much as they were. He knew the fucking world was going to watch Tyson. And fucking it was done.
Was that kind of the agreed opinion around you?
That was
in
me,
WCW?
it was me and Sullivan's. I saw Sullivan that next day crossing by the coffee pot. He goes, brother, put your hand in the water. It's fucking getting cold.
One of those things that could be wisdom or just...
The middle of December, boom. We have recreating, we have Springfield, Massachusetts Sunday pay-per-view. We have Monday, Portland, Maine Raw. We have Tuesday, Durham, New Hampshire Raw. Then a house show in Bangor, Maine. And then that Lowell, Massachusetts became a Raw taping, as I recall, because we were getting ahead of Christmas and there was that time off and etc. So instead of me coming all the way back from Durham, New Hampshire to Stamford to do our Wednesday creative meeting and then go back up to Lowell, I was told that I could just stay up there. Oh, great. I love it. So I didn't make that creative meeting. And then when it was time for the next week's, the day before, Beth Zaza, Vince's secretary, said, well, they don't need you at Vince's on Wednesday. Okay, and that's the way I was officially told I was off the creative team. Because let's face it, folks, and by the way, I was happy when I got the job and I was ecstatic when I lost it. If I had had to sit in the same room with Vince Russo, nothing was getting done. It was hurting business. If Vince was going to go with this fucking guy, which he was going with his concepts and his ideas, and then filtering and monitoring, then it wasn't good for me to be there. And it wasn't good for my fucking arrest record or his fucking health record for us to be in the same room for a while, because it was really getting, I hated the shit. Mm-hmm. Hated him because now I'd figured out, not only don't he know, but he don't want to learn. This is what he's going to do. He's going to do, if he was unfiltered, he's going to book wrestling exactly like what you have seen from Vince Russo for the past 10 years since WCW closed down. This is what it's going to be. And I possibly would have murdered him before it got that fucking far.
But
So apparently Vince, just to close up, said, okay, no business is getting done and I'm going to go with this fucking guy. So and then I was off, and then I became producer, agent, announcer, international syndication, some fill-in on cable, Superstars, me and Jim Ross, dealing with third-party promoters, scouting talent, blah, 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 anything but anything around creative, because I wanted to gouge his eyeballs out. And with Ed Ferrara, who came in to be the paper carrier, because then it was, Joe, it was like, okay, here's the formats. Russo's walking around with both of his hands free so he can do the yo bro thing, and there's Ferrara right behind him with the papers like, yes, Mr. Russo, here's your papers, sir. I asked Ferrara one time, I said, this thing with Marlena being knocked off the apron of the ring while she's pregnant in a storyline and having a miscarriage, that really just eat me up because it didn't sell any tickets. It didn't get any heat on anybody. If people believed it or if they didn't believe it, either way, it was a lose-lose. And I went to Ferrara and I said, why would you do something like that? Nobody thought she was pregnant. Well, but it's in storyline and nobody thinks that Monica is pregnant on Friends. I said, no, it's fucking wrestling, you fucking moron. You don't get it, do you? People don't view professional, now they might, but then they didn't view professional wrestlers as characters on a television program that were portrayed or played by actors. Steve Austin was Steve Austin. Taka Michinoku was Taka Michinoku to the fans. And even if they know that it's manipulated or choreographed, even if they know she's not pregnant, I said, what did this serve? If she ain't pregnant, we just made fun of somebody losing a baby. If she was pregnant, we just allowed somebody to lose a baby because they were knocked off the apron of the fucking ring by some heel fucking wrestler. I said, it doesn't sell one buy rate on a pay-per-view. It doesn't sell one ticket to a house show. It does not entice, oh, let's see what happens. Marlena's pregnant. Let's see what happens this week. Don't worry that Steve Austin's wrestling fucking The Undertaker. We want to find out about Marlena's fake pregnancy. And then it doesn't move any ratings. And if it's happened to somebody in their family, if there's a guy out there, his girlfriend or his wife or his sister or his mother, lost a baby, had a miscarriage, and now you're bringing that up and making fun of it, that is why Ed Ferrara, basically, to me, is a piece of shit. And always has been and always will be. And then he wants to make fun of people's mental, yeah, thanks. Had Jim Ross will slap me for that one. Make fun of their physical handicaps or disabilities on national television. Ed Ferrara's a piece of shit. And Ed Ferrara was the guy that was carrying papers around for the other piece of shit that perpetrated the following 18 months of television writing until he fucked Vince and fucking went to WCW. You know how he did that? I told you that story. I didn't tell you that story? You have a look of puzzlement on your face. Vince Russo was a goddamn video store owner and a fucking radio show host on Long Island until Vince McMahon gave him the opportunity to be the editor of his magazine. How that happened, he had great ideas for stories because he sat in a fucking failing video store business and watched B movies and had all those plots. You think I'm kidding? That's a sad thing. I ain't kidding. He makes him editor of the magazine. Then he lets him do stuff on the website. Then he brings him in as a member of creative. And after fucking 4 years or whatever, Vince Russo and Ed Ferrara fly down to Atlanta while Vince McMahon's in England and meet with Bischoff and meet with people in Atlanta and basically do the same thing that Bischoff did to get the job in WCW, pad their resume, convince these fucking marks at TBS that didn't know anything about wrestling that they served the second course at the Last Supper and that they were the reason why the WWF had taken over and overtaken them. So they end up getting $1 million a year or whatever the fuck. And so Monday morning, wait a minute, I don't have my 99 book with me, but it was fall of 99, August, September, when Vince McMahon lands after a trip to England back at the Newark airport to go to the Meadowlands for TV that night. He gets a phone call from Vince Russo. We're done. We're going to Atlanta. We're going to work for WCW. Thanks, Vince. On the phone. 30 miles from fucking Vince Russo's house. He can't come down and be a man and walk in the Meadowlands and shake Vince McMahon's hand. And I've said many things about Vince McMahon, but still couldn't shake Vince McMahon's hand and say, thanks for making me, a dumb fuck from Brooklyn who has fucking ruined everything I've touched about the wrestling business, $1 million a year fucking job guy now that I am, thanks to you. So thank you very much. He couldn't do that. He called him on the fucking phone because he's a gutless piece of shit. And Ferrara went with him. And once again, now Vince, he had settled. He had all the talent under contract. He forgot to put the fucking writers under contract. Like he thought, A, who's going to steal writers? And B, you know, these people that have worked for me will probably have a little bit more integrity than that. But never bet on people having integrity, I've found out.
What a tumultuous and important year in our ongoing compilation of the total history of
I know you're doing your wrap-up.
Wrestling, entertainment.
But
there's never a wrap-up.
I know you're doing your wrap-up,
Jim?
but the year 1997 was not the record year for business. It was the year that set up the record year for business. Because without Steve Austin and The Rock and the Screwjob and the evil Mr. McMahon and the anti-establishment take this job and shove it, basically they would have had no fucking pop. It was not hot-shotted to do that. It wasn't Vince Russo overbooking angles and angles and angles until something stuck. It was the stars aligning and converging in the right manner with two tremendous fresh new faces on top as talents that were given the ball and allowed to carry it and allowed to change their shit and do it the way they would done it. It was the evil antagonist, Mr. McMahon, and the idea that for once people could believe something about wrestling. For the first time in maybe fucking 5 years, they actually believed something was real, because it was. And those were played on by the best announcer in the business and a network quality television production company that could put those packages together and distribute them all over the world. And the one guy in the middle, like the idiot savant, like in Rain Man, rattling off numbers and mathematical equations and throwing shit against the wall, and 98 of them would bounce back and 2 of those shit balls would stick, was Vince fucking Russo. And Vince Russo now, as a result of 1997 happening right underneath him, joins Eric Bischoff as 2 guys in the wrestling business who have had the most serendipitous career of being in the right place at the right time and being successful for 2 years out of 20. I salute you both.
A booker always doing the setup for the next edition, which would be 1998.
And
always at work.
I got those books at home.
Always at work and always being worked. Me. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Shawn.
As always.
Insanity. Now, is this a result of the slow count that doesn't happen, or it kind of to make amends for that, or was this in the plans all along?
I don't even. It was one of those things. It was at that point. There were so many times that you would, for the main event, that you would go to the ring and not have a finish on TVs.
Why?
Shit was just unorganized.
Wow.
You wonder why they threw that fucking book at me? I mean, fuck.
Is it because
Show.
it's changed so many times? I mean, somebody probably started with a finish, but then it gets...
Yeah, it didn't work for me, brother.
Right,
You know what I mean? Doesn't work for me either, brother. Doesn't work for me either, brother.
There's your music.
Let's go. Working out there.
How were Hulk and Sting at this time with each other?
They were fine.
Yeah.
I don't think there was ever any animosity between those two.
Well, this is a weird...
I think that
Yeah.
I always think that Steve thought that he was going to get fucking dicked, that there'd be no payoff. And I'm sure sitting up in the rafters, shitting and pissing in a fucking bucket every fucking week would make a, he had his Papillon moment every fucking Monday, sitting up in the rafters someplace, So I'm quite sure that fucking there was a little bit of a voice in the back of his head going, am I ever going to get a fucking payoff on this shit?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't care who you are, man. I don't care how much you fucking believe. Getting dropped out of them fucking rafters at about fucking 200 miles an hour, coming to a fucking stop before that cement floor. I mean, granted, if it didn't fucking catch it, but I'm always the fucking one that survives something like that.
Where do you put 97 in your career? Your time in WCW.
June 96 to June 97 was I kind of year it like that, kind of June to June. So things were still good, and people forget that Nitro was the first show to go to an arena and just put Nitro was coming.
Didn't need a headline match.
Didn't need a headline match. We were selling Nitro, so that's big. That's big when it's also leads to a very chaotic, you know, the downside is fucking you're walking in there fucking, you know, playing Yahtzee. Take your chance. We did the last 3 times. Take it again. So
you're the June to June. That was your first year of your contract. So you're entering the second year here. Is there any trepidation that this might go off the rails here, and I have 2 years here? With
at this point, I think we've got another 3.
Is it 3?
Okay. We've finished the year and we've already got like another 3, and my last year's for bank.
Right.
You know, so it's just like I'm looking at it going, that was half the problem. Like, you know, fucking money was guaranteed. You knew fucking Ted's checks were gonna bounce.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's just like a lot of times you'd be like, do I really get that? I mean, you know, I'm looking at a fucking check every 2 weeks or whatever it was, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000. And, you know, and it's coming like clockwork, and there's a stack of them that my wife can't even get them to the fucking, you know, to the bank and to the fucking investment firm on time. My brother came over to our house and fucking looked down and said, what the fuck are these? My wife said, a couple of your brother's paychecks. He's like, how often? She goes, every 2 weeks. He's like, are you fucking kidding me? So it was.
So that's wonderful part of it. But are you thinking maybe you'll be saddled with some really weird decisions and some stuff?
Oh, we've already, Scott and I've already have you know, like, it was always like, we didn't get paid dick at fucking WWE, you know, F, E, whatever you want to call it, you know, during my first run there. But man, every night you came back through that fucking curtain, man, it was just like, boy, that was a fucking hot rail. Like, you know, like you went out there and rocked it. And it was like, you know, and when you talk to Scott, you know, this might be a funny reference too, it's just, we'd come back and we'd look at each other, but Scott would usually say to me, Scott would always go, fuck, almost. Like, God. And we really thought, you know, that when we made this decision to leave, that it was just like, we equated it to, we've already done our starving artist, you know, period of our fucking careers. Now it's time to do the numbered lithos. So we had come to that analogy. It was like, you know what, man, time to make some fucking money. Mm-hmm. So, you know, and you rarely in life get everything. So, yeah, we're getting paid, but we're going out there on the fucking road with Ming and Barb. You know, it's not fucking Waltman and fucking Michaels.
Right.
Or Hunter, or, you know, Taker, or fucking Brad, or, you know, people don't fucking realize that you put Bob Holly on as a 29-year-old kid, and he's fucking upper mid-card right now. He's not opening match. He's one of the biggest guys on your fucking roster. And Bob could work. Mm-hmm. You know, it's just like, it's a different fucking era. And, God, man, just, I remember sitting on the road 300 nights. Granted, we didn't have those fucking, you know, handheld computers that everybody has now that they guise as a phone. But you sat there and watched you would tear the fucking, learn where the seam was on the curtain and tear the fucking curtain seam and sit there and fucking John Wilkes Booth it fucking for the whole fucking show until it was fucking intermission. You came back and, I mean, everybody watched everybody's matches. It was just such a different. Then you got to Turner, and it was just like, we're out of beer? Like, there's not even a monitor in the room. Like, we're out of beer? So, I mean, it kind of, things changed.
Yeah.
You know?
The environment.
And you weren't fighting for a spot.
Right.
If fucking Bret Hart would have looked at me and said, I'm not taking the power bomb, and Taker's going to pull you in the fucking hole. and I had guaranteed money, all right, one less move for me. But when you're fucking trying to make money and draw, then it's like, oh, motherfucker. So that's why they don't give these fucking upsides. Everybody's thinking, oh, they don't pay these fucking NXT guys anything. And you know what? They still know what process works. You know, you don't just you don't have a fucking your bull mastiff walk in and shit at your feet on your fucking Picasso rug and fucking go, hey, give you a treat. You're still fucking, you're operally conditioned these people that you fucking bust your ass and do a good job, we'll fucking give you a bonus.
Well, Obi-Wan, thank you for the journey.
And thank you, fucking Lisa Wolf.
You did give us a lot of material. You were the show, Miss Wolf.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, my friend. 97.